What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Wednesday, December 18th, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours live from our home away from home. Sue Patrick on 5222 Burnett Road. We'll be here for the next couple of hours talking plenty of Texas Longhorn football, just 3 days away from the college football playoff first round matchup against Clemson. We've got the latest and greatest from the transfer portal. Plus, we'll talk some NFL, a couple of big benchings going on at the quarterback position in the National Football League. Talk a little golf. We'll have our world famous QVC segment with Jay, little Major League Baseball hot stove to get into, some NBA. There's a lot to discuss on a hump day edition of the TSU morning program. Happy hump day, my friend. How are you?
Same to you, man. I'm doing fantastic. Yesterday, I think it was close to a record-breaking temperatures here in the Central Texas area. I think it was like 84 degrees yesterday, and that was special. It could have been warmer. I would have been okay with that. A little bit of wind.
Good day to golf, bad day to golf.
It was a good day to golf. It really, really was. The wind stopped howling around 1 o'clock, played at noon up at Horseshoe Bay at Ramrock, which I tried to take on, and boy, oh boy, is that a tough golf course. But you know what? Any day playing golf is a good day. And then a little windy, but the temperature, I had a little vest on, a little sweater vest on, and dude, was it hot. It was something yesterday. I think I don't know if we broke the record yesterday, but it was close to breaking a record. It was close to, I got to believe it was close to 85 degrees yesterday. I think the record was like 82 degrees. It is December, isn't it? It is a week before Christmas.
I was going to say, Christmas is 1 week from today.
Sorry about that, folks that are in Happy Valley, Pennsylvania, and SMU players are on their way to Happy Valley probably today or tomorrow, because if you go tomorrow, it's a day too late, I believe. But it is cold back in that area of the country, in a lot of parts of the country, but we still got it good, which we generally always do. So it was nice. It was nice to get out, and it's always nice to be here.
Yeah.
As we get closer to the holidays, this place is so festive in here. Festivus for the rest of us. But it is decked out in orange, that's for sure. Burnt orange all over this place, all over this store. Man.
They're stocked up.
Wow.
If you've got some last-minute holiday shopping you need to take care of, come see us this morning. You got the Longhorn gear. You've got the iconic Austin Snow Globe, the Sue Patrick exclusive. You got tons of great holiday gifts, books, trinkets, stocking stuffers, anything you need.
I went with the new cap.
You got the new cap this morning.
Yeah.
Nice. I like that.
I like this cap, too.
A little Nike.
It is a little Nike action. It looks like the peel, the inside of the peel from a burnt orange. So it's almost like a lemony color almost.
Okay.
I like it.
It's not Clemson color.
No,
thankfully.
It's not. No.
We don't need any of that orange.
We don't need that or Tennessee orange, that disgusting orange. No, thank you.
We might see both of those oranges over these next 3 games.
There could be a possibility.
Yep. Texas could meet up with Tennessee. That'd be the semifinals of the college football playoff. Obviously, the Longhorns and the Volunteers have plenty of work to do before that happens.
Or the Buckeyes.
Or the Buckeyes or the Ducks. But, of course, the path for Texas, they got to get by Clemson this weekend. And then if they do, they will play Arizona State on January 1st, 20 and 25. So plenty of Texas Clemson to get into. More sound from Steve Sarkisian on today's show. We've got some sound from Michael Taft talking about his relationship with Cade Klubnik. Of course, those guys were high school teammates at Westlake. A lot of football to discuss this morning.
Chris is going to join us.
And our man Chris Phillips from SEC Unfiltered will join us at 8:30. We're going to have Clemson guests tomorrow and Friday. Hopefully we'll get the chance to speak with Ethan Burke and talk to him on tomorrow's show. So a lot of great guests coming up over these next few days. Of course, Lee Sterling will join us again on Friday to give you his picks for the first round of the college football playoff and a big Week 16 of NFL action coming up. But yeah, we'll get Chris's thoughts on Texas Clemson, also on that Tennessee-Ohio State game, and the craziness from the transfer portal, because some SEC schools are cashing in right now. LSU doing a great job.
Of course they are.
Doing a great job again. Obviously, a lot of resources for a lot of programs in this conference, and a lot of schools taking advantage.
And they should. If it's possible to do and you've had the resources, you better do it if you want to be in it. Instead of sitting by the wayside playing in your bowl games, instead of being a part of the 12-team playoff, you have to do that. I just remembered, I talked to you about Clemson before. I coached at Boston College, and we played there with Doug Flutie. I was also recruited by Clemson. I went to Clemson as one of my visits.
Did you run down that hill?
I went down that hill. I most certainly went down that hill. And my host of the weekend was a guy named Benny Cunningham.
The great
Benny Cunningham, yeah, that played at Clemson, the tight end. So I do remember being in Clemson, South Carolina.
Benny Cunningham still alive?
I don't know.
Mm.
I don't know if he made it out of that weekend that I was there. That was
what did you do?
That was quite the weekend. That was a weird deal. I was just a 17. I think it was 17 at the time. Yeah, and that weekend I received an envelope filled with $20 bills.
Nice.
Packed envelope. I just thought that was a part of recruiting. I had no idea that you probably shouldn't have that. But boy, I took that home. That thing had about $600 in it.
Oh.
And that was like I didn't spend anything. That dude, they must have gave him an envelope that size too.
You try that nowadays and you're getting laughed at.
And Benny Cunningham took me to an X-rated movie.
How about that?
And thought that was, I guess, I don't know. I was
the two
in high
of
school.
You?
No, I mean, there was other teammates. It was about 4 or 5 guys. It was just weird. I didn't, I was just in high school. I'd never seen a porn flick, or definitely gone to one. The only thing I'd seen is Playboys in the Woods. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Underneath the pile of leaves and stuff you'd pull out. That's about it. And he took me to one of those, and it was just a weird weekend. But Clemson, South Carolina at that time, Clemson was so horrible. The year before that, I think they had gone like 0-11. That was a bad football team back in the 70s. So that was just weird. I forgot about being recruited to Clemson. I wasn't even close to going there. The school I wanted to actually go to college, I wanted to go to the University of North Carolina, because I lived in Greensboro and then moved to Pennsylvania and then visited. I went to visit Temple, Boston College, Clemson, Penn State, and one other place. I took all 5 of my visits. I had to get, hell yeah. At that time, I was going to go everywhere. And the minute I got to Boston, the minute I saw the city, after living where I lived in Pennsylvania, I was like, sold, done.
That was it.
I just needed to see the city. I just need to get on the subway and ride around and enjoy the city after being in the woods just about all my life. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do. To you and your families, happy holidays, and do be safe out there.
So you're telling me watching a porno with 4 or 5 other guys wasn't enough to convince you to go to Clemson?
What almost convinced me was that pack of money, because I was thinking, is this what happens every weekend?
Yeah.
Do I get to host a guy for that kind of money too? But I don't know if I don't think that was legal. I don't think the recruit themselves was supposed to get that was supposed to probably go to the guy who was hosting you.
Yeah, I don't
But he
know.
gave it. He went right to me.
Come
I was
on.
like, yeah.
Recruits get money.
I'm not coming here. No, thanks.
I'll take your money, though.
Yeah, your team is awful.
What a terrible recruitment strategy. Going with 4 or 5 dudes to watch an adult film together.
It was just weird. It was, let me tell you something. There's not much to do in Clemson, South Carolina. There's not like
girls.
It's not. Oh, they have plenty of that.
Okay.
Hey, clubs? No, there's no clubbing going on there.
Any bars?
Yeah, but
college kids had to go drink somewhere, right?
No, they had enough parties on campus.
Okay.
I was going from party to party to party. I don't remember much. I was, and I wasn't even at that time. I wasn't a full blown alcoholic at the time. I was just kind of cruising. I was just a high school kid, so it wasn't like you didn't need to get me drunk. I wasn't into all that stuff. I knew I had practice like on Monday, so I'm sorry. It's no thanks.
That's funny. All right.
I had to come back to basketball practice, and I wasn't getting hammered and having to do gassers at basketball practice. No, thank you.
Yeah, out on that deal. All right. You were recruited by Clemson.
Yes,
at
there
one
was.
Point, decided not to go. At Clemson a little bit better nowadays than
yes,
what they
indeed.
were back in those days.
And they liked high schoolers. They still like high schoolers. They don't play the portal game. And they just, as you said the other day, they got one transfer.
They got their first ever transfer.
Good.
Amazing.
I hope he's from that area where he just decided he wanted to come back, and they said, bring it on.
I know he played his college football at Southeast Missouri State. So
yeah, there's no telling. That's that's good for Dabo, getting to the game.
Yeah, it's amazing that Clemson's still here. I know we talked about this earlier in the week, but the fact that Clemson is not playing the game and they're still one of the top 12 teams competing for a college football national championship is pretty impressive. I don't know how many coaches around the country could work without NIL and work without usage of the transfer portal in 2024 and still have his team with a shot to compete.
And especially when you have a big recruiting base like, in South Carolina, when everybody's coming in there between North Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, everybody else, and you're not the top dog. But he has been kind of the top dog when it comes to high school recruiting. He gets some pretty good players out of high school, but you can't live off of that. Not in this day and age. It just doesn't work that way.
No.
You have to get the real pros from the other teams.
Well, what's your confidence level in Steve Sarkisian going up against Dabo Swinney? I mean, if you just look at resumes, Dabo's got the better resume,
sure.
Right? 2 national championships, 9 conference titles. He's been to the college football playoffs 7 times. Talking about a guy with double-digit wins in 13 of his last 14 seasons. You confident that Sark in a big game going up against someone who's coached in a lot of big games can match wits here?
I am. I think Dabo's lost some of the luster. I mean, he's had some ups and downs, and I really do think that he would have loved to have been in the running for that Alabama job. Being an alum of Alabama, and they just he wasn't even on. It didn't seem like he was even on their radar. They didn't even have a thought about bringing Dabo Swinney there.
Yeah, if that job opened up 5 years ago, Dabo would have been first, second, and third choice.
Right. But I think last year when it was getting ready to happen, I think with all the pressure that was on him at Clemson, if they would have said, "Hey, come back to Alabama," I think he would have jumped at the chance to leave Clemson and go there. And then now, when his name didn't show up, he's just going to try to prove a point that he can get Clemson back to those glory years that he had at Clemson when things were going well for him. I think he believes he can rewrite history the way he wants it done, and the way he thinks college football should be. But I think he's going to have an awful lot of trouble with that. It's not like they're never going to be good. There are a lot of good players that go to Clemson. He's got some good players right now, but I don't think he can get back to. And plus, he plays in that ASS. I mean, really, he should be there. I mean, he should be, 1 or 2 in there.
I think Clemson has won 8 of the last 10 ASS conference championships.
Yeah, I mean, but he knows he's always going to have to worry about when whoever gets it going at Florida State gets it going, because once they get it cranked up, and if they ever do, that thing can last a long time at Florida State, being in that conference.
Yeah.
But I have a feeling that the 2 that are next up in making a move, if the SEC starts to maneuver its way, it'll either be Clemson, Florida State, or Carolina. 2 of those 3, if they ask to come to the powerhouse, may end up there. But I
can tell you the SEC has no interest in Florida State or North Carolina right now.
No.
Even though Bill Belichick just took the gig at UNC, I mean, there's not a lot of appeal with either of those schools coming in. And, Florida State tried. Remember, Florida State was like suing the ACC last year. They were pissed that schools like SMU and Cal and Stanford were getting added to the conference because they thought it was hurting the conference and hurting their chances of making more money. And Florida State ended up as one of the worst teams in the league, and SMU in year 1 went undefeated and played for a conference title.
Right. I mean, and the league itself has because of SMU. I mean, I think they have got the notoriety they wouldn't have gotten, without SMU coming in there in year 1 and doing what they did.
Yeah.
Because they were getting just ridiculed for bringing them in, bringing the Cows in, and going, "What are you doing? Why are these teams in here?" And as you said, SMU comes in year 1. And the athletes from the Metroplex and some of these kids that they bring in there, they find out they're as good as anybody that they already had in the ACC. So I think it's been a big plus having SMU in there. There's no doubt about that.
That was kind of a theme around college football this year, right? A ton of realignment, but you saw, SMU played for a conference title in year 1. Arizona State won its conference title in year 1. Obviously, the Longhorns played for a conference title in year 1, and then Oregon won a conference title. So the Power 4 conferences, all 4 of them had a newbie in the conference championship game, and 2 of them actually won the league in year 1. So, look, some people don't like realignment. I understand if you're frustrated with realignment, it's hard to know who's playing who and who's in what league. But it's kind of a theme around the country that joining a new conference was not a problem for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, everybody thought it was going to be a problem. Oh, you're going to take that one step up, and you're going to all be in trouble. And finding out, no, they're pretty good. And finding out they were very good, all the teams, including the ones that didn't win championships like Texas. I mean, these are really good teams that have come into your conference, and man,
not all the teams were good. Don't forget about Oklahoma.
Yeah, well, never worry about them. Hell, A&M's no good.
Yeah,
They've been
A&M's been in the league for 13 years.
They're
and
no good.
They've never played for a conference
Right.
championship. What have they done? Oh, man. So there's, some college football this morning. Texas Clemson. Here's some more sound from Steve Sarkisian. I want to talk about the quarterbacks a little bit here. We'll start with Quinn Ewers, right? Obviously, Texas fans have been talking about Quinn a lot this season, a lot over the course of his Texas career. It's been an up and down final season for Quinn at the University of Texas. Steve Sarkisian was asked during his Monday press conference if Quinn Ewers is comfortable with, this big opportunity, these big moments coming up. Here's Steve Sarkisian talking about his starting quarterback.
He's comfortable in that environment. I think it doesn't never feel too big on him. I think in a perfect world, I would not like that to be the case. Oklahoma State was a little bit of a different dynamic of what the game plan was. The first game here, go back to the Washington game. Last year we fell behind, and especially we were running the ball really well in the first half of that game. We had 2 turnovers, 2 fumbles, I think, in our first 9 plays of the second half, and it became a 2-score game where we kind of had to throw to maximize our time to get back into it. The Georgia game here, naturally, we fell behind 23-0 at halftime, and so now you have to adjust to what you do in the second half. And then this past one with Georgia, part of the plan early on was to throw it. But then we just couldn't get the run game going into a place to where it felt comfortable. I want to run the ball on first down, but I don't want it to be 2nd and 11 either, and so sometimes you try to find a ball control passing game to augment or to offset a lack of having the ability to run it. So ideally, 50 times is probably too many. Mid-30s, maybe to 40s, probably more realistic in these types of games, because I think he's more than capable of handling that.
I didn't set that up as well as I should. That was more in response to a question about the workload. Can Quinn handle a big workload? Let's say the run game doesn't work like it didn't against Georgia. Are you comfortable with Quinn having to put the ball in his hands?
No, I think it was a great question for Sark. For me, what Quinn Ewers is, things have to be. He's not the guy who, if you get down, I'm not expecting big comebacks. I'm expecting him to get close, bring you back, but I don't expect him to overcome some real big obstacles. Things have to be aligned pretty good for me with him.
Yeah.
Your run game has to be okay. It doesn't have to be great, but it has to be okay. The deep throws, he's going to hit them every once in a while, but things have to be kind of aligned the right way for Quinn Ewers to really, I think, lead you to, and that's a part of the head coach's job too. That's why that guy gets paid $10 million. Your job is to align things so that they work for this kid at quarterback, because he's good enough to get you a national championship. He's good enough. He's good enough in his throws. He's good enough in his leadership, but he can't have a lot of obstacles. And your run game has to be more than 1 point, whatever yards. Your guys can't drop balls. You can't have 8 to 10 penalties in a game. And that's just about any quarterback. But there are other quarterbacks that you've seen do those things and make comebacks and win. I don't think he can come back and overcome a lot of stuff like that. I think things have to line up pretty well for Quinn Ewers. And with this football team, you shouldn't have a bunch of obstacles.
No.
You shouldn't be having 8 to 10 penalties. You shouldn't have guys dropping balls all over the place. So things right now, to me, align up just fine. Now, the guy who makes $10 million, it's up to you to really get the schemes right and put him in a position that he doesn't get hit from the backside, or that you got that blitz right there. Somebody's coming. They're going to bring pressure on Quinn Ewers. They're going to do it this week. They're all going to look at the Georgia film. There's some like athletes on Clemson that can rush the quarterback. They're going to try to make him fumble the ball. They're going to take some chances and trying to pick some balls. You tell me when your chances come and you got a one-on-one that your quarterback is protected enough to beat somebody and make the throws.
Breaking news: Quinn Ewers is not Patrick Mahomes. Like he's not the type
Absolutely.
of guy who could just put the team on his back.
No, he's not.
All the other 10 guys on the offense can be struggling, but your quarterback's good enough to where it's not going to matter. He's going to will your team to a victory.
And when it's all said and done, BK, when his career is over with, I will say that I did expect more from him as a guy that could do that. And that's.
Oh, you don't know that. He could change that. Maybe that's your thought right now.
Yes.
You're not going to be saying that if Quinn Ewers wins these next 4 games and leads Texas to a national championship.
That's probably true. I would say that would be fair to the kid.
Yeah.
But right now it just hasn't shown me that he can put you on his back and carry you through unless things are just working out just fine. As I said, he can get away with some of those. You can get away with 2.8 yards a clip and have some success with that. But you can't put him under the stress of 1.1 yards in championship games or in any playoff game.
And like you
know,
said, I don't know how many quarterbacks in the country
there's
could deal with.
in college football, there's a couple, Shadur, guys who can escape and do some things like that. I think that a young player like the kid at SMU, he's going to find out how life is too in the fast lane when he gets to College Station, Penn State this week. He's going to find out that him running around when the guys hit you now
right
is a little bit different. And these playoffs you're playing against really, really athletic and physical football teams. But Quinn, if you just put him in, you don't have to put him in a great situation. You just can't put him under too much duress. As you said, there's not many of them that you can do that. There's not many Patrick Mahomes out there, guys that you can do that to. They can carry you. The Bills quarterback, I mean, those guys put that on their shoulders and they can go with it.
Well, it's a team game. Right?
Yes.
I mean, and the other guys did not help Quinn Ewers enough in the SEC championship game.
And this is mostly, to me, it's more than anything, it's not about the defense. I think the defense has done quite enough over the last 2 years to have gotten you to
not
some
last
spot.
year, but this year, definitely.
Yeah, but you still need more. You need more from the guys on the head coach's side of the ball. You really do.
Well, you can't have double-digit penalties.
No.
You can't have 6 drops. You can't average 1.1 yards a carry. Like, I think if Quinn Ewers had his best passing game of the season from a yardage standpoint in Atlanta. He threw for almost 360 yards against one of the best defenses in college football. That should have been more than enough for Texas to win the football game. He just got no help from the other dudes around him. And yet, some reason, Quinn Ewers, it's just life as a quarterback, I guess. He's the guy who gets blamed for Texas coming up short against Georgia in that game. Like, if you could get that version of Quinn Ewers, but you can get the run game that we saw in the final month of the regular season, and you could get a more disciplined, button-up Texas team that's not shooting itself in the foot with 8 penalties in the first half of a game, then you're going to have no problem with Clemson. You're going to have no problem with Arizona State, and you've got a chance to beat some of the teams that you'll see later in the playoffs. So that's like, you need good Quinn to show up. Quinn has not been consistent enough. I'm not disagreeing with you there, but I just you gotta get the other guys around him to play a lot better than they did.
Well, you got to get your offensive line back to the point of the confidence that they need to have to run the football, and you've got to and if the other weapon is, Arch Manning. He can't be this novelty that comes in for 1 or 2 plays, as I said, you snap it between his legs and it works, or he runs for 4 yards and it works, and then he goes out of the game after 2 or 3 snaps. Go ahead and let him play. This is these he can do some damage, I believe, to the opposing team. He can do some things mentally when he comes in the game that will make you think, oh, he's just going to run. Well, okay, then he throws, and some good things happen. Once again, I'm not trying to replace the quarterback. You've got the head coach is not replacing the quarterback, even if the other kid has success on a drive. He's not then going to come back in the game and have 2 or 3 straight series where Quinn Ewers is standing on his. That's not going to happen.
No,
because
it shouldn't happen.
No. But if he can change momentum and change the psyche of the defense, then you've got to do that, and that's why you get $10 million. You don't get $10 million to bring him in for 1 play, running for 4 yards, and then he sits on the bench until the 4th quarter, and you got some specialty play again for him. If he's effective, let him continue to be effective.
Yeah, well, he didn't get a carry until overtime.
That's
it. Like, coaches are problem solvers. Right now, the Texas red zone offense is a problem.
It's back to being a problem.
It hasn't been all season long, but when Texas has played against good opponents, like A&M's defense is very good. Texas had a couple of red zone turnovers in that game that prevented them from winning by more. And obviously against Georgia, too many drives stalled out. That's why he had to settle for 6 field goals in that game.
Yeah, and the head coach is a gambler. He'll do 4th down stuff. He'll do things like that.
I don't care if it's on 4th down or any down. You've got to find a way to punch it into the end zone. You can't settle for field goals, especially when you don't have a kicker who can make your field goals. So do something. If that's Arch Manning getting more carries, then I agree. You have to find a way to solve these.
This is now it's playoff time. The fundamentals you have to be really good at, but fundamentally you've got to take some chances too to win some of these games. Those things, fake punts and all that stuff, those are the things that if you get away with it, BK, really hurt the opposing team. You've got a special teams coach you pay a lot of cash to. There's nothing special about the special teams except for the punt returner. And that guy does a job, and we're all holding our breath every time they punt it to him because we're wondering if he's going to get decapitated, when he returns, because he doesn't want to call fair catch. And that's fine with me as long as you catch it. If you got the shit knocked out of you because you want to catch the ball, that's on you.
Yeah.
And if you hold on to it, that's fine. Seeing a hard hit doesn't bother me. I'm not the one getting hit.
I'm not mad at Silas Bolden at all.
No.
I'm not. I got nothing bad to say about
No,
that
guy is catching the ball. He's getting hit. He's making things happen. But I'm expecting. Give me something else out of the special teams.
You want to see a fake punt this weekend?
Dude, I want to see a fake punt. I want to see a blocked punt. I want to see a fake field goal when your guys at the 40.
Fake field goal.
Yeah, you're saying, hey, if
you're going to go for it, leave the offense on the field. I don't need a fake field goal.
Well, I mean, you got to catch people.
Bird Auburn, where you're going to flip him the ball and let him run?
Is it that Texas can't catch anybody by surprise? Only they get caught by surprise on a fake punt? I mean, it happened. It should be going both ways,
That's not like fake punts have been killing Texas all season long.
Dude, by the way, it only takes one.
Right? Yeah. I mean, if you want to see a fake punt this week, I don't know.
I'm not saying. I'm just saying.
You're going to be criticized. Everyone's going to criticize Sark if he tries a fake punt and it doesn't work.
And they were going to criticize Kirby too.
Sure, that's how it works.
But guess what happened?
Yeah,
it worked.
Yeah.
I mean, as I said, this is not the fundamentals of trying to play just straight up fundamental football. You got to have something in your bag, and the $10 million man should have something in his bag.
Okay.
Once again, I believe that I think you're going to get so much more out of the tight end than we got last week. I mean, you got to have a bad game in a year. You know what?
That was have to have that as your bad game.
Yeah, that was a tough one to have a bad game. But everybody has a bad game. Everybody has a bad day, and he had his bad day. So I expect not only that the head coach will scheme him up to being like we saw him last year, wide open, because he did scheme him up at times to be wide open. I mean, he's getting open now, but he had a bad game. So get his confidence back so the quarterback feels good at throwing the ball to him because he's a good player. I mean, I think he's, like I said, I think he's going to be the player of the game. I think he's going to end up with a bunch of catches, a bunch of big catches, a bunch of big plays, move the chains and get back to where he needs to get. And you can't scheme them all. I'm not saying that the head coach needs to scheme everybody. You know what I'm saying? He needs to scheme Wingo. He needs to scheme the running back. But there's got to be something special that he's done that we can all see, and we know. Oh no, that's the head coach that got that done in a game and from this point on now in the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm kind of getting close to wanting to follow the Michigan blueprint from last year, to where it's like, I mean, that was a team that was clearly led by its defense. They weren't very consistent offensively. They didn't have a whole lot in the passing game. They just didn't need it. They were able to win a national championship riding the defense and riding the run game. And they just didn't turn the football over offensively.
If you told me the one wide receiver with the speed was totally healthy and I won't see him limping after 2 plays, I would say, yeah, you can go back to your base stuff and get it going. You know what I mean? Your team is good enough. Your team is good enough to run it. You're good enough to catch it. You're good enough to throw it. And your head coach will scheme a couple things. And your defense will play solid defense. They won't, they'll bend, but they won't break.
Yeah.
And your special teams won't hurt you. But
that's my point is I can't trust this offense to be super reliable and put up 40 points per game. Like that was the goal going into the season. I wonder
if Texas fans are now more to the point of, I'm thinking we're going to make a mistake that's going to hurt us offensively than help us offensively. Because I know one thing's for sure, there'll be an interception.
Well, they've got 22 turnovers this year, Buck. I mean, that's 122nd in the country. That's ridiculous with all of the talent on this offense. The fact that you've got a 3-year starter at quarterback, the fact that you've got a Joe Moore Award finalist offensive line, which is a joke, but they still were. The fact that you've got Steve Sarkisian as your head coach, like there's no excuse for Texas to be giving the ball away as much as they have. But I think you're right. I think there are a lot of Texas fans who are like, we're not going to lose if you don't give the other team short fields, especially a team like Clemson and a team like Arizona State. Like they don't have the athletes that you have.
Right.
As long as you don't shoot yourself in the foot.
And give him the ball where they go in from the 15 in.
Yeah, like I love Cade Klubnik. I think he's a stud. He's a warrior. He's having a great season, and I'm rooting for him when he's not playing against Texas. I just don't think that Clemson offense is good enough to march 75, 80 yards down the field consistently.
Sustained drives by them, I don't think so.
So it's like Texas fans, it's just don't screw up offense. The defense is going to do its job. They've done it all year. Just offense, don't screw up. Don't give us reason to doubt.
And coach, dial up some things that are going to get your team into the end zone.
That works too.
And I don't care. It doesn't have to be from the scoring zone. It can be an 80-yard run, and it can be a 40-yard pass. It doesn't have to be methodical in the scoring zone, but you have to score, because what you can't do is you can't roll your field goal kicker out there from 43, 47, still. That's still a part of it too. As you said, don't shoot yourself in the foot. I know there'll be a pick. Sorry about that, Texas fans, but that's coming at some point on Saturday. But It's just that make it a pick that they have to go 75 yards. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you don't get a score, but they've got to go the length of the field to score themselves because I trust that the defense will get the ball back.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Texas and Clemson this Saturday. How confident are you in this Longhorn offense right now? Hit us up on the Coda text line 512-222-9328. Of course, the YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter live chats are open as well.
And I'm still very confident that this is a 2-touchdown win for Texas.
Really? Despite
yeah.
everything you just said?
Despite everything, despite that, I think there'll be that turnover will happen. But what I can't have is an interception and the quarterback getting hit in the pocket from the blind side. And, things like that where you say every time they bring heat, you're going to go, oh, no, he's not going to hold on to the ball because nobody's picked that guy up. I think they have to get back to the thing about the run game is you can keep all that crap off of you if, you know what I'm saying, if guys are blitzing and you pierce them with the run game, now they're going to want to settle back a little bit. And you can get this offensive line needs to get back to where they were a couple of weeks ago.
I think in 10 of the 13 games, this offensive line has been above average to great. But the 2 Georgia games,
they look scary. They look scared in the 2 Georgia games. They look, I'm not. Well, it's not scared. They look passive.
They look like shit.
They look.
I'll go ahead and say it. They didn't play well.
They were very passive.
They gave up 7 and 6 sacks in the 2 games against Georgia.
I mean that's passive. That's passive offensive
line
play. Especially when you're going against teams like A&M and
they were fine against A&M
and fine against Kentucky.
Yeah,
and we
Vanderbilt was that 3rd game where they sucked.
Yeah, I think more so in my mind, I tried to put Kentucky's defense and A&M's defense in the same category as Georgia's. It's just they're just different.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, the players on that side of the ball are different. They're one-on-one beasts. If you get caught one-on-one without any help against the Georgia kids, you're going to have a problem for a whole game. You know what I'm saying? You can't do that against them.
Yep.
If they got the word dad, you got to make sure that guy doesn't wreck the game. They have more than one guy that can wreck your game plan.
They do.
That's the problem. These other teams don't have one guy. And if they did, Texas has found ways offensively to take care of the one guy, double teaming them, doubling down on them on run games stuff. But when you got 2 or 3 of them on your defensive line, that's been a problem so far. And it's been with one team.
Yeah,
it's only been with one team.
All right, before we get to Chris Phillips of SEC Unfiltered, we're going to talk Texas Clemson. We're also going to talk about that Tennessee-Ohio State first-round game coming up on Saturday night, and we'll hit a little transfer portal as well. But before we welcome Chris to the program, let's give our first round of sponsor shout-outs.
Say hello to Texas Orthopedics. If you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, folks, contact our friends and the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, sports medicine, spinal care, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology. Dr. Daney, Dr. Stockton are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you definitely deserve, and especially as you come into the new year after you've gorged yourself with all kinds of foods, and you may have put on a few LPs, and you got to worry about how your ankles and your back and your knees feel. Really get in touch with those folks if you're having problems and you want to do, if you do want to have surgery, they are the folks to go to. And folks, once again, they are the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Absolutely. Shout out to them. Shout out to centextickets.com as well. If you want to be at DKR this Saturday when the Longhorns host Clemson, only one place to go to get your tickets. That is centextickets.com. Don't search 50 different websites. Just go to one place and use the promo code CENTEX10. You're going to get 10% off your purchase of any ticket, not just for this college football playoff game, but for any football game.
NFL, you name it.
Yeah, they got basketball, they got baseball, they got hockey, whatever event you're trying to get to, they've got seats for you online right now at centextickets.com. Don't forget the promo code CENTEX10. And, of course, a shout-out to Olipop as well. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. Like the Buck said, holiday season, you're going to be eating like crap. You don't need to drink like crap.
No.
You can drink something that's going to support your digestive health and allow you to eat the turkey, the ham, the desserts, the whatever else you're eating this time of year, the Little Debbie snacks. Olipop, 19 different flavors. They all have 9 grams of fiber in every can, very few calories, hardly any sugar, and ingredients that support good digestive health. Pick you up some Olipop next time you're at the store. They've got it wherever you buy your groceries all around the great state of Texas. It is Olipop. All right, I see him in the green room right now. We'll bring him on to the show, a guy that you see and hear from each and every day on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Our great friend Chris Phillips from SEC Unfiltered joining us this morning. CP, what's going on, man?
Gentlemen, what's up, man? Excited to be here. Last week was a lot of fun, getting to recharge the batteries. Went up to the mountains, obviously, and hit the slopes. That's why you didn't see me on here last week. So I appreciate you guys' flexibility and understanding. But, man, excited to be back in the saddle, man. We got a great weekend of football lined up. Really excited to, for the first time, guys, all season, really since, I guess this will be the first Saturday that I've sat down and watched SEC football at home. So I am pumped for that. We're going to do a lot of stuff in regards to post-game content, in-game content, pre-game, all that good stuff. But no, excited to chat with you guys, man. It's an exciting week. The college football playoffs upon us, and certainly bowl season. It got off to a hot start last night because, of course, I took Memphis -6, and they were sitting at 5-point lead with the kicker coming out trying to nail a 50-yarder with a minute to go, and, of course, he misses it. So,
Wow.
We're off to a hot start. But I did have Florida as well in the hardwood, so it was a wash. But that's one of the fun parts of bowl season is the kind of the madness and the chaos. So
yeah, I know you must be excited. I know you're excited about the football part of it, but boy, you're talking about SEC basketball, Chris. It is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm watching the Horns obviously and seeing how they're gonna fit into the SEC when it comes to basketball. But boy, the Gators have quite a team, man.
They do, yeah. Beat North Carolina last night, guys. The SEC as a whole is 50-4. In the month of December. That's men's basketball, of course, but they are 50-4 in the month of December. I mean, the SEC, guys, we talk about how deep it is from the football side of things, and I still think it's the best conference in the country. Baseball, you guys will see it. I'm sure you've seen from afar for a while. I mean, it's the best. But basketball, what it's doing right now, I mean, it doesn't feel like there's a bad team in the league. I mean, it really is wild. And teams that we weren't really high on coming in, and our guy – Dave Shoemate, our lead basketball analyst, is doing a great job covering it all. But, we didn't have really high expectations for teams like Oklahoma or even a South Carolina, or maybe we
never have high expectations for Oklahoma. Okay, as long as they're here.
I look at Oklahoma, what they're doing. I mean, who would have expected? They're undefeated.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the entire league, though, is just – it's crazy this year. It's going to be a lot of fun in conference play.
We are happy to have contributed one of those 4 losses with Texas losing to UConn last week. So you're welcome, SEC. All right, CP, we'll start with Texas Clemson. Obviously, want to get your thoughts on Tennessee at Ohio State, but we've been spending a lot of this morning talking about the Longhorns and the Tigers. Look, Texas had an 11.5-point favorite right now. Vegas is telling you what they expect from this game. Where are you at with this game right now? Do you think Clemson has the horses to make things interesting in Austin on Saturday, or you just think Texas is too good to for the 12 seed to hang around?
Yeah, but BK, listen, I agree with Vegas. I think Texas should win the football game. Now, does Clemson have the horses to make it an interesting game and cover the spread? I mean, I think they do. I mean, this is a Clemson team that doesn't lack talent, right? They're not quite what they used to be, especially on the defensive side. It's weird to look at a Clemson defensive front, a defense that's outside of the top 70 in rushing defense. That's just not normal for Clemson, and I think an area that Texas, if Steve Sarkisian and company are willing to be stingy with the running game, stick with the running game. We've talked about this a lot, obviously, with Texas throughout the season. I think they will be able to run the football with Trey Wisner. But I mean, listen, I feel really confident. It's a game Texas should win. It's a game I've picked Texas to win. I think most would agree probably, because here's the thing. Texas defensively, we know what we're going to get. They're going to play well. At some point, it's just like they haven't had – we were sitting there talking about it, guys. I don't think Texas has had a bad game defensively really all year. I mean, so I don't see that all of a sudden happening against the Clemson offense that has a banged-up Phil Maffa because of the shoulder injury. Cade Klubnik has been, hot and cold. Not a bad player. You guys are very familiar with him, obviously, coming from the Austin, Texas area and the battles he had with Quinn Ewers in high school or what have you. And I know that'll be emotional for him and probably emotional for a lot of people in the stadium. But I think Texas is the better team top to bottom. The only path I think this game being like a close fourth-quarter game is if Quinn Ewers doesn't play well and you're turning the football over and you're giving Clemson short fields. But I don't see that happening. I think Texas will play well. I think Quinn Ewers will play well. Is he going to turn it over? Probably. But if he can keep those into the single digits, not let the turnovers turn into crooked numbers, again, Clemson, right now outside of the top 70 in rushing defense, I think you'll be able to run the football, and I think that Texas defense, I trust them in this spot to shut down Cade Klubnik, and especially, again, with a banged-up Phil Maffa, I think they're going to make Clemson one-dimensional. I think it's going to make life really, really difficult on Cade. So my final score in this one, guys, was Texas winning 30-13. I think they cover. It is the college football playoffs. I'm not going to sit here and say that it can't be a close game, but I feel really, really confident that Texas, whether they cover or not, is going to win the football game.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that, Chris. I think Texas can make that snowball, speaking of skiing, go downhill and just keep getting bigger and bigger against Clemson. I don't see Clemson being able to do that to Texas, to the defense. I don't think they can get on a roll where they score, 17 straight points and now Texas can't overcome it. I think that the defense will force them to turn it over. I'm with you. Texas is going to turn the ball over. The quarterback's going to turn it over one way or the other. What I don't want to see is, I'm expecting an interception, but what I'm not expecting is him to get hit from the blind side without Sark understanding what they're trying to do to him, where there's just some free rusher coming in and hitting the quarterback where he doesn't protect the ball. That's the one that really, really hurts. The pick, it just seems to happen with him. He's going to throw a pick in a game, but he can't fumble the ball away in the pocket. And the running backs can't drop it on the ground. So if they have one turnover in the game, whether it's by, I'm not going to even say running back, they shouldn't be fumbling the damn football. That ball shouldn't be on the ground at all from them. They should be the ones handing it to the officials. The quarterback, if he gets hit from the blind side and he coughs it up, I got it. But not to take care of it in the pocket is what bothers me. Here comes a guy. No, here comes another guy. It's more than one guy that's coming in that pocket. It gets kind of crowded. But I expect him to make a bad decision, because he makes a bad decision, and most quarterbacks will make a bad decision in the game. That'll hurt you. But you can't have three of those for sure. You can't overcome three of them.
Yeah, I think the only reason, Bucky, if Clemson's in the game late, it's because Texas kept them in it. You know what I mean?
Right.
I just don't think Clemson's good enough to line up. And if Texas plays a clean football game, I don't think Clemson is good enough, top to bottom, to just go out there and beat Texas. They're going to have to get help. So,
yeah,
to your point, if they're fumbling the football, kind of like the first time Texas played Georgia, I think it'd have to be a situation like that where
sure.
it's just you're giving a bunch of short fields and you're helping out an offense that's not all that great. And I think that's the only path really for Clemson. If we're talking about the 12 beating the 5 and the upset happening, I think it'll be Texas more so lost the game than Clemson won the game. So
yeah, Chris,
yeah.
do you see much of? I mean, they've got some really good, solid physical players, but I don't see a lot of speed guys. I don't see a lot of guys at wide receiver that will go past the defensive backs of Texas. I think they can handle them, whether it's they're blitzing and man-to-man coverage or they just stay in zone. I don't see many speedsters like Clemson would have, 4 or 5 years ago, where you'd see a guy just stroke down the field and leave you behind. There's not a lot of those players on this Clemson team.
No, I mean, Bryant Wesco is a good player at the wide receiver position. He's come along for them as a true freshman. Outside of that, yeah, in regards to guys that have been consistent, I mean, I think Antonio Williams has potential, but he hasn't really been a consistent threat for them. And, I mean, guys, I would say this, too, again, the Texas defense. And I look at this game, I think the magic number is probably, I mean, if Texas scores 20 or more, they're going to win guaranteed. I just don't see their defense having a bad day like that. I mean, I don't think there's a unit. I can say with confidence, there's not a unit in this 12-team college football playoff that I trust more than Texas's defense. If all the things that I know are going to show up, I can bank on the fact Texas defensively, they're going to show up in this playoff. They're going to play well. Their ceiling, how far they go, it is all controlled by the offense. Can they take care of the football? And how well does 3 play under center? And I know that's maybe feels like it's kind of oversimplifying, but I think with Texas, it really is that simple, because the defense is championship level. It is elite. It all comes down to what the offense does.
Yeah, Chris Phillips from SEC Unfiltered joining us here on Bucky and BK. All right, CP, one other SEC team in action this weekend. That is Tennessee at Ohio State in the 8-9 game. I try to stay away from Vol Twitter as much as I can, because that's a scary place. But, man, Tennessee fans are talking, and they're trying to get a big contingent up in Columbus this weekend. I guess two-part question. Number one, do you think Tennessee's going to have a lot of fans in the Horseshoe? And number two, you think the Vols can get it done on the road this Saturday night?
Yeah, BK, first off, Vol Twitter, good on you. Scary place. It's funny. I haven't I felt their wrath here and there. Not for the most part, though. I think Vol Twitter, we are friends with Vol Twitter. But certainly, like many other SEC fan bases, but Tennessee especially, it's not it's kind of like the dark side of the moon. You don't want to go over there. Yeah, it's number one, I think they're going to take over the shoe for sure. I mean, is it going to be like 50-50? I don't know about that, but no, Tennessee fans are going to travel really, really well. And I'm sure you guys have seen on social media, Tennessee fans have like hacked and gotten the code to buy up the tickets or whatever. And I think you're going to see a lot of orange in Columbus. And I think Tennessee can win the football game. Guys, I've picked Tennessee to win the football game. I have. Number one, the cold is not going to be a factor. Trust me, guys. It is cold in eastern Tennessee right now. Up where I was last week, it was about 150 miles away from Knoxville, Tennessee, and the University of Tennessee's campus. It was 18 degrees on Wednesday when I was up there. So, yeah, it gets cold in that area, right? It's going to be low 30s or, mid to high 20s at kickoff. So no big deal. The thing I look at in this one, Tennessee, again, they got two things that are going to travel in this football game, running game and defense. They have those two things. When it comes to Ohio State, where are they mentally in regards to trying to bounce back from that loss to Michigan? There is so much pressure on Ryan Day and this football team. So you can use that one of two ways. Either they're going to come out with their hair on fire and play their best game, or they're going to crumble. And I think it's probably going to be somewhere in between. I don't think they're going to come out on all cylinders or anything like that. I think Ohio State, kind of to a degree, is they just are who they are. Guys, if it comes down to quarterbacks, who do I trust more at this point? Nico Iamaleava or Will Howard? I trust Nico Iamaleava more, to be honest with you. I think it's a low-scoring game. I think both defenses play well. I know Josh Heupel has had his road game struggles. I totally understand, which, maybe you're overblown a little just because, guys, it's hard to win on the road. Like, we know that. So there's no shame in, hey, you went 10-2 and you lost at Georgia. And that one at Arkansas wasn't pleasant. That one stinks to think about. But, it is what it is. You can get caught up in the SEC. It happens. People lose those kind of games. But, no, I think this is Josh Heupel's breakthrough game. I think, again, running game, defense. I think defensively they're going to be all over Will Howard. I don't know, man. Something tells me Vols get it done. I got 23-17. Big Orange go into Columbus and take over. There won't be a flag planting, as we know. I think
it's a felony, Chris. It's a felony if they do that.
Yeah, throw them all in the Columbus prison there. But no, I think Tennessee finds a way, man. I feel good about the Vols' run game, defense, and if it comes down to a few big throws, I'll take Nico over Will Howard.
Yeah, I feel like there's going to be a low-scoring game, and I think both run games will be in effect. They'll both try to run the ball. I think and Will Howard will be a part of the run game from Ohio State too. But I think they'll try to keep the ball out of his hands when it comes to throwing the ball down the field. They've got that great freshman wide receiver. They'll take a couple throws at him, but I think they want to spend their time running the ball too. They want to make it a short game. But Tennessee's run game, as you said, they can bring that on the road with them also. And that's why I think it'll be a low-scoring game. I don't think this thing gets in the high 30s and 40s in this game. I think it stays in the 20s.
Yeah, Bucky, let me give you a fun stat as well, by the way. Ohio State, they are 1-13 in their last 14 games against SEC competition. So do with that information what you will, but they are 1-13.
Who they beat? Do you know who the one is?
They beat Alabama, if you might recall, with Ezekiel Elliott in the college football playoff. I think that was to win the national championship.
Roll Tide.
You got to go all the way back to 2014. That was the semi.
14.
That was the semi.
Okay, that was the semi. Right. Yep. Who did they beat in the national title again that year? Who was that?
Oregon.
Was it Oregon?
Oregon. Okay. I think at Jerry.
That feels like eons ago. Yeah, really, truly.
That's crazy that's the last SEC win for Ohio State. Big one for Ryan Day too.
Boy, guys, this goes all the way back to like the early 2000s of them losing to the SEC. Losing to South Carolina and back-to-back Outback Bowls in 2000 and 2001. So it's been a long. For whatever reason, they have not fared well against SEC competition. So,
Chris, can you believe that on Sunday of this Sunday coming up, that Ohio State could be possibly looking for a new head coach if they lose that game? That's hard to believe.
Let me ask you. Let me turn it back on you and ask you this: do you think they're going to move off Ryan Day if they lose this game?
I do.
You do? Okay.
I do. I think there would be so much pressure in the Columbus area and with alums to move off of Ryan
I think
Day.
It'd be more likely he left, honestly. With the way he talks
it'll come out to it being mutual for sure.
Right. The way he talks about that job, man, like when they lost to Michigan, I actually felt bad for Ryan Day because hearing him talk about the only thing worse, the worst thing that's happened to me in my life is certain death in the family. He's like, the second worst thing is losing to Michigan. I'm like, we think it's bad. We see on social media. I'm like,
right.
What do you think his life is like, losing to Michigan 4 years in a row, and you lose this one, you're favored by 3 touchdowns? And, I mean, I think to your point, they need to make a deep run. I think even that, I think anything short of a national championship is not going to wash out the taste of losing that game. It's not.
It's crazy. Chris Phillips from SEC Unfiltered joining us here on Bucky and BK. I don't want to talk about Georgia, but I feel like we should ask you a Georgia question. Look, nothing official on Carson Beck's status for the Sugar Bowl against whoever. Obviously, Georgia not playing this weekend. They get the first round bye. I'll just say, if Carson Beck can't play in the college football playoff, do you think Georgia is good enough to win it all? Or, even though it's been an up and down year, he's still their starting quarterback, and they probably can't find a way to win the whole thing again without Carson Beck?
Well, BK, first things first, I would be surprised if Carson Beck, if we saw him again. Coming from the baseball side of things, they were talking about it like it's a UCL injury, which when you're talking UCL, you're talking Tommy John, and just the way the injury happened and what went down. And, I'd be surprised. I really would. Which thinking back to, I'm surprised, and if there was this, forgive me, but I was surprised there wasn't more like heat on the decision to call a Hail Mary, and then it results in your quarterback getting hurt. It just, I don't know. I get it. I guess you can't bank on or call plays in fear of something like that happening, but it's unfortunate for Georgia that it happened on that kind of play. Here's the thing, though. With that much time to get ready, you ask, can Georgia win the national championship? Well, I think with the time to prepare, Gunnar Stockton, I think, is a really solid player, as Texas saw. He's obviously a youngster, but kid's got some talent. But I think, guys, with their path, too. I think with Georgia's path, I think they absolutely can win a title. You're going to get the winner of Indiana, Notre Dame. I still feel pretty confident in Georgia. At the other side, you're going to get the winner of SMU, Penn State, and Boise State. I still feel pretty confident in Georgia. And at that point, guys, you're in the national championship. And then at that point, anything can happen. And maybe you're getting Oregon. Maybe you're getting Texas for a third time. I don't know. Maybe you're getting, Tennessee, somebody else. But, at that point, when you're in the national title, all bets are off. So as crazy as it sounds, it would be one of Kirby Smart's greatest feats yet. But I think Georgia can win a national title. Their offense is going to look different. I think some dog fans will tell you it's going to be more dynamic. And I don't know that I'd totally disagree, because Gunnar Stockton can run the football, as we saw in that SEC title. For him, it'll be about, avoiding mistakes, and the defense will have to play like at a Texas level. They're going to have to be elite, play really, really well. But, guys, listen, if the brackets were flipped and they were where Texas is and Texas is where they are, I'd say Texas is a shoe-in for the national championship, and I'd probably say Georgia is going to be in a heap of trouble. But I just think when you combine the fact they've got the bye, extra time to get Gunnar Stockton ready, the path they have, and then once you get to the national title, guys, it's a place Kirby Smart and company are familiar with. I think anything can happen at that point. So
it's not a point of getting Carson Beck ready. He's not. That throw and that elbow, that looked like one of those Brock Purdy deals where you're not coming back for a year. You've got, he's got a future in the NFL, so they can't even take. The people around him are probably telling him there's just no way. You may want to play, and it's going to be sore, but that looks like ligament damage to me. And that's like you say, Chris, that's not a 2-week thing. That's months when it comes to your throwing arm. It just, and as you said, to have that happen to you at that time of the game, and as much as he wants to be a national champ again, the people around him know better. And the doctors they already know. They can talk about how give him 3 weeks, give him 4 weeks. That thing's not coming back enough for you to be able to really throw the ball down the field. And with their young quarterback, I think he's it's not that he's not good enough. I just think that young quarterbacks make mistakes, and they get to be too confident too quick. And these are all good teams that they'll play against from this point on. This is not, even though it's the SEC, it's not playing against, Mississippi State's, even Florida's teams. They're all good now. Every time you step on the field for him, the mistakes are going to have to be way minimal, like one. You don't get a chance to make 2 or 3 mistakes in the game. And I just think he's so young that can happen. Defensively, are they good enough? They're like Texas defensively. Yeah, they are. They can hold you down to, 17 points. And can you make up for that? And their run game can make up for that if their offensive line gets cranking. But as I said, the defenses that they'll see from this point on are going to be much better than you see just about every week now.
Yeah, I would agree with you, Bucky. And I would say, too, again, we talked about the advantages of having the bye or being in the 5 seed or whatever
Yeah.
it might be. Georgia was the team that needed the bye. I just
Yes.
think they were banged up. I think it's a godsend for them. And you heard Kirby talk about it after the SEC title about, the way that the grind that they had been through and going on the road.
They got sent outside of the state 4 times in 13 games. How difficult is that?
How dare Greg Sankey do that to mighty Georgia? So, but again, the buy for them is huge, and yeah, we'll see. I mean, to your point, it's one of those things. They're going to have to lean on that defense. I'm sure that's what Kirby Smart and company are preaching. They're going to have to. Defense will probably have to carry them, but I mean, who knows, man? I think they're on the right side of the bracket, all things considered.
Yeah. Chris, last one for me. One transfer portal question. You don't need to break down all 16 teams, but I want to get your thoughts, kind of a week into the portal. Which SEC team has impressed you the most with what they've done in the transfer portal so far?
Yeah, BK, I think I got to go with LSU. I mean, I think they're just putting their money where their mouth is. It seems like every single day they've got a different guy committing or they're landing, and then you got BK doing the $1 million match, and I'm seeing people on social media constantly with LSU. And we follow a good bit of LSU people, but the money's coming in, boys. I mean, there's no doubt. The message has been received, and Brian Kelly, making the statement after the season that we'll see you in the national title. And again, but you give him credit, man. Things have changed over there on the Bayou. So I think to this point, Ole Miss is doing what they typically do. They're going out and getting dudes, but it's got to be LSU. What they've done to this point, I think per 24/7 or On3, one of those services, they're number 1 in the country when it comes to their portal haul. At this point, a lot can change, obviously, but I mean, LSU's pulling guys in, man, left and right. So I think early on the Bayou Bengals are have impressed me the most. But to your point, BK, it is just. We're doing a really good job. Our guys, Cole, Dave, myself, keeping up with everything. But it is the madness that is just it's every single. It is truly just straight up free agency in college football, and it gives us a lot to talk about. And it's a lot of content. But again, I know for the common fan out there, it can be incredibly, incredibly frustrating. So it's hard to keep up with, which again is why you need to subscribe to SECU. We're keeping you locked in with all the portal commitments and signings and. Again, everything LSU's doing and everybody else too.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, and Chris, once again, it's how these guys, not just for the money, how they become cohesive with the rest of the players and what the coaches want when they come to these schools is that's the important thing. I mean, the teams that have done it in the past that have had success doing it, not everybody has success. A lot of people pay out a lot of money, Ohio State, but a lot of teams have had success, but there have been a few that it's just, and for Brian Kelly, he better have success with it. If he's spending, he better win. I mean, he better be not only in the playoffs, but he better win some playoff games next year. Or the Heat, that guy's he will be sitting on a hot seat next year already. And that's hard to believe. That guy's one of the most winningest coaches in college football, but his seat will get hot. You think Ryan Day's seat is hot? Louisiana must have a seat down there that's a little hot too.
Well, Bucky, I was told one time 9-3 at LSU gets you fired. So,
wow.
They expect titles. Their last 3 head coaches have won national championships. And so it's one of those things, man. They've got high expectations. And when you look at the history, recent history especially, you understand why. And, I mean, I think LSU had to go out in the portal and do this because, last year they didn't. They missed on some guys. Kelly made the comments about – and to be fair, he wasn't wrong, but – he made the comments about we're not going to go out there and overpay and overspend, and we're not going to be the school that's given this, that, or whatever in NIL. And then you go 8-4, and you missed on guys, and you better go out there and spend. You better
get back into it.
Yeah, you better get in the fold. So, I mean, again, give them credit. They're doing it. Brian Kelly literally putting his money where his mouth is with the $1 million match, guys. I don't know if you saw. I think it was yesterday. They just announced with their Bayou traditions or whatever for every $1, they're going to match it with $3. So they're finding a lot of creative ways, as are many schools out there, but LSU finding a lot of creative ways to up the ante when it comes to NIL, and it's paying off. And I mean, guys, listen, we've talked to personnel guys across the SEC, and they'll tell you, and it is what it is, that, so much of recruiting now, it really does come down to your class is going to be, and your team probably is going to be as good as your collective is. And that's just, that's the reality, and you can hate that, you can love that, but that's where we are in college sports. And until there's some regulation and some governing body that can put some guardrails up or create some method to the madness. It's a free for all. And so it's just for all the fans out there, it's just hold on for dear life and see. Hopefully your team's in a good spot when the dust settles.
Quick question for you, Chris. How does Vanderbilt, the Cinderella story this year? I mean, obviously you sell Nashville, you sell the academics there. Academics, you heard me. I did say that. You sell the academics there. But how does a place like South Carolina, how do the Cox, what is it there? What do they sell in Columbia?
Well, I think the sell, I will say, between Vandy and South Carolina is a lot different, to your point. And I will say that was the one thing that really surprised me, Bucky, over this last year, because I was with you. I kind of thought we would see just simply the rich get richer, the Texases, the Alabamas, the Georgias, be able to, because of their NIL situations, sort of just, take all the talent, if you will, gain all the market share, and everybody else is kind of go by the wayside. But, I mean, I think what we've seen is that NIL portal is actually, the rich still get richer. They always will. They always have. But now it's given teams like South Carolina. I mean, I think, guys, evaluation is still really important. I think development is still really important. But listen, there's just a lot of kids, man, that they don't want to sit. They don't want to wait to play. I mean, that's what it comes down to. And so a lot of really talented players, that's why you have less depth on a Georgia, less depth on a Bama, even less depth on a Texas. They're going to a place like South Carolina, and they're going to a place, even some of them like Vandy, and you're able to find these diamonds in the rough. And I mean, look at South Carolina with Kyle Kennard. Guy was SEC Defensive Player of the Year, and he came in from Georgia Tech, and he was a solid player at Tech, but he wasn't what he was this year, and that was a great eval by Shane Beamer and company. So I think those schools, Bucky, just simply put, I think a lot of it they're able to sell playing time, and I think a lot of those schools too. I mean, listen, there's a lot of passion across the board in the SEC, so they may not have the NIL collective. South Carolina may not have it of Texas, of course, but they got enough to go out and get some difference makers. And so you just got to make sure when you go out in the portal, you're able to identify and evaluate and land the right guys for your program, the fits you need on your roster, high impact guys that are, again, maybe going under the radar, and you sell instant playing time, and voila, So it's I mean, I think that's a lot what it comes down to. Again, I was really impressed this season with, sure, the rich always get richer, but you saw a lot of the middle of the pack teams take advantage, because again, there's kids at all these, you used to go to a Bama and you'd be fine waiting 3 years to get your shot. Kids just ain't doing that no more, man. They want to play. They want to play now. It's instant gratification.
And they have to be made better. They have to get better. They have to feel that I'm going someplace that's going to help me get to the next level.
I mean, Bucky, how many times, unless we're not going to call anybody out by name, but how many times has the kid left Texas and you're like, he don't want to be developed. He don't want to be coached. He'd rather just go play somewhere immediately.
Tons.
Best wishes to him. It may work out, but, I know Texas folks, they believe really strongly in what they're doing and the way they can develop players. And, I think most will probably feel like, hey, you're probably missing out on an opportunity. But again, they don't care about that. They're like, I can go get the bag elsewhere and be a starter. So why would I wait? And that's just kind of but see, that's the pro and the con of today's game. It works out for some guys, but for some guys, it's like, hey man, you're probably better off. You're in a good spot, developing to your junior year and learning behind this guy. So everybody's situation is different. But again, I do think that's why some of your middle of the pack teams, they're benefiting from it, because they don't even have the depth of the elites, and they can sell that immediate playing time. So, it's again, it's the wild, wild west, man. But middle of the pack teams are benefiting, which I was really impressed with this season. And I hope to see it continue, man, because it was, I mean, this season obviously was one of the most fun we've ever had.
Yeah, to hell with development. I'm getting the bag every year. I'm doing the Bear Alexander thing.
BK's doing the TJ Finley. He's doing five schools in 5 years. Yeah, every year.
Hey, I get older, Chris. They stay the same age, man. You know the rules. Hey, are you? Is it you and Cole this afternoon? Who's on today?
So it's actually going to be Cole and Harrison. I will be back tomorrow. So,
very good.
Yeah, we're switching it up this week, getting everybody in the rotation going into the Christmas holiday. So keeping it fresh.
Very nice. Well, thanks for joining us. Always enjoy our weekly conversations.
Appreciate it, man.
And we'll be listening to you guys this afternoon.
Yeah, BK, Bucky, always a pleasure, guys. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you, buddy.
There he goes, Chris Phillips. Don't forget to subscribe to the SEC Unfiltered YouTube channel and follow all of their social accounts as well. Always enjoy our weekly chats with CP. He's picking Texas to win and cover, and he's also taking the Tennessee Volunteers on the road, not only to cover the 7.5, but to win outright in the shoe. He is the SEC Unfiltered guy, so it makes sense that he's
Yeah.
picking the 2 SEC teams, I guess. Where are you at with that game?
I think Ryan Day will overcome. I think they'll find a way to win by a field goal or so.
Okay.
In that football game, yeah.
So Tennessee cover, but Ohio State win.
Yeah, I think Ohio State will win.
All right, we'll talk more about that game as the week progresses. Before we get back to some college football playoff, we also have to talk about the Falcons benching Kirk Cousins, some crazy news out of the NFL, and, of course, our world-famous QVC segment with Jay coming up here in hour 2. But before any of that, how about some more sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, our friends at Relax the Back, they have a store up here up north, of course, and, of course, a store in the Galleria. But my back right now, of course, sitting in these chairs, right, I miss my leather, BK. I miss my leather chair, and I could tell the difference. And believe me, 35 years of proven expertise. As I said, my back can be happier when I'm at home sitting in my wonderful Relax-A-Back chairs. But if you've got a problem with your lumbar, with your thoracic back, with your neck and your shoulders, please go by the Relax-A-Back stores and find out what can really help your back and help you feel comfortable, especially through these holidays when you're going to be watching a lot of games, watching a lot of TV, sitting around an awful lot. Get yourself one of those great, get yourself a recliner. How about that?
Come on.
Go and get yourself a recliner at Relax-A-Back, or just a nice office chair that'll make you feel much more comfortable than you do right now. Believe me, your back will thank you for it. Mine has for over 20 years or so. Once again, at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in Austin and North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center right across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck and Relax-A-Back.
Absolutely. And a shout out to our friends at realtruck.com. If you're looking for a great holiday gift for the truck owner in your life, maybe that's you. Head over to realtruck.com and load up with the best selection of truck, Jeep, and Bronco accessories you can find all across the country. Don't forget to use the promo code TSU when you check out. They're going to throw in a free gift with your purchase as well. They've got the bed covers, they've got the truck liners, they've got the hitch covers, they've got grills, and so much more. Take your truck game to the next level with our friends at realtruck.com.
I love the snow globe. It's just ridiculous.
That's nice.
It's not even snow. It's Bat Globe.
The Bat Globe. I like that.
Awesome.
The Austin Bat Globe here.
That is so cool.
Patrick. Yeah, you can only get that here. Can't find that at any other store around the city or any other place online, except for SuePatrick.com, of course. But, yeah, they've got plenty left in stock. We're looking at a big selection of them right in front of us. So come by and see us at Sue Patrick. Our guy Hamza says, where are y'all, and why is Patrick getting sued? No, nobody named Patrick is getting sued.
No. Come here, 5222 Burnett Road. They'll be opened up at 9:30. Come by and see us, of course. I think Jay will have. Do we have a question for the folks to answer? Do we have a
there will be a trivia question.
Trivia question coming up today?
Yeah, there will be a trivia question, and normally it's for people who come by and see us, but it is raining, it's stormy outside, so we're going to do something for our texters and our online viewers and listeners today. So stay tuned for your chance to win a $50 Sue Patrick gift card from our friends at Sue Patrick.
I see Admiral McCraven's book up there, Make Your Bed.
Did you do that this morning?
No.
Come on. You read the book. You have to do it.
I don't make my bed. My wife is still in the bed when I get up, so I can't just throw the covers over the top of her or the 75 pillows that go with the bed.
She makes the bed.
She does, yes.
And she does the throw pillows every day?
Every day.
That's one part about women. There are a lot of parts about women that I don't get. No guy will ever get.
Don't try.
The appeal of the throw pillow. What is the appeal of that? It just takes so much time to
First
make
of all, they
don't, the bed.
And they don't let anybody come into the room anyway.
No.
The door's shut. You don't get to come into the bedroom. Why can't the bed just be unmade? But Admiral McCraven says that's your first duty every day. That's how you have success every day. And that's a successful thing, is making your bed.
Well, I make my bed every day. I just don't have a bunch of throw pillows. I just like
the 2 pillows, you just chuck them? Do you tuck them under? You do all the tuck under?
Yeah, just cover it up. I just make it look decently presentable. But I'm not putting 14 extra pillows that I'm not going to actually use on my bed.
Yes, okay.
What's the point of that?
Another pet peeve, Buck's pet peeve with his wife. I can't take, I do walk around naked a lot, but when I'm watching TV upstairs, no, I don't go bare ass into the big taco. I've got my, Sue Patrick, some of the great shorts and things we have here, some of the pajama,
loungewear.
The loungewear.
Yeah.
And so I'd like to put those under my pillow. She doesn't buy that. No.
You put clothes under your pillow?
I tuck I know exactly where to go get them the next time. I can go under the pillow, pick them up, put them back on.
Okay.
She doesn't buy that. That's one of those, why are you sticking pajamas underneath the pillow.
That is weird. I'm on her side with that one. That doesn't
What is this, the
make any
tooth
sense.
fairy or somebody? You
Yeah,
expecting
as I'm asking you, are you
I
thinking you're
don't
going to get
know.
$1 for your clothes?
No, I just think it's just a spot. If I drop trow and get into bed, and in the morning when I pick it up, can't I just tuck it behind the pillow? Is going to get tucked over the deal. Why can't I? Just put it in the drawer.
Or just put it on the ground next to the bed.
You can't put anything. What do you mean?
Well, under the bed?
So you can't see. There's something you're screwed up. You can't just lay clothes in the bedroom on things.
No, I know, but I figured if you're talking about getting into bed with clothes on and then you just take them off, can't you just throw them under the bed?
No, I just lay them beside the bed while I'm naked in the bed.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
But in the morning when it's time to go, I can't leave those sit on the floor.
Well, that makes sense.
I have to
You put them under your pillow?
I wanted to just stick. I was trying to do that, and it worked for like a week into, the new house. But then after that, it was like, why are you putting your pajama bottoms underneath the pillow? I'm not going to give you $1 or $5. It's not like pulling teeth.
Used clothes under the pillow.
So I don't get why that's so difficult. You're just tucking. I mean, you're going to tuck the pillow in. Well, I'm not, because I don't make the bed.
Right. Yeah, you don't have to. You read the book called Make Your Bed, but you don't actually make your bed.
There's other things besides making your bed, but that's the first chore that you're supposed to do. And I'm sorry about that, Admiral. I'm not good at that. I don't make my bed when I go to the hotel. Do you? Are you making up your bed at the hotel?
I actually do.
Oh, what? Say that again. Say that for everyone to hear. When you go to a hotel, when you leave before.
Not when I leave. When I leave for the day.
If you're leaving for the day.
Yeah, I'll make the bed.
The ladies that now only come in, if you're staying there for like 8 days, that come in and make the bed, you have to go ask for them to do that.
Right.
You don't give them an opportunity. You put the pillows and everything up and do that yourself.
Sure.
Wow.
Jay, do you make your bed at home, first of all?
I do every morning.
Okay.
Yes, because don't you want it to to be wonderful when you get home, Bucky? All nice.
No, I jump my ass right back in bed. I mean, it's not. It doesn't have to be wonderful.
What if you had company?
They don't belong in my bedroom. That's what I don't understand.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, first of all, women don't let you come into their, just if they have people over, that door's shut. You don't get to peek into the bedroom and see what's in the bedroom. You know that, BK. They're not going to keep the bedroom door open.
No.
So if the bed's unmade, to me, I'm like, don't quit looking into my bedroom. What is wrong with me? I'm just old.
Good morning, Jay.
Good morning.
Jay.
Welcome to the conversation.
Thank you. So, Bucky, you always get a present, and today's trivia question it's the text line, right?
It is.
Yes, the text line.
Is the person who first correctly names the present you caught out of the last, how many has it been?
The one I kept, there's about 6 to 8.
I was thinking 20 or 30.
Seems that way. My wife would say it seems that way.
Well, whatever present you kept, if
Okay.
they can guess that correctly, they will mail them, or they can come get a $50 gift certificate if they live here.
Okay, so go to text line 512-222-9328. If you can correctly name the one present that Bucky kept
Since his
after
birthday.
receiving at St. Patrick, if you can guess that correctly, then you will get a $50 gift card.
The longest running birthday present of all
I think
time.
it's like 20. I really do.
Yeah, I
Because
do
you've
too.
been doing this since June, and you come twice a month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There can't be 20 of those things at my house somewhere. I
So-
know I know a bunch of them are in a box,
Yeah,
a big box.
Yeah. So, Bucky, you get all the presents, which isn't fair to BK. So we got him
Oh.
a really, really, really nice
A holiday
Christmas
holiday present for
Yeah.
him.
Oh,
Yes.
no.
And I was washing this because I shouldn't say this before you open it.
Look at
This is
that.
huge.
I found it by the dumpster.
Inside the dumpster?
By the dumpster.
Okay, next to the dumpster.
And while I'm washing it, it does all kinds of stuff. It's crazy great.
Okay, should I open it now?
Yes, you should open it now.
This looks like my kind of wrapping here.
Yes.
Just
Look
two
at
bags
that.
put
That is
together.
awesome.
What are we, giant truck?
And what kind of truck is it, BK?
Tonka truck?
That
a
would
tow
be
truck.
a tow truck.
Yeah.
Oh,
Thank you very-
no.
So the next time you
are-
decide to park in a handicap
We
spot,
are so thoughtful.
I should throw this.
put it in that spot, BK. Put it in that spot at your complex there.
I should.
See if they
BK,
tow it.
The little gray buttons on the top of the cab, push those. I was watching it before I brought it out here.
Oh, it makes noise.
And push the other one.
Oh, boy. What does it say? BK, you've been towed.
Shit.
Wow.
The little lights flash.
That is awesome.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, I thought that was appropriate.
Yeah, this one
Yeah.
hurts.
Can't wait to
Jeff.
see what I got.
Goodness
Now,
gracious.
now, No.
That one I could keep probably, BK.
Yeah, because you like playing with little cars.
Yeah, and I've got got the
Oh.
grandkids.
And the little thing comes down, and the little wheel thing comes up.
That's awesome.
And it has a spot.
Wow.
Isn't that great?
Can't believe someone gave this away.
It was that and a whole bunch of really tall pots, like for plants, that were like 100
Clay pot, the clay ones
that are like this tall for plants. So of course I took those home because I'm not bashful.
Those are good. That's good stuff. Those things are expensive, man.
Here it is. Here comes the tow truck taking my Ultima on here.
Isn't that terrible?
I think your Ultima could fit on this truck.
Getting PTSD here.
And there's a little button that makes the little thing come up for the tires on the inside. It's really great.
There's a lot. There's a lot for you to learn right there.
Yeah,
I'm gonna spend hours.
Look
on
at that.
This thing.
Isn't that great?
Oh wow.
Yeah, the rest of the show.
Golly.
BK playing with us.
Thank you, Jay.
Now, Bucky, this is great.
Okay.
Original wrapping inside from 1972.
I was just a junior in high school.
My guess is that this one's going to make it also.
Oh, Joyce, this one's coming. Look at that.
What do we have?
Is that what is that called?
It says on there.
It's called a fondue.
It's a fondue set. Everybody needs a fondue. This was somebody's wedding present
in 1972.
Wow. Yeah. Fondue was a big deal back there in the 70s.
What is fondue?
Yeah, you can put chocolates. You can do chocolate. You can do anything in this stuff.
In Europe, they do cheese and stick bread in it.
This is close.
With the little forks at a party.
In the 70s, this was before they had the crock pot. This is what the crock pot was.
Is this before your time, BK?
What do you put like liquid cheese in there? One of those things?
It could be queso or it could be hot chocolate with strawberries.
Yes.
You dip the strawberries.
Yeah, fondue.
With the fountain? It's not with the fountain.
Open it up, Bucky, and show him.
Is there stuff on the inside? I don't want Jack in the Box to come out.
There's asbestos in there.
Now, don't break the box because it's been a good box for 50 years. And if this ends up at the mullet, look at that.
1972.
It's metal. It's real. Look at that, PK.
How is it still wrapped?
Look at.
I know. Can you imagine? They hated their wedding present. There's your little skewers for your bread or your strawberry
or your meat.
It seems like everyone hates it if it's been there for 50 years.
This was going to be. I think this was. My wife was excited. Jay, this is the best you guys have done right here. This is
really.
You've done some good things. Some good things.
This better than the chicken thing.
Oh, the chicken up the rear is the best. My wife and she poo-pooed that when she found out where that little item went. I said that goes right in the chicken's ass.
So,
but she's going to like this. The skewer. I mean, you can do. I mean,
well, let us know.
You see what these are good for too.
Marshmallows.
Oh. You can do marshmallows with these.
Stabbing the homeless.
If I have to.
If you have to, yeah. Whatever.
Jay, was this 25%? Is there a percentage that was on this deal?
So I looked at my receipt. I was going to splurge for you. I spent $16 on you, which is an all-time record. I got home and looked at the receipt. It was 25% off, which means they've had it a month at next to new.
Okay.
Yeah, I was telling the little volunteer ladies up there that my success rate with you keeping presents is not that great. And they said, well, don't use our name.
Don't use it
next to new, down the street.
Yeah, let me just say this.
Every 30 days, it goes down 25%.
Okay.
The only thing about this is
until it gets to be 75% off.
You can re-gift this, BK. This would go as
re-gift it?
No, I'm not going to do that.
You just said you liked it.
I like it. I'm just saying, but you could re-gift this and get away with this.
I could?
A fondue for a wedding present? Are you kidding me?
It would make a great wedding present.
Yeah.
And people like thrifting.
When's the last people do like thrifting? When's the last time y'all have seen a fondue anywhere?
Well, it was supposed
back
to be
in a wedding in the 80s, early 80s.
It was supposed to be making a comeback.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, but Bucky, after I found out that BK gave away the vintage in the original box twister set.
Yeah, then you see that was the all-time worst right there. You know, all the ones that I've given away. You know, I gave away.
Yours are in a box somewhere. I actually gave mine to someone as a gift, and they loved it.
They're in the mud room in a box.
I appreciate it. So this Christmas, the news for this Christmas, much to your delight, Bucky, is Jellycat.
Yes, indeed.
I looked it up this morning. We have sold 10,000 pieces of Jellycat this year.
Golly.
Yes, and if I know the name of the little animal, it's a bestseller. Timmy the Turtle.
Timothy the Turtle.
Timothy the
Turtle. Now you had the one with the frown. There's this still
same
the frown.
one.
Yeah,
same guy. We got restocked on it.
He's mad at Bucky for giving away all of Jay's gifts. He's got the frown.
Yes. There is no love sometimes. No love is no love, Bucky.
No love
Look
is
at
no
that.
love. Look at that.
Bartholomew Bear with a heart. It's for Valentine's, but we won't have any. We won't have any left for Valentine's.
You won't.
You have to come get them now.
I was about to say, if you want one of these for Valentine's Day, you better get it now.
And this is my all-time favorite. Would that not be great for Joyce? Yes, or for
Joy said,
or
"Do
for-
not come
or
come
for-
home today with anything except for
she
the
would love
weekly
this.
gift."
That is such a thing. I mean, it would be
Nice.
so sweet. Roses.
Okay, well then I'm gonna have to get
mu-
this today. My phone's getting ready to start ringing.
Yes.
No, do not bring that, bro.
No.
We have
No,
everything.
we
She has
got-
a
we
whole
got-
closet full of
Bucky,
these now.
we got in 48 of these. We're not going to put them online. We got 48 yesterday. By today, yesterday afternoon, by today at 4, there won't be a one in the store.
How about that?
Not a one.
It was crazy. I was here last week,
Right.
Jay, doing some holiday shopping, and I saw waves
Yes.
of young women coming in here just
Yes.
buying every jelly cat they could find.
What is
and they're bringing young men with them that are buying them for them, which is really sweet.
Yeah.
Oh, they tell them which one they want.
Here's
Oh,
what I'm
that
doing.
is cool.
Take,
Look at that.
take my
PJ.
card and you buy it.
Look at this. Isn't that great? It's cauliflower. You ever tried to grow cauliflower, Bucky?
I have some cauliflower in my garden right now, but
Tell me that's not great.
this
that-
is cute right here.
That is really cute.
Jay, I almost like this better than the rose. This is
Oh, Bucky.
this is like I could take this as an
airplane.
on my airplane. Yeah,
Oh,
I could do
right.
that on an airplane.
Your
with that.
emotional support cauliflower.
Yeah,
That's what you got here.
Oh,
and this is still your number one seller.
no. This is different. That was a birthday cake. This is a cherry cake.
Ah,
A cherry cake.
Yes.
we've had red velvet.
And it's
we've
so-
had
it's different.
And
cherry.
we could call it red velvet. It's Valentine themed because we got in all these.
And looks,
pieces
you got
for
the little
Valentine.
face on it, folks.
Yes.
Always.
Yes. But always full of stuff. Lots of Jelly Cat. We're going to become Austin's number one source for Jelly Cat. We're gung ho.
Do we have a section just for jelly cats
And it's
now?
going to get bigger. I promise.
How about that?
Really?
Yes. Yes. It's sort of like BK. You know, sometimes in life it's about money. And if I could sell an A&M item and it would do as well as Texas, half of this would be A&M.
Oh.
But I can't find an Aggie that'll buy anything.
No, well, they're not proud of being Aggies.
They didn't be proud of the jelly cats.
Not this year.
Now I almost gave this to you, Bucky. It's just perfect. A union suit,
A little loungewear.
a little onesie.
Is it really a onesie?
Oh,
Yeah.
Really?
Nice. You got to wear that next time we're here.
Oh,
Buck.
Bucky, it'll be perfect.
So if I got a friend in prison, this is great prison gear for that person.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you think they'll be allowed to wear this in prison? Hey, it's an
It's a
orange
one-
jumpsuit.
Hey,
Why
it's
not?
a onesie.
How about that? Oh, it's called a union suit. That's
How about that?
hilarious.
Yes.
Longhorn onesie.
And have you
That's
ever
great
heard,
for
have you
Christmas.
ever heard the term BK? Since you don't know fondue pot, have you ever heard union suit?
I actually have not.
Yes, it's what Jethro
Oh yeah.
and Jed wore on the Clampets. Right.
Sure. Yep. Agreed.
Long Johns.
Long johns. They're just long johns.
Gotcha.
And this is great. This would have been great for Macy's Day Parade morning, right?
Yes,
And-
absolutely.
And a Christmas morning right here.
Perfect. Maybe
Wow.
you should get one, Bucky. It'd be great.
Uh-oh. Bucky was told he couldn't buy anything. Now he's buying jelly cat. He's buying
And-
loungewear. He could be in some trouble.
This is.
today.
I like the jumpsuit. Could I go to my daughter-in-law's wearing that?
Oh, you should.
Should I just show up in that gear right there?
Oh my
Oh my
gosh.
goodness. that is-
Pajamas.
Yeah.
A little fleece bottom and a t-shirt top for guys.
This is awesome right here. That's a great Christmas gift. That is great.
And I just got these. They're perfect.
Sleep set.
Yes.
Get the shirt and the pants all in one.
And that's the boy version, and here's the girl version.
Very nice.
Isn't that great? I'm so excited about all the stuff we get in
Wow.
every day.
Ladies.
And with Jellycat.
Dude, my wife's going to freak out because the jumpsuit's going home.
Oh,
The prisoner
no.
jumpsuit.
You better change in the bathroom
No.
here.
I
and
mean,
wear
just
that.
wear that to the
Oh,
house.
Yeah, why not?
That's
and,
awesome.
And then we've got these giant stockings. They're
Wow.
on sale for $7.95. And what this would make is a great gift sack. Yes.
Oh yeah, if you want
Oh,
to
I
give
like
some,
that.
yeah, instead of doing wrapping and everything
Uh-huh.
else, put your stuff in there.
Put your stuff in there and give it to them.
Get your Longhorn gear and stuff it in this sock.
Moving your coffee here, Buck.
Wow.
More space for storage. Oh, this is nice. I like
Little
this.
golf set. If
Yeah.
you're looking for a guy present.
By the way, Jay has head covers for all your golf clubs too. By the way, here.
Yeah, I think I forgot to put them over here. Yeah.
3 balls.
So
towel
those will
and
last
golf
for three.
tees.
Those will last for 3 holes with me. They'll be gone.
More than it'll last for me.
Are you the one that told me, Bucky, that you used all of our 12 U-line balls we gave you in one day?
My friend did.
Your friend did.
Yes, I'm sponsored by Titleist. I have to do the real Titleist. I can't do Uline.
But
If
their
they-
Titleist brand, they just put their name on it.
Yeah, I have to be careful.
Is-
The Titleist
and-
company that sponsors me would be very disappointed.
And you know it has U-line on it, Bucky, because we splurged on your present.
Yes.
There we
But
go.
remember how Nike, you know how Nike can get upset.
Right.
Well, Titleist is the same way with me sponsoring my golf game. And this is the
That is
one and only
pickleball.
pickle ball.
Pickleball.
Yes.
Pickleball paddle.
Yeah, it's great.
Tex-
Carbine, and in case you're really serious about your pickleball,
Yeah. Carbon fiber face, polymer honeycomb interior.
And it'll also work if you are
other words
if you're joining a fraternity right now.
Yes.
Isn't it for?
Oh, this is not nearly hard enough.
Were you were you in a fraternity, BK?
I was. I would have loved to have gotten hit by this instead of
what they hit you with
yeah,
the 2x4.
Yeah, this would have been great.
I think of snap after the first hit.
Thank you, sir. May I have another?
Yeah.
I would have actually meant that when I said that.
Oh, I love it. Absolutely.
Man.
The things that go on in frat house basements.
Yes.
It's all voluntary, Jay. Don't forget about that.
That's right.
Right.
All
Yeah.
voluntary.
Wow, Jay.
Lights
How about
up.
this?
Ceramic Christmas tree that lights up.
I'm afraid to touch this. This is worth more than me.
Isn't that great?
Very cool. Light up, you said?
Lights up. Needs some
battery
batteries.
powered. Okay.
$69.95.
Very cool.
It's great.
Pretty.
Like this. Yeah.
And
That's
then-
pretty.
let me take
This
this off.
would be pretty cool.
Great
I
decoration.
think I may be able
there.
to bring that home.
You think so?
Because we are decorating. Joyce did a great job of decorating stuff.
There we go.
And what says Christmas more than a gun case?
You know what? I can wear my jumpsuit with the gun case. That'd be perfect.
That's your holster in the
Holster,
gun
yeah. Oh,
case
yeah.
with the Union set. This is nice.
And we don't say near enough about this Times brand at Christmas. It's Fraser fir. Make your house smell like a Christmas tree if you have an artificial tree.
Are Jews allowed to buy these?
Sure they are.
Absolutely.
All right. Our money's good. Ooh, I
Your
like that smell.
green is green.
Green is green.
Our money's good here too, huh? This is great. I like that.
and a decorative one with a little lid.
Now that's good. That's good for like the daughter and stuff. You put that,
Oh, it's a wonderful present.
it really. Oh, that smells good.
You a big candle guy, Buck?
I am a candle. I like to smell of candles.
Me
Yes.
too.
Candles and Jellycat.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, and Diva Wash.
And gear.
And the Tyler Campbell Diva Wash.
Absolutely.
And I put this in our little thing today because it turned out to be the #1 hat. I've sold 400 with the little
With the SEC on
it.
Really?
logo. Yeah,
How about the one I'm wearing today, Jay? How about
Great
this one?
hat.
Did it just
Great
come
hat.
in?
just came in, but the hat of the two of you is the linen one.
Still?
that BK. Crazy. I reorder 60 every 3 or 4 weeks. It's crazy.
Still selling
Really?
out.
Still selling. And we got the black version that I borrowed from your friends at Covert.
I didn't know we were allowed to say that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we are.
It's a great hat. This one's, I like this basic, but
Basic,
simple.
basic,
Yeah.
basic is always great.
logo in the SEC. That's all you need.
Yes.
And you have these in black and white too,
I
right?
have
Similar
black,
style?
white, and khaki, but I think I'm almost out of black and almost out of khaki, and I've got to reorder.
Come get them
Yes.
soon then.
Yeah, come get them soon. I think I'm down to less than 10 pieces of each of those colors.
And I'm going to tell you,
Talk about
once,
basic.
once this week is over with, when Texas beats Clemson,
Mhm.
that little carry-on luggage is going to be going.
Yes,
They're
yes.
going to want that to take a trip. Look at that.
little
I
I got one.
Nike.
I'm sorry, Joyce. I got one of those for somebody today.
I was just thinking,
Yeah, so I had to let
Bucky-
her know.
Bucky, does she watch the show?
Yes, she does.
Okay, perfect. So
Yes,
she's
and my phone
so,
has already got numbers.
So,
and all
so
that.
she's already saying, "Gosh, I can't wait to use that fondue pot."
She will. She's going to give this a look, Jay. This is going to get a look at.
Perfect.
It's metal. It's from the 70s. We're
And
both
they're-
from the 70s.
in original wrapping.
And the original wrapping, and nobody's gone into this, BK.
That's amazing.
This can be regifted. It's not going to by us. We're going to keep this, but
Okay. Oh, you
this
think
could
Didn't he say that about the last 11 things?
every time?
Right.
And by the way, I don't think anyone has guessed.
No one has guessed which present.
No, and we have less guesses than ever before. Not because we don't have a lot of people tuned in, but because people just don't know. You've
Yeah.
stumped them finally, Jay.
Well. No, I don't think I ever gave one away for Jody Conrad. Right, where her statue
Oh
was.
yeah,
Yeah.
You're right.
really.
Yeah. Nobody guessed that it was the Hall of Honor at the bottom of the north end zone.
Yeah, we gave people a week, and then the next week
we would
you-
try it again.
They still
and-
didn't know.
No.
CB says Buck regifting that fondue set is a big fondant.
Oh,
No,
somebody looking out for me.
No, that's
Nicely done,
that's not even
CB.
making it to the mullet open. That's staying at the house.
These I'll sell out of. Men's lounge.
Lounge
pants
They just
wear
got here,
and
right?
Flannel.
These,
Same-
and these just got here.
just got here yesterday. Same print as the union suit you're getting.
That union suit is going with me today. I'm going to have that on Christmas morning, and I'm wearing it over to my daughter-in-law's house.
Oh, it's perfect.
Just show up, jump out of the car wearing that. The kid would love it to see
Oh.
me. That it's got little footsies in, right?
I'm not sure, and I'm not sure if it has a little back door, Bucky.
Oh, I'm going to need that back door
Oh man.
after a good meal. I'm going to need the back door.
Sorry to everybody hanging
Oh, I
out
bet
with
you
Buck.
these have got to be selling right here, Jay. They'll be gone.
I got them yesterday at 4. Right?
Oh, you did?
They're hot off the press. Chanel.
Look at that.
Isn't that great?
Wow.
Ladies love that feel.
Oh, it's very, very soft. So all these guys out here that are clueless, this is what you need to come
This
get.
is it right
Yeah,
here.
this is it right here.
This is soft.
We have these in all sizes. We have to
I
be
do.
careful size-wise.
No, and what'd you make it today, Bucky? 33 minutes?
I don't think I said anything about anybody around
I
shoulders.
want to say it was BK.
It was
did
BK
today.
probably.
No, I've been clean today.
I think we've been kind of clean until just now.
No body shaming.
So this is good for round
Yes.
shoulders.
Yes.
This is good for round shoulders.
Yeah, because you don't want to go into anything for a female that says more than medium. Even if you make a mistake, medium is as far as you can go, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah, you got to be careful. Anything, if you say large,
like if you
her last name her first name better be Bertha. So if you go anything, yeah.
What does that mean?
Yeah,
The drum at UT, Big Bertha.
Big Bertha. I mean, you got medium. Don't go any further than medium.
You're saying your girl's as fat as the drum?
No.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm just saying don't do medium.
Is Joyce a medium, Bucky?
No, she's small.
Small.
She's small. Always small. And forever will have to be small.
She work out.
She works out every day.
Pilates, yoga.
All that, whatever those things is that's on the computer and does all that stuff when I'm upstairs doing nothing.
A little
Watching Court TV. She's working out. I'm watching Court TV.
comfort color.
Oh, that
ugly
is awesome.
sweater tee.
This is
so we'll
sweet.
have to show them the back.
I will.
Yes.
There's the front.
It's really cute.
Merry
and
Xmas from Texas.
tremendously comfortable.
The little Bevo. That's nice. Yeah,
This
Comfort
is-
Colors is big time. That's very
this
comfortable.
is
And the
one of
T-shirts selling this time of the year, Jay, they really like the T-shirts.
They
at
like
Christmas time.
T-shirts.
Get ready to go into the spring, into the new year.
Year round. And
Well, when it was
gosh, it could
82
be
degrees, 84
82.
degrees
Yes.
yesterday.
yes. Another comfort color. That has a skyline on the back.
How about my Tommy Bahamas? How are they doing these
Your
days?
Tommy Bahamas are doing great.
Oh, this is a good one.
There's a
too.
couple of styles I'm sold out of that I need to get back. And I'm almost sold out of shorts.
And the
Right.
shirts you're wearing still selling? How many
oh,
hundreds?
yeah.
How many hundreds
Oh.
of those have we sold?
Hundreds and hundreds. And I saw the CADs. I think that's the right name, the little fabric samples for next year. They are so great.
Oh, really? They're
Really
coming out with some different stuff?
Really great. Really
Nice.
all over print. It'll be y'all both get one. It'll be perfect.
I love those.
yes.
good.
Yes.
These are great. These are
Another
great for game.
Christmas.
Oh,
Look at
nice.
this.
Little Christmas elf tee.
Another Comfort Colors.
Comfort colors. That's why it feels so good.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Isn't that great?
Elf Bevo.
And then I'm still selling this.
What do we got? Oh, of course.
I was getting ready to mention
The
A&M,
goodbye
Yes.
to A&M shirts.
Yes.
Sue
Yeah.
Patrick exclusive, right?
Yes.
and I was going to say, if you just had a couple of these little comfort A&M things, you
I
know,
think the enemy has that too. My enemy, the other evil empire.
oh, they do.
Oh, the Aggies are selling this?
No.
The other-
That's
You're
surprising.
gonna get me in trouble. I'm gonna go back to hell with that lady that sent me the scripture.
Oh, yeah.
Let me tell you something. You could have sold the jumpsuits in A&M colors. You could have
Yeah.
sold that jumpsuit, the prison jumpsuits, for
Mhm.
sure.
Think so?
Oh, yeah. They would have come in there and, oh, my goodness.
Well, we'd have before we order them, Bucky. We need to make sure if we're buying them for Aggies, it has a little back door thing.
Yeah, they have to have the back door one.
Yeah, they need it.
Okay, last thing for
They
guys.
put them on sheep.
You know what my Aggie friend says?
What's
He
that?
says, Bucky, we're just helping them over the fence.
Yeah. So they all say,
They need
I
it.
told that to the Aggie mailman. And he says, "What does that mean?"
oh, boy.
Of course, they couldn't figure it out. What do we have here?
We have a cashmere, which is wonderful,
Ooh.
$79 loop shawl, and it has a loop on the front and the back, so it's fully reversible. And that one reverses from red to black.
Nice.
Oh, look at that.
It's been a great seller, even though it is Texas Tech.
Well,
We have Red Raider fans here, too. They're still
people,
around,
They're people too, I think.
I guess. They're still around.
Yeah, they're still around. They're spending a lot of money in the portal. Actually, they're
Yes, they are.
trying to put together a good team
And-
for the first time.
And we sell zillions of these in print.
Oh, I bet you do.
And
These-
then it reverses to a lighter print. And see, it has a little.
this is when you go back and talk to Sue about these, right?
It has a little loop. Yeah, they're right in front of her. She's the
Yeah.
queen of selling.
I could
these.
see you wearing that, Buck.
Yeah, this has a feel that I would like.
Well,
for sure.
there's no size to it, so it's an easy girl present.
There you go.
Nice.
And then I love
Plus, I
this.
can wear that with nothing under it. This is awesome.
Please wear
This-
pants at least.
No, that is perfect. That's supposed to be for a guy who's going with nothing else but that on. Like if you're going to have to put the trash out in the neighborhood.
Superman.
Yeah.
Jay, you made a mistake bringing these today.
I may have to get one of those for taking the trash
and
out.
and a little big check. It's really got a
Look at
it's
that.
got a 1950s vintage vibe, Russell Wright print to it.
These are online.
Online, and I have
BK,
about
your mom's going to be hitting the.
I
She'll be
have-
hitting the transfer portal on these.
I have
on
about
Oh, she's transferring sons.
I have about 40 different styles in stock.
Oh,
They're all
really?
they're all loop shawls, but they're all different prints. I just thought I'd throw in something in case some guys haven't gotten a present yet for their
Yes,
significant other.
you need to get them.
One
Yeah.
one week till the
Big,
best Christmas
BK,
ever.
have you bought your significant other something yet?
My present is her present.
I didn't know if it was going to be
My
a little
presence
jelly,
is
a
her
little,
present.
a little jelly cat
I, prob-
bride and groom.
I probably should. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on that.
Right.
Hold on that, Jay.
Yes. No, when you told me, you said, I usually don't discuss my personal life with advertisers. I thought, well, you discussed it with the wrong guy.
Yeah, because he can sell you some stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
we can talk about it for the next 5 years.
Yeah, she watches these shows too.
Oh,
so
perfect.
She
That's
knows
great.
what you guys
Absolutely
have.
perfect.
Jay, this is special right
Isn't
here.
that great?
It really is.
You guys are great. I always love your show. And the
Thank you
SEC
for
guy,
having
he
us.
gave a lot of love to Texas today.
He did. He's
Yeah.
confident, and you're confident in
Oh,
Texas this weekend.
Tremendously confident.
Good.
I got us winning at least 3 more.
Okay.
Great.
Yes.
At least 3 more. Well,
Yes.
4 more, and we're all going to be
And
very happy.
hopefully next week we'll be back at this time before Christmas.
4 more, and I'll see you every week in January and every week in February.
There you go.
Yeah, we'll
Yes.
take it. We'll
Right.
happily take
And
it.
we'll have to get your friend that y'all always talk to come do a signing here. The Thursday morning guy, I can't remember his name. He's really, really good. He killed the Aggies with a tackle.
Oh, Ethan Burke.
Ethan Burke.
Ethan,
we have to
yeah,
get him
love
here.
to have him in.
Yeah.
Yes. No, he's a monster.
Yeah, he's a stud.
Yes, for sure.
Local kid,
And-
easy to root for.
And really neat that y'all have him on your show every week.
Yeah.
Just getting the kid perspective is wonderful.
Yeah, he's fun. He's a
You
fun
know-
guy. Fun
you know,
young man.
we get the coach perspective here, and then we get the kid perspective. It's
Yeah.
a really great show, guys.
You get the idiot
Thank you.
perspective from me right here. So
Oh
that's-
no, you're the
Jay,
best.
once again, thank you for the fun.
Oh.
For you guys, that's special. You went above and beyond. This
I
is
know.
true metal, and
Yeah.
it hasn't been messed with, and it's from the 70s.
and I spent $12.
At 12,
that's a splurge.
that right there is special.
Yeah, thanks.
To
Isn't that
find
great?
something by the
Thanks, Jay.
dumpster like that,
That's just perfect.
Bringing me back to the worst moment of my life.
Anytime.
Getting towed from my own place of living.
And Corbin saw that in the kitchen where
Wow.
I've been waiting to give it to the right person. He says this would just be perfect.
There it
so
is.
Corbin's a little evil. right?
yeah,
A little
yeah.
evil.
Thanks for the
You-
dumpster.
you
don't
get-
put that in that parking space where it
I
says.
will. It's going to stay
And
there.
take a picture of that and let it stay there.
It's going to stay there until it gets towed.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Jay,
It's
thanks for
perfect.
having
You
us,
bet.
and hopefully we can
Yeah.
get back next. Hopefully we can do a pre-Christmas.
Oh, I'd love it.
I'm
I'm almost positive you're going to get to, but
Sweet.
I think it'd be
but
awesome.
in the unlikely event that we don't win,
No,
Don't even say it.
don't even say it.
I can't. I won't be able to speak for 2 weeks.
Yeah, we might just take 2 weeks off.
But
actually,
once
too.
again, Jay, this right here, this is you need to get, if you're going to get a jelly cat, this is one you need to get before it's not going to make it till February. Well, you're going to have to reorder.
So I have about 1,500 pieces over there.
Okay.
Those 1,500 pieces won't make it to Saturday.
Wow.
Golly.
It's crazy.
What are you people doing? What
You people.
beanie babies?
You're the one that started it,
Look at
Bucky.
that. Look at these.
Yeah,
This
Taking it
is-
on the airplane.
Look at that.
Bartholomew Bear.
Look at that.
Yes.
telling you, man.
Yeah, it's really great.
There are always people here buying them.
This is
Th-
awesome.
thank you, guys. Y'all are
Yeah,
the best.
thank you,
thank
Jay.
you, Jay.
There he goes. Y'all come see Jay Willems of Sue Patrick, of
That
course.
is
Shop
awesome.
this incredible selection of Longhorn gear, Jelly Cat, holiday gifts. They've got it all.
Candles,
for you.
the whole works.
And of course, you can buy it online. Buy everything online at SuePatrick.com.
Plenty of time to get stuff online, Jay, for next week.
Oh yeah.
No problem.
Do it today if you live far away.
But
is
if you're
what
like,
Jay
if you're
says.
BK's mom, she can do it all the way up until Christmas
Yeah.
Day.
Hey, by the way, there's still a $50 gift card on the line here. Nobody has gotten the answer correct. Our trivia question for the day: which birthday gift did Bucky keep from Jay and the team at Sue Patrick?
Yes.
He's been gifted about 40 different items. He's kept one of them. You've got to remember and let us know which gift Bucky kept. This is a test for our regular listeners. Obviously, you have to be tuned in all the time to know the answer to this one. If you think you got it right, hit us up on the Coda text line 512-222-9328.
Oh, BK, me showing up in a jumpsuit.
You got to wear it home today. Just change in the bathroom here before you drive back, and then
My wife is going to freak out.
she's going to love you, right?
I don't know if she'll love me in a jumpsuit unless I'm going to stay in prison permanently. Probably.
If that means you're
life.
gone.
That means I have to spend the rest of my life in prison with that outfit on.
Oh, my gosh.
So BK,
Yeah.
Shelby said that your age group doesn't know that it's called a union suit, that it's an adult onesie.
An adult
There
onesie.
it is. I was
There
like,
you
wait,
go.
we know what onesies
Yeah,
are.
you see people on 6th Street wearing those all the time, BK.
You see people everywhere wearing everything in
Yes.
this town. It's we're definitely keeping Austin weird, regardless of what people say. But yes, the union suit, the onesie, whatever, they've got it all. You want to be lounging. We're 1 week till the best
That's
Christmas.
right.
It's the best Christmas ever. You know why?
Absolutely.
Because Hanukkah starts
On Christmas Day.
night.
That's
Yeah,
right.
it's as good as it gets. So everyone's going to be celebrating together 1 week from today. Very exciting. Come do all of your holiday shopping right here at Sue Patrick.
Definitely doing the pregame show in that onesie.
No way.
Oh, yeah.
This
Hell yeah.
Oh, my
Got to.
God.
I got to. That is beautiful.
All of our places might turn us down if they
That
hear
is a
that.
beautiful thing, man.
It is. So shout out to Sue Patrick for having us out. Before we get to the Kirk Cousins news and some NFL headlines from around the league, let's give a little bit more love to a few of our other sponsors.
We'll say hello to our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits. If you're having a party this weekend, there's still time to give those guys a call up. They're a wholesale distributor there on the Southwest Parkway. And if you've got a big office party, and this is the weekend for the office parties, or the week, Friday, Thursday, and Friday, give them a call today and tell them I need this delivered. They can deliver anything you want, wholesale deliver. And if you're having your local parties or your local tailgates, stop by 34 Wine and Spirits on the Southwest Parkway and pick up all of your liquids. You can pick up, of course, BK knows that he can get all the beer he wants there, but there's only one beer that you're going to pick up when you go there.
Perfect
for 34
segue.
Wine and Spirits.
Amen. Altstadt beer. Yep, they are fully stocked at 34 Wine and Spirits, and Altstadt beer is the only beer you need to be drinking during the holiday season. You're probably going to need a few beers to get through the holiday season with all the craziness going on. But you also have the college football playoff coming
NFL.
up. You've got bowl games. You've got the NFL. You've got hockey. You've got basketball. You've got everything. You need a great beer to accompany the holidays, but you also need a great beer to accompany your sports watching at this time of the year. Make that Altstadt beer. It's brewed locally in Fredericksburg. So every time you buy Altstadt, you're supporting a local business. More importantly, you're supporting your taste buds with a fantastic award-winning beer. That is Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets. And, of course, a shout-out to our friends at Covert Bee Cave as well. If you're in the market for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, you talk about a holiday gift.
Oh, yeah.
About putting a giant bow on a new car from Covert Bee Cave. They've got the best selection in the city, 42 acres of new and pre-owned vehicles out there off of Highway 71. Fantastic people. Say hi to Dan, Stacy, Mike, Jerome, the whole squad there. Of course, our guy Zay and his lovely wife just bought their car there
Very
recently.
nice.
Buck, you bought your Mercedes there. They're the best, and they've got you covered. And, of course, the Covert prices, Buck.
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
Not ever. Shout out to our friends at Covert Bee Cave. Go to their website, covertbeecave.com, for more info.
Love it.
All right, big news out of the NFL. Actually, a couple of big news stories out of the National Football League. 2 starting quarterbacks have been benched. One of them is Will Levis in Tennessee. I don't know how much people care about the Titans right now.
Yeah, you really could see that coming. The other one I could not see coming.
The other one is a quarterback who won on Monday night, Kirk Cousins. Beat the Raiders in Vegas on Monday Night Football, but he has been benched in Atlanta. The Falcons, of course, moving on to Michael Penix Jr. They spent a top 10 pick in last year's NFL draft on Penix, which was weird because they had already paid Kirk Cousins a bunch of money last offseason. So they acquired 2 quarterbacks. Cousins signed to a 4-year, $180 million deal. You felt like he was the plan for at least the next 2 or 3 years. But before the end of the first year of that contract, Buck, Atlanta, who's still in the mix for a playoff spot, mind you, 1 game out of first place with 3 weeks left, they're making the move to the rookie.
Yeah, Mr. Home Depot spent an awful lot of money to get Kirk Cousins there, and he's telling the powers of his football organization that we need to move. We maybe need to move on in a hurry. We're going to give him his money, but we're going to move on. We need to win some games there. That they look woefully bad, even in a win the other night. That just didn't look good, BK.
No, Kirk
Cousins was not a good look.
He's been bad. I mean,
he has.
His last 5 games, 1 touchdown, 9 interceptions. The Falcons are 1-4. Their one win was against the Raiders, but like you said, they didn't look great on Monday night at all. The Raiders are the worst team in football. And Kirk Cousins, he was interviewed on field after the game by Lisa Salters, and he's like, I got to play better. And then after the game, Raheem Morris, the head coach of the Falcons, didn't commit to Kirk Cousins being the starter.
No, this is right after a win.
Yeah, which kind of told you that, they were really contemplating this. And the news came out yesterday. I mean, Kirk Cousins, he's got a no-trade clause, Buck. He's making $62.5 million this year. He's got $25 million guaranteed coming next year. Now, the Falcons could trade him and get rid of that contract, but who wants that contract?
Nobody wants that contract. And Michael Penix is now going to become the starter. And this is his opportunity because they are going to, if he's okay, and wins a couple games before the season's over with, he will be the starting quarterback next year there.
You can't go back on this, can you?
No.
Like, this tells me the Kirk Cousins era, barring an injury, if Michael Penix gets hurt, then Cousins obviously is going to play down the stretch.
But if he wins, and I mean, it can't look any worse than what they look like. Even in a win, I mean, that Raiders, they look terrible.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised.
Because the Raiders are terrible.
Raiders are the worst team in football.
Yes.
Them and the Giants are tied with 2 wins right now. If the season ended today, though, the Raiders would have the number 1 pick in the draft.
You're right.
I'm a little surprised because the Falcons are 1 game out of the playoffs that they're making this move. Like if they were under 500, if they were out of it, then it's like, all right, well, Cousins hasn't been good. Why not try the young guy that you spent a top 10
Yeah,
pick
they think
on?
their best chance to actually continue to win, is not with Kirk Cousins.
That's it. That's exactly it. Like they feel like, Kirk Cousins, who maybe you had reasons to believe towards the end of that contract could be a liability.
Yes.
But they for sure thought that he'd get through 1 year is like good enough.
And that team should be good enough, with some of the weapons they have offensively.
Yeah. They got Bijan, who just went over 1,000 yards for the first time in his career. Congrats to him. Nice to see him get the ball finally. Defense is okay. I mean, they're 7-7. They're not terrible. And once again, they're 1-4 in their last 5 games, so they've gotten off to a good start. But yeah, the offense is sputtering right now. Really, outside of Bijan, they're not getting anything going offensively. No. And like you said, they feel like this is their best chance to overtake Tampa. They beat Tampa both times in the regular season. So right now they're a game behind the Bucs for first in the NFC South. But if they're tied at the end of the year, then Atlanta will win that division. So they're feeling like Michael Penix Jr. Texas fans know how good that guy can be. Obviously, college to the NFL, but Atlanta is making the move right now.
Yeah, they're making that move. They're going to pay this guy out and say later, yeah. We're not going to double down on this. We also took Michael Penix in the first round, which means we're not going to look doubly stupid. We're going to find out if he can play too.
And if he can't, I mean, I think they already do look doubly stupid because doing both made no sense.
Yes.
Like drafting Penix or signing Cousins is fine, but doing both looked ridiculous. And now, like, you think anybody would want to trade for Kirk Cousins? There are plenty of teams out there that need a quarterback.
Much.
We talked about it. There's only 2.
Then you said he has a no trade clause?
Yeah, he'd have to waive it wherever he went to. But there's only 2 like first-round QBs, at least looking at mock drafts right now. It feels like it's Shedeur Sanders and Cam Ward are the only 2 quarterbacks that are likely to go. The
Giants are going to look to
round.
the new. They're not going to look for somebody. They're not going to go Jones, Kirk Cousins. They wouldn't do that to themselves.
Well, let's say Sanders goes 1 to the Raiders and Cam Ward goes 2 to the Giants. And there are plenty of other teams out there that need a quarterback, right? Would anyone want to trade for Kirk Cousins at this point, or is he damaged goods?
It's just too much money to deal with that guy.
What about the 49ers?
No.
He's not better than Brock Purdy?
No.
What about the Jets? Move on from Aaron Rodgers and get
That's too costly. That's too costly.
What about
it's already cost him an arm and 2 legs.
What about the Vikings? Bring him back home.
No.
Colts?
No.
Okay.
No, that guy's going to be. He's kind of stuck, BK. There's nowhere for him to go.
Oh, they're not going to pay him to sit on the bench. I don't think.
That's right.
So they'll cut him. He'll find a home. I don't know if he's going to be a starter next year. But Kirk Cousins, 36 years old, still 3 years left on his current contract beyond this one.
And how much do they pay him? Did you say $62 million a year?
This year it's $62.5 million.
Wow.
Next year I think it's $25 million guaranteed. I'm seeing Jeremy Fowler say that the Giants are a potential landing spot.
I'm thinking
for
the Giants,
yeah,
but why would they do that?
It's better than Daniel Jones and Danny DeVito and
they're not going to DeVito's.
Drew Lock.
Yeah,
Tennessee. I think someone's going to try to pick
maybe
up
Tennessee.
Kirk Cousins. I think someone's going to trade for Kirk Cousins in the offseason.
Tennessee, maybe.
Tennessee, yeah, because Will Levis just got benched in favor of Mason Rudolph, the red-nosed reindeer.
Yeah, that's it for Levis there.
Think so?
Yep.
Second-round pick, his second season in the league. Been very inconsistent. He's become a meme.
He makes some big-time mistakes.
He does make some big-time mistakes.
He makes big ones.
He's got a good arm, you could tell.
Yeah, but he almost hand delivers the ball to the other guy.
Oh, it's the giving season,
Yeah.
He's giving the ball away too much. So there's your NFL news. I don't know. What a mess there. We'll see if Michael Penix Jr. can lead the Falcons to the postseason, but Kirk Cousins getting benched is not something I saw coming. Wild night in the NFL.
And they got Freaky Pitts on their team, too. I mean, they don't get the ball to him when he plays.
That guy's not very good. He ain't freaky.
He's not freaky anymore?
I don't know what he does off the field. Maybe he's freaky off the field, but 40 catches, 536 yards, and 3 touchdowns this year. Just think Kyle Pitts was selected 1 pick before Jamar Chase.
That's right.
So, he was a big deal coming out of college. People were excited to see what he could do coming out of Florida, but it just hasn't worked for Kyle Pitts and the Falcons with that draft pick.
Wow, and Sue Patrick's is open now, and folks are coming in and out of this.
Telling you.
Wow.
Place is filling up. What about your Yankees? A little Major League Baseball.
Just keep on buying.
The Yankees traded
Keep
for
on doing.
Cody Bellinger yesterday.
Keep on going.
Does that do anything for you?
Not really, but they're going to, they're in the market for everybody right now.
Yeah.
And they're definitely in the market for pitching.
And they went out and got Devin Williams to close. They obviously signed Max Fried to that big money deal. Now they add Cody Bellinger in a trade with the Cubs, and they didn't give up a whole lot to go get him. Bellinger last year hit 266, 18 homers, 78 RBIs in 130 games.
That tells you they had some money into the Juan Soto deal. They had some stocked away. So
all three of those guys cost less per year than Juan Soto
does
that in 1 year. And the Yankees, they're the angry ex. They got left at the altar. Now they're going
But they did have some cash.
Dating everybody else. So
yes.
We want you. We want you. We want you.
Then they're not done.
So they saved, $765 million.
They have plenty of money in the coffers waiting for whoever's next.
They need to.
And they don't even have to be that good.
No, they'll pay you.
Yeah,
it's a good year to be a free agent.
You're right.
We'll see about Alex Bregman, right? The longtime Astro. You're seeing the Yankees, the Red Sox, and the Cubs, and the Dodgers all being mentioned for Bregman.
I don't know how many left-hand bats, but boy, they missed out on Tucker. And I bet he had to be on their radar. They're not silly.
Yeah.
With that short right field porch and that guy.
And the Cubs, they made a pretty good offer to go get Kyle Tucker, and I don't know exactly what the Yankees' final offer was, if they even got close enough to a deal to where they were actually discussing returns. But, Kyle Tucker with the Yankees would have been nice.
Would Bregman do that? Would he become a Yankee?
Bregman's a righty. Would he become a Yankee?
He could still get to the short. I mean, that guy hits all the fields.
You and I could hit to the short porch.
Yeah, but he hits to all fields there.
Yeah, he's a great player. And I don't know. I mean, would he go to the Yankees? It would really hurt Astros fans. Astros fans are going to be sad if he leaves regardless. But if he goes to the Yankees or the Dodgers,
he could care less now. If they're not going to pay him, he'd be like, wait a minute, how many more years can I give to you?
Right. It's a free agent.
It's business.
A lot of free agents go to where they get the most money.
It's business now for him.
Yeah,
he's got championship rings.
Yeah, he's got rings. He's got a family. He's got people to take care of. And look, it sucks when you're a fan and you see a player go to a rival place. I lose a lot of respect for people who do that, but that's how it goes.
Business now.
The guy's taking care of himself, taking care of his family,
and he's taking care of Houston for a long time. He's dedicated a lot of his career to Houston.
Sure.
And helped them win championships.
Yeah, won 2 World Series titles,
right.
The first 2 in franchise history. We'll see what happens with Alex Bregman, who's one of the big fish still out there on the free agent market. How about this, though?
But please tell me, is Scott Boras his guy?
Yeah.
So Scott Boras everybody's guy?
Feels that way, doesn't it?
Man.
Scott Boras, he's got all these hilarious quotes, too. I mean, the guy's a gem. 72 years young. The mega agent who's been doing it for a long, long time. Corbin Burns is one of his clients. Teoscar Hernandez, one of his clients. Alex Bregman. I mean, you talk about some of the biggest free agents that are unsigned, and most of them go with Scott Boras because more often than not,
he gets the cash.
Yeah, he's had some misplays, but every agent has, and that dude has earned a lot of money for his clients.
Got a lot of respect when it comes to when you have to deal with general managers too.
Yeah, I don't know how much they respect him, but I think they have to. The players keep signing Scott
Give us
Boras.
our money.
They got to pretend that they like the guy, even though I think most of them can't stand him. You tell me if this is a problem. You're a chemistry guy, I feel like.
Sure.
It's your favorite subject in school, I think.
Yeah, I used to experiment with all kinds of liquids and non-liquids.
You got any more stories about
that? No.
I'm very curious about what you're talking about. So Cody Bellinger is married to a model.
Okay.
Former SI swimsuit model. Her name is Chase Carter. Very attractive woman. Good pull. Way to go, Cody.
Good job, Cody.
Not much of a story there, right? Baseball player, good-looking guy, married to a good-looking woman.
Golfer, good-looking wife. Yeah, got it.
Chase Carter used to date Giancarlo Stanton. Before Cody Bellinger and Chase Carter got together and then ultimately got married, she once dated Giancarlo Stanton, who, of course, is still on the New York Yankees.
Yep.
Is that a problem?
No.
You're not worried about that at all?
No.
Guy's wife dated a player on the team?
It's like breaking in a new glove. That's all. There's nothing wrong with that.
The gloves don't really talk, though. I don't know if it's the same thing. Like, the gloves don't have to play together for 162 games to try to win a World Series, you know?
Yeah, a lot of people get married and remarried. Yeah, not a big deal.
Okay. I mean, look, she's not the first person who slept with multiple athletes, right?
Right.
Like, sometimes that happens and whatever.
Things
goes
happen
both ways, but you're not worried about any sort of chemistry issues there, huh?
No.
Over 800 dingers between the two of them. That's impressive by her. Good job on her part there. All right.
She's around a lot of money. Those guys have made a lot of cash.
Yeah, they have. And she's a model and been in Sports
She's got
Illustrated
her own
swimsuit.
money.
I assume she's made some money for herself, so
Yeah.
she's doing okay. But I'm a little worried there could be some drama there with the Yankees.
She just likes athletes. Nothing wrong with that.
No, I'm not worried about her. I'm just worried about those two guys, Cody Bellinger has an 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. Does Giancarlo say, I had her first?
No, those guys should say, you know what? I was lucky to have that swimsuit model as my wife.
You think that's the first conversation they have is congrats on my damaged goods?
They won't even talk about it.
You've got the, the Bash Bros is a baseball nickname. You've got the Splash Bros as a sports nickname. They're going to call these guys the Eskimo Bros now.
Yes.
Giancarlo Stanton and Cody Bellinger are now the Eskimo Bros in New York.
Those guys have rings, don't they? They both have rings, doesn't John? He has a ring.
Giancarlo's been on the Yankees. Where did he get his ring?
He was not on any of the World Series?
No,
he hadn't been there for 27 years.
It's been a long time since you guys have won one. Bellinger's got a ring with the Dodgers in the COVID year. But no ring for your boy, Giancarlo Stanton.
He just got paychecks.
Yeah, Cody Bellinger's got 2 rings.
And paychecks.
He's got the World Series and he's got the fiance. Giancarlo's got nothing.
No, they won't be talking about it.
All right, we'll see if that comes to a head. If these guys are, people are going to be looking into that. If they're not talking to each other in the dugout, one of them hits a big home run and the other one's not really showing a lot of love.
No biggie.
Then people are going to bring it up. I'm just saying.
She's going to come to the ballpark and hang out.
With who?
With her husband.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line 512-222-9328. We'll get to the golf here in a moment.
I could truly bring all of these items with me right here home.
You think so?
Yes. Everything in front of me this morning, I could bring home.
Well, you got to pay for these, don't forget.
Including the paddle.
What are you going to do with the pickleball paddle?
I'm not playing pickleball, that's for sure. Re-gift it and give it to Wags.
Playing ping pong, playing tennis?
Give it to Wags.
I don't know if they want Wags having this. He'll fall and break it like he fell that first time.
Oh, my goodness.
We all saw Wags try to play pickleball. It did not go well at all. All right, a few more sponsor shout-outs here before we talk about the golf event and a little NBA Cup action as well.
So our friends over at Leaf Landscape and Supply Services, of course, up north here at Pond Springs Road and down south at Monterey Oaks. Go by and find out what you can still plant out there. This has been a fantastic December so far. So the planting season's still going on. If you're thinking about doing shrubs around your home, trees you can plant. We've had a little bit of rainfall, so still a good time. Now, if you're digging it yourself, I'll just say this, good luck. But the ground's a little bit softer right now. So if you want to get out there and do it, but go by Leaf Landscape and Supply Services and talk to the folks here before you start putting things in the ground because they look good at Home Depot and, of course, Lowe's. It may look good now. You stick it in the ground and you have one of these freezes, it's going to be a problem. So they'll let you know at Leaf Landscape and Supply Services if it's a good time to put in any of the particulars, whether it's shrubs, whether it's trees, roses, the whole works. But they will let you know. And if you don't want to put it in yourself, let them consult them about having folks come over, and they'll let you know that they'll get the contractors out there and do it. Or if you, as I said, do it like I do it yourself. Sometimes you lose, sometimes you win. If you can afford to lose sometime, then do it yourself. It'll look pretty for a while, but then say sayonara because it'll be gone. But you're not digging up anything.
You lost me on that live read.
Yeah, I love to do stuff myself. I love to take chances and thinking things are going to look pretty for a while, and I know what happens in the long run. But get the experts at Leaf Landscape and Supply Services. Let them tell you what will make it, what time of the year to put it in. But as I said, right now, BK, we've had some rainfall. The soil is moist. You can get some stuff in, but got to fertilize them the right way and let their experts do that for you.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to AV Consultations as well.
There's an expert right there for sure.
Tom McKay and his crew been getting it done here in Central Texas since 1988. They've been around longer than I've been alive. If you want to upgrade your home TV setup, how about that for a holiday gift for yourself?
For sure.
Spending all this money on other people. Hey, that's great. Giving is great, but make sure you receive something. Give something to yourself with that custom
I told
TV
the kids
setup.
It's better to give than receive, but
you can give to yourself.
That's true.
That counts as giving, right?
That's receiving for sure.
That's both. You give and receive right there.
That's what I do when I leave this place.
Yeah, there you go. AV Consultations, all the TVs, the surround sound, the whole home surveillance, the lighting, basically anything that can make your home cooler more badass, more fun to be at, AV Consultations can get it done. They're the experts. They've got all the equipment. Don't buy the TVs and then call Tom McKay. Call Tom first.
Get it all.
512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. Or you can find out more online, avconsultations.com.
And I know Woods Comfort Systems, I got to believe that yesterday your air conditioning clicked on at your home. You may have had the temperature pulled down a little bit, thinking or turned up a little bit, thinking that, hey, you know what? It's not going to be warm like it was yesterday. But I guarantee that you had a lot of air conditioning systems, BK, that popped on. I know mine did upstairs. So call Woods Comfort Systems. Make sure that everything's all set for when you do have those cool days and you're going to need that heating system. I'm just re-upped with them to have them come twice a year for my new contract with Woods Comfort System, and nobody does it better. And folks, they've been doing it for almost 70 years in Central Texas.
512-842-5066 is the number for Woods Comfort Systems. And shout out to passes.com. Hey, if you want Texas to add more players in the transfer portal, go to passes.com.
There you go.
Texas One Fund. How's that for a live read?
That's awesome.
Great content, great stuff, memorabilia, things you can't find anywhere else.
Don't think LSU is going to get it done in front of Texas.
We can't let that happen.
No.
Can't let those
floor
pissers take all of our players.
No way.
Can't have it.
Remember, keep that in your mind for the holiday season.
Yep. Yeah, don't pee on the floor
That's
unless
right.
you're in Louisiana. I'm a little sad we won't be going to the Sugar Bowl. I could have used a good floor urination.
Yeah, absolutely. Or you can just drive over to the state and just pee on the floor there at the gas stations. It doesn't matter.
Hey, I'd like to congratulate you, by the way, because your invention of night golf has taken over.
Oh, it has it?
Did you watch the match or the showdown? I think it was what it was called last night.
That was awesome last night.
You had a little 2-on-2. Scotty Scheffler, Rory McIlroy going up against Brooks Koepka and Bryson DeChambeau. Little PGA versus Live event.
Can you tell me where that was? Is that in Colorado? Or where was the scene of that last night? Because I got to believe once they turned the lights on and the sun went down, I saw Bryson had a full-length coat on. He was cold.
I think it was in Vegas.
It was. You're absolutely right. It's in Vegas. It must get cool this time of the year in the evenings.
Sure.
When the sun goes down, man, those guys look like, I saw Rory. He was sniffling and man, oh man, what a good look though. What a beautiful place.
Beautiful course, good event. They had the players mic'd up. They were getting the fans involved. They brought out one fan to try to sink
I did not watch it to that far.
10-foot putt. He just missed it. It's a lot closer than what I would have done, but just missed it.
That was for a trip?
That was for some sort of vacation. They ended up giving him $1,000 or something as a loser prize because everyone's got to
take it, loser. I'll take $1,000.
Then he blasted Rory McIlroy. He's like, he gave me a bad read.
Thanks, Rory.
He's blaming Rory, but made for TV exhibition event. We don't see the PGA Tour and the Livers get together very often, and we got to see that last night. And it was domination by the PGA guys. I mean, Scotty and Rory were both really, really good, and they won it. I think after hole 14. In the match play style format they had yesterday. So it was good. Charles Barkley was on the call. A few other people were interviewed. Brock Bowers was interviewed. Just random athletes across other sports were there as well. So fun event last night.
Yeah, boy, that place was lit up well. I mean, generally a lot of times you can't, even with the sunlight, you can't see those guys when they drive the ball, but they did a good job with the lights.
Well, you tell me. I mean, you're the night golf expert here.
Yes, I do.
So what, did they do it right last night?
Yeah, they did it right. My night golfing, when I told my ex-wife I was still out playing golf, they have a night course here.
Yeah,
I think they have a number of courses, don't they now?
Where you tell me. I don't know where those are. I'm going to need those at some point in my future.
Yeah, you will. By the time you get married, believe me, they will have night golf here.
Okay.
In Austin, Texas.
Yeah, I'm going to have to know.
They may have closed down after I got divorced. So.
Oh yeah, you were keeping them in business.
I kept them in business. Yes.
And then you didn't have to play night golf anymore.
No.
That's great. All right, we'll bring on the fellas of Chaos Theory here. We got Double R and we've got Wags. Gentlemen, happy night
Wags,
golfing.
check it out, Wags.
Wags, you're muted this morning. Good start to the show for
you. There you go, yeah. Sometimes it's better to be seen than heard anyway.
Yeah, Wags doesn't realize.
Rodney, look
muted.
at the bear. Valentine's bear at Christmas. Got to get them now. They're going to be gone.
Where's the spinning Longhorn globe?
Would you quit it? They don't. I'm going to talk to Jay about that. I remember that.
We need to get it back on the shelves, man. That's a great. What is that? Is that Pooh Bear?
It's Bartholomew.
Bartholomew bear.
Bartholomew.
Yes.
Jellycat.
Yeah, Bob Cole, Barbecue Ball bought all those little spinning globes. They're gone.
How'd you say the word barbecue there?
Barbecue.
Okay.
Barbecue Bob.
Rodney, you're muted too, buddy. We're doing great.
Oh no.
Yeah, so something happened right
How
before
about
we
this?
came on to where it
you're there.
it
There you go.
auto
That better?
did our
Okay.
stuff.
So tell Jay. So I jumped on his website the other day to buy some stuff for my loved ones, and look at my head.
There you go.
Very nice.
That's that black linen
Yeah, that's the one. Yes.
Linen.
Longhorn
And
hat.
I've got the white one too, man. Every time I jump on that website for somebody else, I buy something for me. Come on, Jay.
You have
You're
to.
doing it right, brother.
I don't think we had anybody get the trivia question right for the $50 Sue Patrick gift card.
Boys, Jay has gifted me. He and Corbin have gifted me with something very special. And Rodney, you'll understand. This is a fondue set.
Get over the hat. There we go.
Metal fondue from the 70s.
Oh,
nice.
How about that? Now, that's not just any gift. My wife's going to have a hard time denying me of this. Fondue is good at any time.
Make
What
some
are you gonna put
queso in
your
there.
cheese fondue first.
See,
You gonna do a little
the
bread
cheese,
with it?
I've done chocolate before. I've never done
Yeah.
cheese. And this
Oh.
is metal. This is not plastic. This is not this thing right here. He spent this is I think 25% off. This is really a good deal here.
Yeah.
And this can be re-gifted, but not by me.
No, don't regift that. If you're going to
No.
regift it to me. I'll take it.
See?
Queso and Rotel?
When's the last time you guys have used a fondue kit?
They look
I've
good
actually-
and they look good on your counter.
They might look good. They probably collect a lot of dust, honestly. I don't know how often people use a fondue kit. I've been to a fondue restaurant one time, and it was like when I was 24.
Did you dip your fingers in the fondue?
No, they give you everything on a stick, and you dip it into the melting pot there. I don't even know what the hell it was. Maybe it was called the melting pot, I think.
It sounds like a melting pot.
Dip something else in that fondue.
Look at that. This is
That's-
awesome.
Oh,
I'm
Man, y'all
excited
got a lot
about
of stuff on
fondue.
that table there. What all do you have there? I
dip-
mean,
We got turtles. We got everything.
Dip your nuts in it.
there you go. That's
maybe.
now we're talking. That's why Bucky likes it
Look at
so
that.
That's what
much.
I'm talking about. Hey,
Cauliflower.
night golf last night too,
A
huh?
little cauliflower.
We got-
look at
we
that
got-
right there.
Oh, Wags.
Wags, look.
Oh Lord.
Pickleball.
Hey, get me out
I
there.
can
Where are you
pickle
at,
with that.
Tina? Come on.
Yeah, we got to get you back on the pickleball court. So we need another funny video for.
Hey,
our
I'm about 10 pounds lighter, so
There you go.
Oh,
It won't hurt as
Let's
bad
go.
when you fall.
Yeah, it won't
I'm
hurt the
about-
ground as bad when he falls. Is that what you
right,
mean?
exactly. The ground won't shake as much.
Where is
I had
this
to, but that's why look. So you'll see me. I sit here on the ground for a minute. I just want to say I'm sorry to the ground. Be like, sorry.
Thank you
God.
very much. We
Sorry,
got candles
sorry,
here. We got
sorry, my
everything here.
ground.
Oh,
I
my
love
God.
candles, man. I burn candles all the time in my house. It's like
Not only in the bathroom, but all throughout the house.
not only if I light one when I'm in the bathroom, there's going to be an explosion in Round Rock. 78681 is about to implode if I do that when I
Oh,
bump
my
in there. If
gosh.
you know what I mean.
What's on the docket today, gents?
You kind of stole the thunder a little bit, but I mean, we're gonna be following all the lead that you guys had. But there, yeah, got a little bit of the Frisco Bowl. Talk a little. We might even, mention a little bit and flirt a little bit about the state championship coming up with Vandergrift there. There's a lot to talk about. We got some Thursday night football to talk about, the preview tonight too, and also some fantasy relevancy, guys. Somehow I survived with Brock Purdy only mustering 4 points in my fantasy playoffs. So
Wow.
when you got a quarterback that gets you 4 points, it's kind of crazy. It's a little daunting. You're probably going to go out, but we survived.
Take on Kirk Cousins right now. He's going to be available.
That's what I'm talking about.
Mm.
That's what I'm talking about right
And
there.
so
Got
is
to
his
talk about that
contract.
also.
Yeah, I don't think Penix is going to do much better. I think there's a lot more issues at hand in Atlanta than just Kirk Cousins. So
Yeah. Also, you guys, did you see that Michael Vick going the way of Coach Prime?
Yeah,
Heading
going
to the
to Norfolk.
coaching ranks.
he's going
Yeah.
to Norfolk State.
Yeah.
See how
back
that
to
was.
his
that
old
right?
stomping grounds, man.
There it
He's
is.
from that area too, so he'll recruit well.
Yes.
He is. What is it? Norfolk.
Norfolk.
How do you say that?
Norfolk.
Norfolk. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Norfolk.
We don't drink. We don't smoke. Norfolk. Yeah.
Norfolk.
Yeah.
Norfolk State.
That is great. I didn't realize they followed the BYU
Oh,
clan
yeah.
there, but who does? All right, gents. One more thanks to Sue Patrick for having us out. Do your last minute holiday shopping. Christmas and Hanukkah a week away, so come by Sue Patrick or do your
Absolutely.
shopping online at SuePatrick.com. Fellas, we will be listening. Y'all have a great show and a
See
great
you
day.
guys.
See you tomorrow.
Later,
Take
bud.
care, man.
Save me one of those spinning Longhorn globes, man. Or no, they're not globes, spinning Longhorn helmets. That shit was from like 5 years ago, man, and it was all the circus. I remember everybody calling up the damn station asking for those damn helmets. Hey, man, you got any more of those helmets? We don't have any of them. Go to Sue Patrick, damn it.
There it is.
Anyways.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what
what you got going on, man? How are you, sir?
Man, I'm doing well. Enjoying the man. I heard a bunch of wind and stuff happening a while ago. I walked outside to do some stuff. It kind of cooled off a little bit around here. Finally,
it dropped about 10 degrees, 15 degrees maybe. Just a steam, not steamy, but just miserable type of muggy past 2 days, right? Just that type of headache weather where you're waiting for the cold front to come in and then break the damn warm and then get out of here and kind of just level out all your sinuses or all the stuff that's kind of messing with your damn head and allow you to kind of see straight, man. Get that foggy brain out of here, dude. Yeah, I've never had so many headaches as I have had when I've come down to Austin, Texas, man. And maybe it is allergy related. Like I've never had allergies in my life, but I get here and I feel like I'm always stuffed up or I always have a cold or something, man.
Mm-hmm. You know,
weird vibe, weird scene here in Austin.
I had to go out yesterday and do some work in my work trailer out there, and I was out there working, sweating, you know, whatever, because it's hot in there. And then I put out some Christmas decorations finally a week before. And
you guys just now got them up?
I just got them up, dude. It's like everything else in my life, man. I struggle to get things up, and I finally got it up.
My God.
All that's out there, and yeah, man. Like last night, sneezing, my eyes were killing me, and it was horrible. Wags, you mentioned the old place. You mentioned the old station when people would call in and ask for stuff. I've kind of waited to pull this out. I kind of keep it right here on my desk. I've got an old keepsake from the old place.
Why do you always make it so awkward? You can say their name. It's called the Horn.
The Horn, yeah. I've got some keepsakes from the Horn over there. I kind of took stuff right there on the way out. You know, that's what I do.
What did you take?
Oh, it's a little microphone flag.
Did you get your reimbursement from the Coke Fest tickets?
No, I haven't gotten those back, but I got me a little a mic flag on the way out of there.
Hey, there you go.
Kind of keep that just in case, you know, for it's a paperweight nowadays is what it is. Like,
yeah, man, maybe it'll be worth something in its heyday.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it's going to be worth something. I'm sure it's going to be worth something. But
where do you want to go first, amigo?
Let's talk about this Kirk Cousins thing. So this move right here, I mean, it's been with Kirk Cousins, this whole signing, everything, this whole path. I don't think they should have signed this dude for this kind of money coming off of that injury. Then you go and you draft Penix, and you.
Well, I mean, hindsight's 20/20, though, right?
I know.
It seemed like, I don't know. It was all the damn rage when it went down, right? It was like, Atlanta to the Super Bowl. Oh my God, that's all they needed was just a quarterback to kind of put this thing together. Oh, we forgot about the offensive line that was absolutely atrocious too. But yeah, let's bring quarterback immobile, Mr. Immobile captain in here, Captain Kirk, who can't really move at all and muster around the pocket, and let's see if he can kind of make this thing happen. Look, Ritter and Heineke weren't the answers either, right? But I mean,
right.
You know, to sit here and say that just one quarterback is going to be the answer for the saving grace, and look, we all kind of bought into it too. Like I said, yeah, it's going to be a great move, but there's also some offensive line issues there for Atlanta too. I mean, you got two very good, one of the greatest running backs we've ever seen, struggle a little bit to kind of, make some magic happen with this offensive line of Atlanta. Now, look, I'm not going to put all the blame on Atlanta. I think there's also some play calling and scheme issues as well that kind of date. I mean, we tried to put that all on Arthur Smith, but it seemed to carry over into this year too. So they got a lot to figure out with Atlanta, man.
I am glad that finally, I think Bijan just hit, 1,000 yards last week.
He just eclipsed it. Yep.
Yeah. So I'm glad that part is done right there. But I really think, the whole contract thing, if I'm Terry Fontenot right now, the GM of the Atlanta Falcons, I'm like, okay, this is happening right now. I'm about to be bounced out of my ass here because it's a bad deal that was made. It's a bad draft pick.
What happens if it fails for Penix?
I know.
Seriously.
I know.
His confidence is gone. Where does he go from here on out? And what's the next move for the Atlanta Falcons? To me, I think it's a knee-jerk reaction. People say that that Cousins left the Falcons no choice in doing it. Well, why don't you reevaluate the entire roster? If your offensive line is bad, maybe it's not just the quarterback play. Maybe it's not just the schemes and the play calling. Maybe, you got to take that offensive line into consideration. That's just my take. I'm
Yeah,
just a dude that sits here in a chair and talks.
I don't know if the Michael Penix thing is going to be, because I know the mobility issue of Kirk Cousins has come up. I mean, he's been sacked 11 times, I think, in this stretch that he's been on.
How much more mobile is Penix though?
That's my point. And I think with Penix,
two knees that were operated on already. I mean, how much more mobile? And then also, like, if you're struggling that much already with trying to keep Kirk Cousins upright, what are you doing to the health of Michael Penix here, subjecting him to this, to a pass rush that's going to be just as daunting as it was for Kirk Cousins, right?
And that's my concern with this, is that Penix is going to get put in here, and it's going to be the whole, if they're going to use the mobility issue to kind of be a little bit of a prerequisite right there to replace Cousins, and you get this dude out there running around. He hasn't played of meaningful time. He hasn't played meaningful time in regular season NFL football. And I know college football is what it is, but these guys are going to come and look, they're going to go for the weak spots. They're not going to hit him up here. I mean, they're going to hit him where he's weak, and this is where then you're going to be relying on Kirk Cousins to come back in and be the dude on the chariot to come back in and save your season. I just think the timing is bad. I think at this point you just ride it out. I mean, because if you're Atlanta, you've got the Giants, you've got the Redskins, and then you've got Carolina to finish the season out. I think you just finish out here with Kirk Cousins and try to get yourself in the playoffs, because
that's where I would be. Let me ask you a question here. Without referring to the ADA stats, all right, who is the leading receiver for the Atlanta Falcons?
It's not Kyle Pitts. I don't know. London, is it?
No. Do you know who Ray McLeod is?
I've heard the name.
Yeah.
Man, I couldn't tell you. 84.
No, it's not a wide receiver. Close. It's 34. But
dude out of the backfield.
You're 50 off. But yeah, that's the thing. Like that. So Drake London is supposed to be, wide receiver number one. Kyle Pitts, who's supposed to be this revolutionary tight end, this X factor of a tight end that's supposed to, change the game of the NFL. It's not adding up. All right. You have one solid piece that seems to be a consistent piece in that offense, and it's Bijan Robinson. How much longer until you run the wheels off of him? Right. Something's got to give with the offense. And I think you look first at the offensive line.
I agree. And this is where I go back to, with Raheem Morris coming in, taking this job, and then with Fontenot, with the GM there, Arthur Blank spending the different things right there. This goes back to dysfunctional organizations again, Wags, to where it's like they've put this thing together on the hopes that you're going to have a guy coming off an ACL, an older quarterback coming off an ACL, that you're going to give all this money. Now, what do you do with that guy? I mean, you've got the cap hit right there. I mean, I think he could fit in Indianapolis. I think that you could get him to New Orleans. I don't think the story in the book is closed on Kirk Cousins yet. I think this is just a knee-jerk reaction. But who's going to take that contract on? Well, there's that part. It's like, man, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money.
But I don't think, my point is, I don't think Kirk Cousins' story is over with Atlanta. Well, I think Atlanta rolls out Michael Penix, and they don't get. I don't think they get much more in terms of progress here and growth. And then they start realizing, oh my God, we're subjecting our young quarterback that is not that mobile in the first place to the same type of parade that Cousins was just getting. Why in the hell would we do that? Let's kind of put him on the shelf. Let's save his legs a little bit here and roll out this thing and get our money's worth with Kirk Cousins. Look, I think that's the issue. You address the offensive line, you clear some of that up, and then you kind of got to get your wide receiver number one to produce and Kyle Pitts to produce. It's now, 3 quarterbacks now that have gone through this roster, and these dynamic wide receivers or these dynamic playmakers still haven't been able to make plays.
And I think it's
been very few and far between.
Yeah, it's a very knee-jerk reaction by the Falcons at where they have been struggling here. And the whole thing is you've allowed Tampa Bay to get ahead of you. I mean, you had a 2-game lead at one point.
Which you didn't even capitalize on the fact that Tampa Bay was ridiculed, or just ridden with injury. I mean, you plagued with injury. You had a chance to go out and gain at least 2, maybe 3 games of a lead, but you squandered that. Wasn't able to do that, and now Tampa Bay's ripe for the running of the South.
Yeah, and I mean, Tampa Bay's got Dallas, Tampa Bay's got Carolina, and New Orleans. I mean, the schedule set up really nice for them.
3 wins. They're not going to lose.
No,
3 wins.
They're not going to lose. And that's why I think that right now, like we were talking about yesterday with the NFC, I think Tampa Bay and Green Bay are extremely deadly, kind of silent right now that may be able to take a stab at some of these guys. And for the Falcons, I mean, I think this is going to be, because you're going to need Kirk Cousins again. I promise you. Look, I like Michael Penix. You can check the tape last year.
I do too. I just don't think it's the time for him, right?
No. I was going on and on last year about how great I thought Penix was playing for the Washington Huskies. It's just not the time to do it right now. Go with the guy that got you there. Let it fail, and then you go from that point. It's just not Penix time yet. You don't insert him right now in the heat of a playoff battle, in the heat of a divisional battle, to put this dude in here. I know that he's 24 years old, and we can go on and on about that story. He just doesn't have. In racing, we call it seat time. He doesn't have the seat time to get into this spot right now, especially when everything is lacking around him, Wags.
Right on. Hey man, you're gonna have to. I left my notes downstairs, so I don't know where we're going next on the one sheet here. So
that's all right.
The phone and the notes are downstairs, amigo. So
no, it's totally good. It's totally good. We can kind of just ride this thing out there. Obviously, that conversation right there, with Kirk Cousins. I mean, that was the big thing right there. And where do they go from there? And where does Kirk Cousins and all of that? I mean, it's a big question. Did want to address a little bit. We can get back to football, but I know that we have a small amount of time. I wanted to talk about that Yankees thing with Bellinger. Yeah, with Bellinger making the move right there. So that you lose Juan Soto. Here comes Bellinger over. Cody Poteet goes to the Cubs. I think I like this move. I like this move for the Yankees. I don't know if it's gonna. I mean, you slot him in that order right there. You're not a pretty good lineup. You're
not supplementing the numbers that Soto gave you with one bat of Bellinger, though, right?
Right. Like, you're not. But I think what you're going to get here with Bellinger, I think you've got a seasoned dude in here that can be a really good asset for a finite amount of time, 3-4 years.
I think it's going to bolster his numbers too, right? Like you insert him into that Yankee lineup, his numbers are going to be inflated just a little bit more. Look. Come on, man. Like he was in the Cubs lineup last year, so you got to think that anybody, you could take Joe Schmo and add him to the Yankees lineup, or a 200 hitter and add him to the Yankees lineup, and it's going to bolster it up maybe 30 points, or hell, I think it's a great move for Bellinger to probably reinvigorate his career, rekindle it a little bit, get his dollars up, and it's not like I just said he's going to supplement the bat of Juan Soto here, but it is a nice little piece for the Yankees to get. I still think they got a lot more work to do. But it's just a huge hit losing Soto like that, especially once he was already in your clubhouse. I don't think the Yankees will struggle to find people to enter that lineup there. But yeah, this is a really good get for the Yankees. And we'll see how it does for Bellinger. I might actually be looking to pick up Bellinger in fantasy baseball again this year. He might be coming hot again. I see what he can do when he's in a good lineup, though, right? Like he can produce. So
yeah, I think that's the biggest thing for him. Where you're gonna insert him in that lineup, and it's something that's going to enhance his performance. And of course, for the Cubs, I mean, it was kind of a no-brainer right there, where you make the move and you go get Kyle Tucker. I mean, you have that where you open up that, and it's like I mean, I hate to say it, for a player of the quality of Cody Bellinger, you really don't need that guy right now, because you've got the new guy that's coming in. And for the Astros, I still think that I would have kept Tucker.
Do you remember what Bellinger hit when he was with the Rangers?
Man, I don't.
Back when he was back with the Rangers.
Yeah, no, man, I don't. It was
because I feel like than
the Cubs. Yeah,
I feel like the magic in the bat started working with Bellinger when he got back to that lineup, right?
Yeah. And I think what this is like you said, I don't know where he's gonna be slotted in this lineup. I mean, middle 5, 6. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it all depends where you put him. I mean,
I'd probably bottom 3, honestly. Like,
no, really, yeah. So, I mean, I think that's something you're going to have runners in scoring position.
But I don't know. I can't speak to that wholeheartedly. It depends on, who all comes into that clubhouse and what all lineup is going to be rolled out there. I would think with the people that are there now, LeMahieu's going to come back, right? That's going to bump the slot even down again. I think maybe 7 is at the highest, 6 maybe for Bellinger. 7. I still 7 hold probably for Bellinger.
Yeah. I think you're not going to replace the Juan Soto productivity. You're absolutely not going to do that. But I think you get a piece in here that is going to. So here's, I saw this Evil Empire on X had tweeted this out. Here's the thoughts on maybe an opening day batting lineup for the Yankees. You go with Bellinger as the leadoff. Lead off with Bellinger, Aaron Judge, Christian Walker, Jazz Chisholm, Stanton.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why you wouldn't have Jazz at number 1.
I would think Jazz at number 1, to be honest with you. Then you go Dominguez and Volpe as the lineup. That's a little high. I don't know if I'm leading off with Cody Bellinger, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I would want more speed.
Mm-hmm.
I would want more speed in the 1 spot for me.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind, like, this is kind of, it's not a slap in the face to Bellinger there, but I mean, I wouldn't mind having him in the 9 hole, right? Just for a quick turnover. And then, maybe if you're just flirting it there, like 7 is where I absolutely see him. But I think if you put him at 9, you have a chance to have a really good hitter at 9 to turn the lineup over, to get Jazz back up and get him some more ABs. Regardless, he's coming into a lineup that's absolutely going to bolster his average and bolster his numbers. So I go back to that. I think it's a great move for the Yanks and a great move for Bellinger.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see how that works out. Baseball season a pretty good ways out. Friends, we do want to remind you, of course, for the holiday, like I said, if you want to go buy your significant other or a kiddo a brand new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, there's one place to do it, our friends out at Covert Bee Cave in the beautiful hill country of Austin, Texas. I'd like to say that the weather's cooling off. It's cool today, but you can drive out there and see a lot of great fall foliage. But that's not really what's happening. But it's still worth the drive to get the best deal on that new whip or pre-owned whip. It is our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Absolutely. Nobody beats Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Wags, I see on the YouTube chat right there. And again, friends, don't forget, Coda text line is open and blowing up, 512-222-9328. I'm seeing a lot of breakfast conversation. I'm not sure what I missed right there where folks, I think Jake was asking about the place to get breakfast, and I'm seeing all the different things thrown out right there. I don't know what I missed right there. I'm not a big breakfast guy, man. I can't eat in the morning because I eat like a pig. If I'm going to eat in the morning, I want to go get like migas and all that stuff. And then I'm like toast until 2:00 because I want to go home and go to bed. You know what I'm saying?
You don't eat what do you usually put in your belly for breakfast? Dude, you know me, man. I start the day off right. Like I have to eat a good breakfast.
I can't, man. It's coffee. It's Olipop. I mean, it's all liquid, man. I cannot. I may have a little bit of biscuit.
That's your morning calories is just liquid. You don't eat an egg, or you don't have like you don't have oatmeal.
Nothing. I might have a breakfast on a bun if I'm out and about. From the Water Burger.
Now that's not a bad call right there. That's good. That's a good call.
There's
get yourself a little Bob, or get yourself a little honey buttered chicken biscuit.
Yeah, or the McDoon
drip down your gullet. Oh, don't threaten me with a good time. Holy shit,
man! There's a right here off of 620 by Round Rock High School. There's a Taqueria Arendinas. Man, I can roll up in there. They have like a 3-egg plate with bacon, sausage. You can get both and all that stuff, man. But if I eat that, I'm useless for about 4 hours because I get fatter and happier.
No, I mean, so I don't know. Like I feel you there. If I eat too much in the morning, I won't want to go on a bike ride or a run or anything like that, or go work or just be active. I'll kind of want to feel a little sluggish. Usually I'll maybe, a handful of almond. If I was active in the morning, going to work out, and maybe, a small glass of milk and maybe a little bit of oatmeal, and then go do your workout. And then when you get back, you kind of refuel and retool that body of yours.
I can tell you.
Usually I treat myself to a nice wholesome breakfast there. Some bacon. Bacon's usually a cornerstone of the morning diet.
That's a good thing. The 7-Eleven and some of these other spots, you can whip in there and get you a good taco. But I just don't do it.
Or you can do it at your house.
Or you can do it at your
right?
house.
Like I love cooking up the bacon at my house and not having to leave the crib here. But yeah, if you got to wander about, going out to your local 7-Eleven for sure.
Yeah, they'll hook you up. Wags, I sent you this morning, and again, we're into Clemson, or we're into Texas Clemson week, and the transfer portal's going crazy. I mean, did you see Malik Murphy is heading to Kentucky, from Duke to Kentucky?
I would not have pinpointed Kentucky for him. I would think maybe
like a lateral move, right?
California guy, and I was also thinking, if there's one dude that can reinvigorate your career, or kind of spruce your career up. As a quarterback, it's probably the quarterback whisperer right out there. He might not be able to cook a brisket, but he can get a quarterback knowing how to play on a high performing collegiate level there. Look, I'm kind of shocked. I thought he would be winding up at a California school, but yeah, into Kentucky. It's a weird fit for him, but we'll see how he rolls. Maybe gonna play some SEC football. Kentucky was struggling too, right? Like, if they maybe had some decent quarterback play, they probably could have won some really close games that they were in. You saw that the defense was there, really good defensive line for Kentucky. Yeah, you add some decent quarterback play with Malik Murphy here. We'll see if it works.
Kind of seems like a real lateral move to me. The portal. I mean, you see the folks that make a portal move, and it's like they usually try to escalate.
It's a better offense. It's a better offense.
Yeah, he'll get to take on Texas next year.
Way better defense too. It's a better program. I mean, but yeah, it's not a leap and bound jump. But I guess that's why it feels more of a lateral move to you. But yeah, I think it's a way better program than Duke.
And like we said, there's not really, I mean, we can talk about some of the lower tier SEC teams, but there aren't bad SEC teams. I mean, you have some that may not win as many games as some of the other ones, but if you're playing in the SEC, you're playing, I think, in the prime league of college football.
Yeah, it's the League of Champions, man. But I thought it made more sense in my mind for Malik Murphy to venture out back west and, link up with Lincoln Riley.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I thought that would be the move and be the play for him, but no, we find him in Kentucky. We'll see how it rolls out.
Absolutely. And there's a question. You were sticking
Here
around.
we go. This is I wanted to tease this a little bit when BK asked, but I didn't want to get everybody's eyes rolling. But this is the main thing that Rodney sent to me earlier. But before we even get, because this is going to be a long conversation. So before we even get into it, let me tell you about our friends at Audiovisual Consultation. 512-255-8678. It's the perfect time to call Tom and the crew from Audiovisual Consultations, because Christmas is here and it's his favorite day, or it's his favorite time of the year. He can make Christmas every day of the year if he wanted to. But look, get him while it's hot. 20% off, free consultations. That's usually done all the time. But look, it's the time for giving. And give your hubby or give your wife the perfect rollout in the perfect dude's den or princess palace. It's all deadly, man. But if you need to have an idea of your own and you can't get one of your own, go to the gallery of projects that they've had over the past 35 years, and you'll get an idea of what you want. Look, man, if you want the 2 TV layout, or you want the trifecta, you want the 4 TV rollout that you can put with the video screen, just give Tom a call. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. You got to see all these bowl games, because you could be in a situation where you had 2 Monday Night Football games, right? And how are you going to watch them all at the same time? You got to do it with avconsultations.com, baby. Boom.
No doubt. Last night golf. I was watching some night golf. I'm watching the NBA.
I was so wrong about that. I thought Team Live would be rocking PGA.
I thought so too. I think I think that was just like a payday for them. I think that they seem like obligated to just show up right there. I mean, those guys whipped their ass.
It looked like they were all having fun.
It did look like they were having fun. I mean, that was pretty cool. And I like that kind of outside the box thinking. We see that a lot with car racing, with NASCAR, where NASCAR will do shit like that. And the traditional fans are like,
oh, a little bit.
Yeah. It's like, oh my God, that's horrible. I'm like, no, it's actually pretty cool. It's actually pretty cool.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it depends. You get your purist out there, crying and, sitting here complaining about every damn thing. Hell, it's taken. I'm one of them too. It's taken a while for me to warm up to some of these rules in baseball, like the ghost runner, and I still don't like the fucking ghost runner. I still don't like
that's in this
Excuse
golden
my
bat.
language. I know
thing,
that's 2 I've dropped today. I'm sorry.
and I was gone when I saw this drop. This golden bat thing.
Yeah.
Come on, man. What? No.
All right. So I don't know
No.
if people know the rule of this golden bat, but you have a chance if you're the way that I understand this, it's kind of like a celebrity. How do I explain it? It's kind of like a celebrity shot in
the golden
ball,
ticket,
right? Where you can
the
call
golden
anybody up at the time to take a take a pitch on, or go up against the opposition pitcher, the opponent's pitcher here. Just call anybody up at any given time that's in your lineup and insert him in there as the golden bat.
Yeah. No.
Bad vibe. I get it. You're trying to make some flash and you're trying to spruce up the sport, but yeah, if people weren't so receptive to the damn ghost runner and the rule and the pitch clock, and what do you think they're going to be? How receptive do you think they're going to be to a golden bat?
I know. The pitch clock. I'm totally fine with that. I like that. But the ghost runner, this golden bat thing, give me a break. I mean, come on, that right there,
arcade baseball, baby.
Absolutely. And you see these leagues. I mean, everybody's talking about declining NBA ratings and giving the reasons why that's happening. Wait till the playoffs. Let's get deeper in the season. We're in December here. Let's get a little further in, and then we can kind of talk about that. That product is not the same, in my opinion.
It strikes me as like do you remember Rock and Jock basketball and Rock and Jock baseball? Like that's what this strikes me as. It strikes me as one of those kind of just half-ass rules that it's honestly going to ruin the game, in my opinion. People, I don't know. There could be a split on this. People could like this, but if you're talking to, I would consider myself a purist. Yeah, I'm not about this at all.
No. I've always viewed baseball, and I'm taking the pitch clock out of here because I do like that to kind of speed things up a little bit.
I don't like that. I mean, I'm cool with. I was a catcher, right? I'm cool with with the game behind the game or the game within the game, right? You work fatigue the batter. If you're the pitcher, lean down on him. Use wear the mind, wear the psyche of the batter out, man. Hell, that's the beauty of the game. But I don't know. I could go on for years preaching about how pure baseballs can be. So,
well, I've always said that baseball is a game that you don't need to modify it a lot. I mean, with football, yeah, the kickoff things and all that safety, yes, whatever. Basketball, basketball very much kind of a rock and roll show. It seems like these days with all the fouls and all that. That's a whole different discussion. But baseball, just kind of leave it alone. Baseball is what it is. It's very slow. It can be quiet. It can be loud. That's just part. That's why I love broadcasting baseball.
Strategery in baseball.
Yes.
Look, man, you want to add nets or whatever for safety to a ballpark? I'm cool with that.
Totally,
but don't change the game up. Like the game doesn't need to be changed. It's been perfect for a while. It's a game of failure for a reason. You can't have anybody show up and hit 300 and have a successful day, right? Only in baseball, okay? Only in baseball. Again, like that's usually where you have the advantage go to the pitchers. The one time that changes is when the batter gets to see the pitcher over and over and over again, man. Again, don't change up a sport that's perfect as it is. You've already done it with the ghost runner. You've already done it with the damn pitch count too, or pitch and the shift. I was cool with the shift.
I like the shift.
I was fine with the shift. I know it turned off a lot of people, but damn, man, it teaches people how to hit the entire length of the field or the entire area of the field and not just pull to the damn pull to the strong side that your bat is, man. If you're a left-handed batter or a right-handed batter, use the entire part of the field.
Yeah,
you're messing up the entire game, man. Now you got me on a rant for baseball, Rodney. Congratulations.
Well, when you're talking about strategy, that was always my thing. When you saw that shift, I'm like, okay, ain't nobody over there. There is nobody over there.
Hit the ball the other way.
Hit it the other way.
You're a professional hitter. Hit the ball the other way.
You're getting paid a lot of money to manipulate. Hell, I can't even talk now. To move that baseball around, hit it the other direction. Don't hit it to where they shifted. No, I would have stayed with the shift. I would have stayed with the shift. Man, I see everything going on here. Please leave the game alone. Yeah, well,
Yeah.
yeah. You know, I know. Yeah, it's baseball, pure, simple. Leave it alone. Leave it alone as much
It's
as
not
possible.
broken, man. It's not broken.
So the
All right,
Ewers
you want
thing.
to talk about Quinn?
Let's go to this. So obviously there's a lot of conversation what's happening right here. There's money on the table, whatever. What I sent you this morning, Wags, was, and again, when you're on Twitter, when you're on social media, you don't know. I mean, but this is more of a, you know, it's got a blue check. That don't mean shit. You can pay for that.
No, but you do it. You got to go down the rabbit hole and see if it's a credible or a reputable site, right?
Yeah. And you've got to think when there's a good amount of followers or something that it's maybe something that's legit. Quinn Ewers and Arch Manning are both reportedly names that are circled and underlined at North Carolina as potential quarterback transfers now that Bill Belichick is there. North Carolina is reportedly prepared to potentially, quote, command the largest NIL deal in history, end quote, to land either Texas quarterback. And it is. I mean, is Quinn going to the NFL? His draft. I saw on ESPN today they listed like the top 50 players in the college football playoff. Wags. I got to 25 and stopped looking. I didn't see Quinn Ewers. That's just what has happened here with the way that the season has gone.
Top 25 players, top 25 quarterbacks.
Top 25 players.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I misheard
players.
you. That was just like the.
And I know, CB, that the NFL rookie. I mean, it is.
Can I ask what site this came from?
Yeah, NFL Rookie Watch. NFL Rookie Watch.
NFLRookieWatch.com.
I don't know what the website is.
Probably a .com. But anybody can buy a website though, right?
I know. Okay. They've got 160,000 people that subscribe to this. So they're pushing content to people, but you have to think if this is with Bill Belichick, with the move right there with North Carolina to want to be legitimate. I mean, is there any stake to this? And if you're Quinn Ewers is the question. Are you going to go pro, or do you want to try to build that draft stock up?
Didn't Anwar talk about this Didn't Anwar get an answer from Quinn that he was going pro last week?
I believe he did.
I think so. Like, and so to me, like that's the move, right? I love all this North Carolina hype, right? It's great, Of course that this is going to happen. What ultimately what is this business? Sales, right? Yeah. Sales. So you're selling an idea. You're selling a recruit. An idea of what this program can be. Then the next thing with Bill Belichick, right? Oh, let's put some hype up there that Arch Manning is going to come. Cool. Let's put some hype up there that Quinn Ewers is going to come here. The move for Quinn is the NFL. All right. Here's the reason why. Is North Carolina's roster more talented than Texas's?
Not even close.
Not even close. All right. Do you think if Quinn struggles a little bit now in Texas's offense, what do you think is going to happen when he goes to a brand new offense that are just trying to find a Josh McDaniel offense that's trying to find his feet in the college landscape? You think he's just going to set sail?
I think you get him out of the SEC, and you have the possibility to where he could be more productive. But it is a new offense.
But with a lackluster roster.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
He would not have nowhere near the weapons that he has at North Carolina. And I argue that the game film that he has now is probably the ceiling that NFL scouts are going to see. He's in a pro offense. He'd be in a pro offense with McDaniel, I believe. But he's in a pro offense that runs a lot of actions. There's whether it's, multiple fake, I talked about this yesterday, whether it's multiple fakes and then, you're carrying out, a fake throw. There's just a lot that the quarterback has to do in Sarkisian's offense. It is also a pro ready offense. It gets you ready for the to be a Sunday quarterback, right? I think that's the number one reason why Arch is there. And that's the number one reason why Arch is staying. All right. Yeah. So let's put that.
Arch is not going anywhere.
Arch isn't going anywhere. The plan has been to stay with Sarkisian the entire time, and now it's about to come to fruition. All right. Quinn Ewers will go to the NFL. He will not transfer and go to UNC because I believe it will hurt his draft stock. You're going to be putting him and surrounding him around lesser talent, and he won't be able to make the plays that he's making now with the speed that is just surrounding him at the University of Texas. If he goes out to the University of North Carolina, it's an unknown. All right. At least he knows now that he's got some type of draft potential, whether it be, day 2 or day 3. I don't think he's I don't think he gets drafted in round 1, maybe Friday or possibly more than likely Saturday, probably a day 3 quarterback. Round 4, at best, maybe 3rd round.
Yeah. When I see these kind of things, and again, call it clickbait, call it whatever you want to call it. It's good for discussion. But my whole thought has been, to your point, Quinn Ewers is tailored to be an NFL quarterback. He's not going to sit out there and run around like Jalen Milroe. He's not going to sit out there and run around like Dylan Gabriel. I quite frankly think that Quinn Ewers and Carson Beck are going to be better NFL quarterbacks than the 2 guys that I just mentioned, than Gabriel and Milroe, because they have the pocket presence. They'll be able to get back there. You're not relying on the legs, and it's just a better pro style offense that you're going to get. And I think where Quinn, to squash this thing here, is even though I know it's about money and draft stock and all of that and improving that and how you've fallen from whatever, I still think that Ewers, to your point, whether it's a Saturday, whether it's a Sunday, whenever he gets drafted, it may not be to these bottom of the barrel teams, because that is the ultimate failing device for these quarterbacks when they hit the league and they go to just a horrible franchise and they're getting killed and they have no weapons. If he goes in as a backup at one of these mid-range teams, I mean, you name the Raiders, somewhere like that. If he goes in a spot like that, he will have a long career. He will absolutely have a long career if he can avoid, no offense, the Giants, that type of thing, where he's going to the Tennessee, where he's going to be thrust into a starting role and getting expected to be the starter.
What's the leverage with the NIL? Like, what are they offering Quinn with NIL that he's not receiving already, or he hasn't received already?
We see the quarterbacks on the rookie contract. I mean, did you see what the kid got the other day? The transfer from Tech to A&M.
No.
I mean, oh my God, I'll find it for you here in just a second. I mean, the wide receiver that just bolted over.
Right, but my point is, like, you're telling me that that's kind of what I'm asking here. You're telling me that North Carolina is going to present a bag that's bigger than Texas. If this hypothetical was the case, to where Quinn was going to stay another year, all right, and not elect to go pro, and not say, I'm going pro, please come draft me. You're telling me that Quinn would leave the bag that Texas is willing to put on the table to keep him there, just so no one else can get him? Right?
Does
you
Texas
think that bag? You think that bag's going to be smaller than a North Carolina bag?
I mean, does Texas do that right now?
Oh yeah,
with Arch Manning.
Oh yeah. Why? Like, if you have a chance to keep Quinn Ewers in your locker room, why wouldn't you do that? Is everybody? Am I crazy to think? Am I the only one that thinks Quinn Ewers is a good quarterback still?
I think, honestly, Wags, I think he will be really good in the NFL, because it's not going to be, I mean, turn around and hand the ball, you come back, and if you have that pocket presence, you're not relying on this other stuff that we talk about with some of these guys. I think he's going to be a good backup quarterback in the NFL. I see some of that chatter right there. I don't think he can come in and start.
No, he's a day 3 quarterback, or he's going to get drafted on the 3rd day. Now, that's I say that in Tom, the program that kind of made Tom Brady rise to success is going to be the hypothetical team that he would go to. But look, man, if you're asking me, dude, this is all hoopla. It's all clickbait, like people have been saying. Ain't no way in hell Quinn Ewers is going to North Carolina. He gets drafted. I swore I saw Anwar Richardson report that last week. And if that's the case, enjoy being drafted on day 2 or day 3, Quinn. And he's going to move over. Arch Manning's going to be the succession plan, and everything's going to fall right into place, man. It's going to come to fruition, like everybody's been talking about. There's no way that Arch Manning's going to be leaving Texas just because of that. What I just talked about. Nobody has a bigger bag than Texas. They just don't.
And I'm very curious to see what with Quinn, because it is now with NIL and with the big bags of money that we're talking about. I mean, is there someone that could possibly, and thank you, Anwar did post that, but can that change? And that's the whole hypothetical.
Maybe. Sure, but I mean, why? But seriously, like, why would he do? You don't believe that hurts his draft stock?
Staying another season
and go into a team with nowhere near the weapons and having a worse season than you just put up. You think that sure, you get more reps, but you don't look nowhere near as good as you looked in your junior year or your season before.
Well, let's take North Carolina out of the picture right here. Let's say it's not North Carolina. Let's say it's more of an elite team that's going to have a hole to fill, and they offer him. I mean, we're starting to see these guys stay in college football for so long to go into better scenarios. I mean, the dude at Ohio State. I mean, he made the move over there. Boom, he's in the college football playoff. I mean, and that's, I don't know. I think that's
in this case, Rodney. I'm going to have to say that. It's that old adage to where if you're going to be a shithead and cheat on your wife, you better be cheating up.
Well,
and I don't know how many people can cheat up on Texas.
That's a great point. That's a great point. But the whole thing is now people do really stupid shit to that scenario right there. Do you take a lot of money and go to a lesser scenario than going to the NFL, especially knowing that you're going to be a day 3, a round 3, a round 4, whatever the case is going to be? I would hope not.
I don't want to say you're talking out your ass, but whoever posted this article is writing out of their ass. And like I said, it's clickbait, dude. Quinn's going to go to the league. We've already, solidified that. We've already kind of seen that's been posted by Anwar. And look, so, and let's just, to all the people that want to try and believe this bullshit, you're going to tell me that Arch Manning endured 2 seasons of sitting behind somebody and just coming to Texas, having, doing school at Texas. And now his chance to take over the helm of a championship caliber team has come to his doorstep. And he's just going to be like, nah, I'm going to go to North Carolina where there's less talent. I'm going to go somewhere where Bill Belichick's there, and just because he's had a 20-year run with Tom Brady, none of this shit adds up. Again, it's all clickbait. I love the entertaining hoopla. I do, but yeah, it's more for my entertainment when I'm on the crapper than I am when I'm having a conversation with you, amigo. There's no way in hell that Arch Manning would squander this opportunity to take over, the reins for Quinn when he leaves, or when he gets drafted in the NFL.
And for me with Quinn Ewers, it has been right here what Jake is talking about, and CB kind of acknowledges it right there. If Quinn can go to the Rams, I think that would be the ultimate place for him to learn from Matt Stafford, to be in that Sean McVay system. That right there, I think, could elevate. But again, that's hypothetical. I mean, we can't plan that. I mean, do the Rams believe in him enough to try to do that? And the money thing, Wags, I'm telling you, yes, this is clickbait. This is a lot of whatever. But these conversations are going to go on and on and on. Money.
All these conversations of, Quinn has dicks. Quinn has the 4-4. Who is the 4-4-4 lawyer?
That's that guy. He's I forget his name, but they go 4-4-4. That's his
I know. I'm trying to think of, is it Adler? It's not Adler.
No, and they didn't. What's his name? The guy that stands on the wreck cars. No, I can't think of that dude's name. But yeah, the fours. I mean, Davis Law Firm. Davis Law Firm. Yeah. There's that. So, I mean, it's entertaining conversation. Arch Manning is not going anywhere. This is Arch Manning's playground for as long as he wants to be.
Yeah, as long as Arch Manning wants it, it's his.
Absolutely.
Like CB says, Arch Manning's going to cure cancer.
Well, there you go. And yes, I mean, there's that correlation too when it comes for Ewers with that. But it's fun to have the conversation.
So you don't believe any of this stuff that you read, right?
No, okay. Not at all. Not at all. I mean, I just think that, and this kind of goes back to when Belichick took the job that I brought up the point to where it's like a lot of these younger kids now, and it's going to be this whole Bill Belichick thing. I mean, a lot of them may be like, all right,
Highland Park Scots.
The dads are going to be the one. The dads are going to be the one where Bill Belichick. I mean, whatever. I mean, these kids, it's about the money. and the opportunity. Doesn't matter if it's Bill Belichick, Adam Wagner, Rodney Rodriguez, Jake Bayless, Ike Coronas. Doesn't matter who it is. This money thing sure changes things up and brings up these kind of conversations.
All right, my dude, where you want to go next?
Man, I
got
tell
about
you
5
where,
minutes. I got about 10 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. Got to talk about passes. If you're a Texas fan and haven't been over to passes.com, you are missing out. Passes.com/Texas One Fund. You've heard of that Texas One Fund, and you know what they do for the University of Texas. We're talking about NIL. If Texas wants to continue to have these great athletes, the NIL, very imperative in that right now. You can donate to the Texas One Fund, and you get something back in return. Access to tailgate parties, so much more, VIP experiences, you name it. And you're helping the future of Longhorn athletics. Check it out. Passes.com/Texas One Fund. Again, that is passes.com/Texas One Fund to be a part of the game today. I did go
speak to this real quick. Don't know if y'all knew that he was buddies with Clayton Kershaw. I think everybody kind of, I think Jake's just being cute here. But yeah, one little nugget on this though, there was a Marine of mine that played on the same ball team with Clayton Kershaw and Matt Stafford, and no one believed him until he pulled out the picture, or he had his mom send his picture to us. But yeah, Alex Recker was a member of the ball club with this dude, with Stafford and Kershaw too. So shout out to Recker. I'm sure he's gonna love that name being thrown out there. Yeah, man. I don't know if they were a pitcher catcher combo, but I thought Stafford pitched as well. I thought Stafford was also a pitcher.
I think so.
But I know Recker played outfield, so yeah, it was pretty cool to hear that story. And just, I don't know if you all knew that little nugget, but yeah, so if I have 7 degrees from Kevin Bacon or anything like that with Matt Stafford and Clayton Kershaw, I knew a Marine that played in baseball on the baseball team with him. So there we go. Maybe I'm connected to him.
There it is. That's awesome. We'll talk Texas Clemson maybe tomorrow into Friday as we get closer to that game.
Thursday night football tonight too, man.
Thursday night. Is today Thursday? Today's Wednesday.
No, it's not. It's Wednesday. My bad.
Dude, I'm with you. I'm so thrown off. We mentioned about Michael Vick. What are your thoughts on him being a coach? I know.
Everybody,
inspiring, right? Yeah.
Everybody deserves a second chance. You can't keep, throwing shade. I know that as a lover of dogs, you and I both are. What he did is almost unforgivable. But I mean, hell, we all make mistakes, right? And if you're willing to lead a good straight life, and you're willing to walk the line, and you're willing to be an excellent mentor, why not you have the opportunity to make that mentorship, happen on a larger scale? And if you can impact young men and show them how to be, good leaders on the gridiron, and evolve that and roll it over into life lessons and teach young men how to be good leaders, I'm all for that, man. And help, especially if it helps Mike too. Some people, it's a win-win for both people to have, a coach that can, kind of reinvigorate his life and also kind of motivate young men.
Yeah. The Vic thing, obviously it does hit a little harder for we dog lovers. I mean, because that was horrible. But I mean, it really does.
I'm pretty sure that people, I've forgiven Vic since then. I would hope that others have. So
and you watch him a lot of times when you see folks that come back from these different things, you kind of watch the progression of what they do. And a lot of times, I mean, I hate to be the negative, Debbie download person, but you see things they're doing and it's like, okay, I'm not really sure that they're genuine in the actions they're doing to try to reinvigorate themselves or reinvent themselves. Michael Vick, it seems like to me, has done this the totally right way. You watch this dude on Sunday on the Fox NFL thing, and he's gotten himself on the right path. And I think that this is where more, using the Bill Belichick correlation right here, I would think more if you get somebody where you get a Michael Vick that has been to the rock bottom. I mean, rock bottom. This is a dude that can lift young people up in this new society. I mean, and make them want to be a great citizen. And that's what coaches talk about. High school coaches all the time. I want my kids to be a great citizen.
He's a god back in that area too. Like, I mean, the Norfolk and Northampton area, like, he is absolutely a god. Both Vic brothers were. But yeah, you want to talk about some of the talent that was kind of flourishing, about 20 years ago back then. My God, like, I don't know if you ever saw the Virginia Tech versus West Virginia game with Michael Vick, or just Michael Vick in a damn Virginia Tech uniform, dude. There was just nothing like him. I mean, just the explosiveness and the fact that he could throw, a 70-yard pass on a rope, right? From coming off a dead sprint, moving to his left, man. The dude was just an incredible talent to watch. Again, a hero to that area back there. And if he's willing to put himself out there and be a leader and take on, hard lifestyle lessons and lead young men and motivate young men, I'm all about it, dude.
Yeah, and a lot of this with Michael Vick. I mean, as times have changed and you start realizing different things. I mean, I remember being a young kid, and look, I'm an old dude, and I remember about a dog on a chain was a very common thing, and I know what Michael Vick was doing here, but you don't put a dog on a chain. You know what I mean? I mean, it's one of those things to where he was raised in a certain time where he didn't know any better. I mean, what he thought was normal was not normal, and he learned the hard way. And he has. I mean, he paid his debt to society, and he has reinvented himself, and this is great for anybody that's going to be a part of his team. So good luck to Michael Vick and everything happening there at Norfolk. Wags, Frisco Bowl, a little excitement.
Yeah, we waited until 11 o'clock to talk about the fucking Frisco Bowl, man.
Well, I think we got a little time. I think we got a little bit of extra time.
West Virginia, did you watch the game last night?
I saw the end of it. After golf.
Oh, what an ending. Yeah. Let's talk about the Frisco Bowl tomorrow, because I don't know if we'll have enough time. I actually wanted to get into this. But yeah, we'll talk about bowl games and we'll get into that tomorrow. Where do you want to go real quick before the guys come on here?
Man, that really had everything that I had on the agenda today. What do we have tonight? It's Thursday. No, it's Wednesday, so it's not
Thursday night football tonight, right?
Yeah. Thursday night football on a Wednesday is what we got going on tonight. So that won't be happening. Covered all the PGA, Live. I mean, all of that NBA Cup. I didn't watch any of that. It seems to me Milwaukee's on a little bit of a roll right now. So NBA, we'll see what happens. Got to get deeper into the season, I think, for me to get more interested in what's happening in the association.
Oh, here's a good comment by Troy. I'm not saying that Mike Vick can't learn from his mistakes, but what in his past tells us that he has the actual coach skill set. He is just a flashy name that will attract NIL deals. Well, I think I disagree because of the fact of the area where he was at, and just the inspiration that he could lead. Now, again, I don't know, what the past 20 years has been like, back in Norfolk or back in the Northampton area for Michael Vick. But, when the dude was there, man, it seemed like he moved the entire community, and it might just be a flashy name, Troy. But again, if the dude is willing to put himself out there, it takes a very selfless act to be a mentor and to be a leader. And if he's willing to do that, I kind of all about that. Let's see how it plays out.
And the prototype has been set for what?
He's partnered with Bet Us. I did not know that he's partnered with Bet Us.
And does this turn out to be another Deion Sanders thing? Is what I mean? This is the prototype for this. I mean,
Deion kind of paved the way, right?
Deion has paved the way.
Kind of pioneered it.
And exactly like this. I mean, Deion goes to a smaller school with some ties right there, and boom, look at him now. He's apparently going to stay in Colorado. So I think that I mean, maybe that's something that works for Michael Vick. But yeah, if he's partnered up with betting sites, I mean, I would hope that he's going to resign, or he should be resigning at that point. So look, I mean, for a smaller school like Norfolk State, and where you have the local ties and all of that right there, what the hell do you have to lose? I mean, to be honest with you. I mean, if you get this dude in there and you have the success of what Deion Sanders did, I mean, just this figure that people really admire from his playing days, I mean, you've hit a home run. You have hit a home run right here if it works out.
No, I'm with you. Yeah, I think the risk or the rewards outweigh the risk at this point, and maybe it is. Maybe it is just what Troy's saying, that it's just kind of a flashy name to try and go along and pioneer, or go along with the way that Deion pioneered for Michael Vick. Any other last save rounds before we get out of here, man?
Man, I think that is it. I mean, again, the big story is the Kirk Cousins thing. I mean, to see what happens there with Michael Penix. We touched on that.
We got the Frisco Bowl, but I'm getting ready to play the video, but I forgot that you can't play video on YouTube because I wanted to play the ending of the Frisco Bowl. I'll see if I can find audio for it instead and play it tomorrow. But yeah, wild scene there that ended on an interception. But yeah, Memphis was victorious 42-37 over the Mountaineers in the what's the sponsor there? The Scooters Coffee.
Scooters Coffee. I don't think we have that around here. Or do we? I don't know. I mean, I make my own, dude. I'm like you with the breakfast. I do that stuff here myself. So I don't know.
I can't believe you don't eat breakfast, man. Like I talk about it all the time, man. Having a nice, wholesome, cornerstone, nutritious breakfast before you come on to the show. You at least got to put some oatmeal in your belly, Rodney.
I mean, I don't put anything. I mean, it's that was a weird thing. Like when I was on the road last week, the last week and a half, where it's like the dude I was traveling with, he's like, okay, let's get up, let's go eat. Then we have to have lunch, and then we have to have dinner. It's like 3 square meals. I don't. I mean, I have like a meal and a half a day is about what I put in my gullet, and I know that's
Warriors breakfast,
not healthy living.
Let's get into offensive breakdowns for tomorrow between Clemson and Texas, and then if we have time, we'll get into the defensive breakdowns as well, defensive keys to the game. Again, like thinking back on this, I know that it opened at 10.5. I said that I'd be reluctant to take Texas if it started chirping or started crawling towards 14. I think I might be walking that back, Rodney. I went back and looked at some of these stats and looked at some of the numbers here. Clemson struggles mightily to throw the ball. I think besides Williams, I mean, Wesco is the one that gives them size, right? Like Wesco's got the decent size as a wide receiver, but usually, most of the passing attack comes from Williams there, right? He's their leading receiver, and usually it's in RPO situations here. That could hurt Texas, but honestly, with the defense that Texas, rolls out there, I don't think Clemson finds a way to have that much success throwing the ball. And if they're limited to just one key component of an offense there to where all they can do is just run the ball, hell, that's just going to be lights out for Texas. This game, like I said, man, this game could be over by halftime. It really could.
Yeah,
and that line could be way off. Matter of fact.
I think that is the thing, Wags, and like you said, we'll dig deeper into it. But I mean, I think that Texas can get a good fast start right here. The defense is going to lock that offense down because it's 3 or 4 receivers that have okay numbers, but you don't really have the breakout receiver. So it's going to be a lot on Kate Klubnik right here with that, and we'll get into the nuts and bolts of that. But I think Texas can exceed the line here with this. If things work out the way that they should.
Gents, I got to roll. I got some stuff I got to do. I got to get out of here, man. You guys have a great day.
Yep. Oh, good. See you guys later, boys. Have a good show. Y'all talking some Jerry World. Place to be today. They're getting fired off already.
Oh, it's six man starts today, right? And just there's a 2A game also.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Have a great show. I'll see y'all in the morning.
All right, Double R. Thank you. There goes Chaos Theory. He is Jordan Scruggs. I am Jeff Howe. We've got all kinds of stuff going on today. Jordan, I want to take a big bulk of this show. Actually, you know what? I wanted to brag on Kelvin Banks and Jahdae Barron and even Alfred Collins, but I want to start with Texas and Clemson. It's kind of piggyback off of what Rodney Wags were talking about at the end of Chaos Theory. I was looking around at some predictions, and our guys at 24/7 Sports, Chris Hummer and Brad Crawford, gave their picks. It's an 11.5 point spread. And both those guys, it's always intriguing when you see it from a national perspective, kind of how people view the game. The spread, Jordan, has actually jumped up to 12. It's been an 11.5 pretty much the last several days, and now it's at 12. That happened like really just probably within the last hour or so. They both had Texas covering the 11.5 when it was 11.5. Do you think this could be out of hand? Because I don't like predicting blowouts. I do see how Clemson, especially if, depending on Phil Maffa's health, how they can run the football. I don't know that I buy that this could be over at halftime.
Yeah, no, I don't. Texas has been cursed in the third quarter lately. So ask me how I feel, I guess, after the third quarter. But I don't know. If you had to ask me right now, just based off how Texas has done in the last few games, I don't think they're going to cover. I think they'll win, but I don't know about cover. We will see. I think, a lot of the game depends on how Clemson's offensive line holds up. Talked about it yesterday. They're better than most people think they are, at least going up against SEC teams. So I think that'll kind of be the telling point. Also, kind of a theme of the back half of the season, which version of number 3 shows up. Because Klubnik is, he might not be a top 5, top 10 most talented quarterback in college football by any means, but he's incredibly consistent. And he's always been kind of pretty much incredibly consistent, I would say, at least. So you kind of know what you're going to get out of their quarterback. But, Texas, what's Quinn showing up with? I don't think he's necessarily played full health in a long time. I don't even know if he'll be at full health on Saturday. We will see. But if you had to ask me right now, I don't feel great about them covering at all. So,
yeah. Looking at Clemson too, they are 9th in the country. They're top 10 defense in the country at turning you over. They got 25 turnovers on the year. And where that concerns you, they got 15 interceptions. They've also recovered 10 fumbles. So the ball security issues Jaden Blue has had down the stretch, we've seen at times where if Jarrett Gibson's called upon, he can get pretty much, knock on wood, unless your name's Trey Wisner and you play running back for this team, you got a penchant to put the ball on the ground. So that's concerning. That's the kind of stuff, though, you can't predict turnovers. You can't predict penalties. That's why, when we did our roundtable with matchups on the site, I talked Eric into, because Eric was talking about turnovers. It's like, man, your battle could be, Texas versus itself when you talk about taking care of the football and penalties. Those are the 2 ways we've seen Texas get themselves in a bind. I mean, if they cut down on penalties in the SEC championship, they probably beat Georgia.
Yeah. Or if Bert Auburn makes field goals, they probably beat Georgia.
Yeah.
Or if they can, attain one fumble recovery besides the one that ended the first half, they beat Georgia, most likely. So
yeah, man, it would have been nice if there would have been some time left at the end of that thing.
Yeah, just real quick, Jeff, I'm running laundry in the background. Can you hear any of that?
No.
Okay.
No, I was about to ask you the same thing because my daughter's watching TV on the other side of the house, but it's a little loud. So I didn't know if you could hear any of that. So no, we're good.
Sweet. Got a new. I don't know if y'all noticed, but when I left my mic in Austin, new one came in. Spent about $100-something on this. So hopefully, it doesn't pick that up. Happy it doesn't. But sorry, what were you saying?
No, I think Steven Delgado mentions it right here. He says, I'm hoping for a Michigan or Florida type game. Just want to feel total control throughout. It's hard for me to go that type of way, Steven, because I have a lot more respect for Cade Klubnik than I do for Aiden Warner or Davis Warren. I just think the quarterback situation is not even close. But I do think this is a game where Texas can control. We talk about health issues at running back, and Lord knows Texas has had them. But you got Dabo Swinney coming out this week. Phil Moffitt had to tough it out in the ACC championship game with a shoulder issue. And Dabo came out this week and said, yeah, he's going to have surgery on his shoulder after the season. Jay Haynes, we know, is out. He's not going to play in this game. So if Clemson's going to win this game, Jordan, they've got to have those unpredictable things like Texas shoots itself in the foot. And it's going to have to be like a 450-yard total offense type game for Cade Klubnik. Like, he's going to have to throw for 300 plus, and he's going to have to get pretty close to 100 plus rushing on a turnover-free day for them to win.
I agree. I think if Clemson wins, what they'll be talking about is how Klubnik effectively slayed Goliath, which is, you could say the number 1 defense in America, Texas is. So, hopefully, folks in Austin don't see him put on the cape like he used to, a couple miles down the way in Westlake. But, if Clemson wins, the main thing people will be talking about will be Cade Klubnik heading into round 2 versus Arizona State. So, and
as good as Texas is in the red zone defensively too, like this has been my issue with Texas opponents all year. Even Georgia had issues doing this. To beat Texas, ideally, you're not going to be able to count on stringing together, 8+ play drives. You've got to get some chunk yardage plays. You look at Georgia's successful drives against Texas when they weren't on a short field, they did that. Like you had the big long Etienne run in the championship game. You had that. I forget what it was, Jordan, but Georgia had that 89-yard drive in the first game. And I want to say there was like a third and long. I forget the distance. It's like 3rd and 13. And Carson Beck hits Arian Smith for probably a 20-25 yard gain on a deep comeback, or was it as an outbreaking route toward the boundary.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the kind of things you're going to need. I just don't think Clemson's going to be able, as good as Texas is at corner, to be able to match up. I mean, I didn't watch everybody in the ACC this year, but I would imagine there's probably not very many teams that their corners can go athlete for athlete with Clemson's receivers. Texas can.
Yeah. You could also make Clemson, they don't have Drew McCool back there anymore. AJ Terrell isn't back there. They have AJ Terrell's little brother, Avion. And, that's up there, I'd say probably their best DB. I haven't watched a ton of Clemson this year, so I might be off there. But they have, talent in that secondary. The same thing can be said. They haven't really faced a receiver unit that can run with them either, if you get what I'm saying. So, I think it's a good matchup for Texas. Also, he's not quite where he'll eventually be, to where he'll be talked about as one of, if not the top linebackers in college football. But they basically have the 2024 high school recruiting cycle version of Anthony Hill. His name is Sammy Brown. He was the number one linebacker in the country coming out of high school in the 24 class. He's from small town Georgia, I believe. School he went to is equivalent to 2A or 3A ball in Texas. It was also a wrestler and either went undefeated in his entire high school wrestling career, or he only lost 1 or 2 matches. So, and he also threw the shot put 59 feet or something nuts, just complete backwoods Georgia type athlete, Sammy Brown. And, talking to some people at Clemson, I know, very much fits what Clemson looks for. I've talked about a lot with Klubnik. Not that there's anything wrong with it by any means, but incredibly religious kid. Very, very Christ, God focused, all that. Is in church multiple times a week, has been like that since high school. Sammy Brown is the exact same way. He had offers from everywhere in the country, NIL from everywhere in the country, and he ended up at Clemson because he wanted to be there, and he's going to stay there.
Yeah.
But he plays a lot as a freshman. In fact, they ended up kind of changing their defense a little bit as the season went on, where instead of it being primarily, two linebackers on the field, they would start with 3 to open the game just so that they could play him. Because, he's not quite good enough where you can just replace one of the 2 main backers' snaps with his. But he's like Anthony Hill as a freshman, where it's, hey, we don't really have an athlete like this. He needs to get some amount of snaps each game just because it's going to help us.
Yeah.
So, I wouldn't say he is as quite of a niche role as Anthony Hill did. Anthony Hill in year 1 had a very niche role early on. All they really wanted him to do was rush the passer. They did not want to stunt his growth, especially week 2 in Tuscaloosa on primetime TV. They wanted to ease him in, and he ended up getting more and more responsibilities as the season went on.
Yeah.
Sammy Brown I think, started with more responsibilities where he wasn't, just a third down rusher out of the linebacker position. He does a lot of different things. So, by no means do I think they have the same quantity of NFL talent that Texas does, but they have some high-quality pieces that will be drafted very high. Sammy Brown in 3 years, Peter Woods, the defensive lineman he was the number 2 defensive line recruit out of high school, I believe from the state of Alabama. All I think about, y'all might remember Peter Woods in the All-American game that year, is the Under Armour game. Someone pulled his pants down, and it was one of those moments where he moaned to everyone on national TV. So I still think of that every time he makes a play for some reason, just because I don't know, it's kind of funny. But yeah, so they have legit dudes. Bryant Westco's another guy. He's going to be a high round NFL draft pick one day. Same with TJ Moore. Klubnik, he's not a lock to go early, but if he comes back one more year, like I think he will, and he can continue his consistency, he's probably going to be a day 2 guy somewhere in there. At least that's my assumption. So
when you start, you'll start seeing 2026 mock drafts at some point right around the time of the 25 draft in April. TJ Parker is going to be a guy that gets mocked in the first round on that initial wave and is going to have a chance to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they got some guys, and
it's Clemson. You don't win a power conference championship if you don't have players.
Yeah, and I think
even though I think Texas fans now will agree with me, like, dude, trying to watch ACC football is and if Clemson wins this game, ACC people will never let me live this down, dude. It's a struggle some days trying to watch ACC football. Like it is, it's rough, man. It's rough.
Yeah. Hey, Arch, my friend, is supposed to be in the 2027 draft. CB.
Why CB? Why are you trying to get rid of Arch so fast?
Yeah. Well, hey, when Arch is there, it's not as easy to push the Quinn Ewers ruined everything bit. But no. So with Clemson, it's kind of fascinating. Just looking at their program. Yes, everyone talks about Dabo, God, all the dumb stuff he says in press conferences, because it is dumb most of the time, I should say.
I wouldn't say dumb. I would say, and it's not disingenuous either. It's just some of it. There's a little bit of at times, there's a little bit of a holier than thou thing.
Oh, yeah.
Clemson has going on.
Yeah.
And some of the stuff Dabo does, like, honestly, man, if Dabo Swinney was in my friend circle, I would have no problem calling him a doofus or a goober. Like, dude, just why you gotta be
being nice?
Why you gotta be so corny all the time, man? Just
No, with Dabo and just seeing some of the stuff he says in press conferences, it's just like, dude, you're way too committed to this bit, but it's not a bit. This is just kind of who you are. But
that's what I'm saying, man. Like, hey, if you're gonna be that dude, be that dude.
Yeah. Hey, how about Clemson using the portal now?
Here's the thing,
they got a receiver, and there's a joke out there somewhere about how the first ever Clemson transfer portal commitment this year was a white defensive player. There's a joke to me made somewhere in there because this receiver wasn't the first kid to commit out of the portal. It was a white defensive end, I think, from Wake Forest or something.
Check this out, though. Like, to me, we're talking about Dabo, and I'll defend Dabo here. Like I said, if you're going to be that guy, be that guy. Dabo's that guy. Like, Dabo walks the walk and he talks the talk. That's why there's
down the hill.
That's why, dude. I don't know. Has he not ever wiped out running down that hill, touching Howard's Rock? Has he never wiped out?
He has to have like surgery on each knee over the years, and we just don't know about it. Because like, how can his knees take that? Because like the players kind of like skip down the hill. Dabo's dead ass sprinting.
He had to have like just completely like face planted, just completely busted his face up, like doing some practice runs before he figured that out. Yeah. But here's the thing, like there's the reason why I have respect for Dabo Swinney is because, like I said, if you're going to be that guy, be that guy. Dabo's that guy, and I respect that. There's a big difference between Dabo Swinney and Hugh Freeze.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like Hugh Freeze claims to be that guy. We know, like, I say this all the time, Jordan. Like, dude, somebody asked me one time, like, oh, man, what was the difference between, did you like dealing with Tom Herman? You like dealing with Sark? And I finally told some people, I'm like, look, all college head coaches, I don't care who you are, Nick Saban, Urban Meyer, Jim Harbaugh, Steve Sarkisian, I don't care who you are. All these guys are full of it. It's just some of them are not as full of it as some others. And you kind of just gotta feel some people out to figure out how much they're full of, to what extent they're full of it. Just don't be full of it with me and dealing with me, and then we'll be fine on that front. But yeah, like, dude, that's the difference though. Like the reason why I respect Dabo Swinney, even though he is corny and I know it rubs people the wrong way, there's a difference between Dabo Swinney and Hugh Freeze.
Yeah.
Don't claim to be that guy, and then you got phone records tying back to escort services. You can't. Yeah.
And like, why does no one ever bring up the fact Hugh Freeze's collegiate coaching career was started because of Michael Oher?
Is that not the first thing people bring up with Hugh Freeze? Because
I never hear people bring that up. They just bring up how he's buying hookers and the other stuff you were talking about. Rarely is it talked about how he basically took the pathway that like every handler in America is trying to take. Let me break something down for you. What I mean by that, this happens a lot less in Texas because it's harder to do for handlers in Texas and elsewhere.
Yeah.
But like Louisiana, for example, the handlers there, it's kind of hard to get a college job because you're a handler, right?
Mm-hmm.
Usually if you end up in that role, it's because you aren't organized enough or, I don't know, disciplined enough, or you didn't go to school to become a high school or college coach or whatever. And I've talked to guys in Louisiana who know this is exactly what they're doing. And they know it's slimy, but they're trying to get out of Louisiana.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're in Louisiana and you're a handler, for example, go find a kid that's a freshman. Clearly a power forward prospect, but no one knows about him because he's in the middle of Louisiana. Attach yourself to that kid, get super in with him and his family when they're young, when they're fresh, when they have no offers. You don't even really have to get them offers. Just tell them you are. So when they start coming in because he deserves them, they think you're the one that got him that, right? Because of this, they affiliate themselves with the person. And when it comes time to the kid to get actually recruited in his junior year, senior year, and they're calling the mom, hey, what do y'all think about this? Oh, we don't know. Call Jordan. That's our guy. He helps everything. Jordan. Who's Jordan? Oh, it's this guy we met 3 years ago. He's helped us with the whole recruiting process.
Yeah.
Really? Yeah. Okay. You shoot me his number. Coach calls him. What's up, man? Just want to talk to you about this kid. Just talked to his mom. He said you're kind of helping him out. What's up? Yeah. You're not getting him unless I get an analyst job. You're not getting him unless I get $50K.
Yeah, dog.
Like, that's how it works. So, is it that much different? And it is different, but like the path of high school coaches, like the Ed Oliver stuff, there's a reason that rule is called the Ed Oliver rule.
Mm-hmm.
Houston hired guys from the Westfield staff, and that's part of how they got Ed Oliver. And a rule was put in place immediately after. That rule didn't exist back when Hugh Freeze had a layup from having the number one offensive tackle in the nation at his tiny private school in Brentwood or whatever, wherever they were.
Yeah.
And he got a job at Ole Miss's staff and worked his way up from there. You know, you have to give him credit. He did work his way up from there at Ole Miss. And, you know, as much as I don't like him, he's been successful at times throughout his collegiate career. But it's a big part of the story. And I feel like most people leave that out nowadays.
Yeah, they shouldn't. I'll tell you what else too. Here's another thing, Jordan, that differentiates trying to you know how the pecking order, if you will, for lack of a better term, falls in Texas compared to other places. The thing that schools, by the way, dude, Jake Bayless is on a roll today. Jake, CB, Jose, are regulars, and I saw Stevens in here, Coach Top, some other folks, very very much. Dr. Smith, thank you guys for hanging out and being maintaining your support for Texas Sports Unfiltered. Like, subscribe, all that stuff on all our social channels. If you're audio only, thank you so much. Make sure you leave good reviews, 5-star reviews. Let everybody know why you like Texas Sports Unfiltered. Also, don't forget to leave a go check us out at Horns 24/7. Sorry, I'm a little all over the place right now.
No,
but
you're good.
What I was going to say is what separates the Texas hierarchy, if you will, from other states is, and we talked about this before, to be a high school coach in the state of Texas, you've got to be certified. In a public school, you got to be TEA certified. So that's why, like, whenever you go cover recruits in other states, the recruiting coordinator or the coach at the high school, he might have to get done with his shift, you know, loading trucks at FedEx before he can come meet you and let you into the school, let you into the facility. So that's why there's a big difference. So to your point, like some of those analyst positions and stuff, I mean, yeah, there's not as much red tape. And I look, trust me, I think in the state of Texas, the red tape is a good thing. There's just not near as much red tape in other states as there is in Texas, to where everybody just kind of understands. It's real easy to follow it. Hey, you're a handler, you're a trainer, you're a high school coach, like you're a 7-on-7 coordinator. Everybody's kind of has their own little niche where they fall in Texas.
Yeah. And I mean, it's like it's so dirty even in high school. Like, yes, there's a transfer portal in Texas high school football. We talked about that. But like, man, at Under Armour Dallas and Under Armour Houston, parents and family have to stay behind a certain line or a barrier, or they're in the stands in Houston because it's at a stadium in Houston. Coaches and media are allowed on the field. And by coaches, I'm talking about the people coaching the kids at the camp and their high school coaches. Because in some cases, you know, like this happens everywhere, sometimes kids don't have a ride. The high school coach will take them, and Under Armour camp will really help with getting a kid recruited.
Yeah.
But when about 50% of the high schools in the Houston area are represented at this camp, and the camp gets let out and the kids are free to talk to anyone they want, they're going to get approached by a coach at another high school. And that's when it begins. Now, it's interesting because we see that at the Dallas and Houston Under Armour camps every year. I'm in Atlanta. Well, it's not technically Atlanta, but I'm at Under Armour Atlanta in Carrollton, Georgia, at Carrollton High School. That's where Julian Lewis went to high school. It's where Zealous Hicks goes to high school or transferred to for this year. It's where he's graduating from. And a few other, top-tier kids have been produced out of Carrollton over the years. It's one of the state of Georgia's best programs, best prospect factories.
Yeah.
The Under Armour camp was in a 100-yard indoor turf room at the Carrollton High School campus. One side of that turf room was for parents only. Media, meanwhile, could pretty much walk around the sideline wherever we wanted. You just couldn't get in the way, obviously. The head coach at Carrollton was being very strict about the barriers. He was not letting high school coaches cross the parent barriers. And he was telling the Under Armour people, hey, y'all need to enforce this. Because what was he trying to do? Retain his high school roster. That's what he was trying to do. But like
that just tickles me so much, man.
It's so dirty out here nowadays, man. And I'm waiting until that happens in Dallas, because like the schools or locations that host it, they usually will have, some of their kids get invited that, to be honest with you, shouldn't be there. Like Carrollton. Of the 200 kids on the Under Armour roster last year, 20-something of them were Carrollton kids, and maybe 12 of them were actually supposed to be there. The same thing happens at Arlington Martin, who hosts the Dallas one every year. The same thing happens with the Spring ISD schools that host the Houston one at that's Planet Ford Stadium. That's where the Under Armour camp is. So I'm curious if that'll get to Texas. Arlington Martin is a school in Dallas, but to my knowledge, they're not a school in Dallas that really recruits. And same with kind of those Spring ISD schools. So I don't even know how we got into talking that, or how from Hugh Freeze led to that, but
I don't know either. But let's I want to brag on Jordan. Is there any
you talking All-American?
Yeah, but this is a good segue because David Keith Williams mentions, what are your thoughts regarding offensive line rotation? I thought Texas should rotate Trevor Gooseby, Neto, and Brandon Baker at least one series each game with the starters. I'll be honest, David Keith Williams, I hate rotating offensive linemen. I hate it because that unless you've got somebody that's comparable, at this point, Texas does rotate a little bit. If you notice, and sometimes it's early, sometimes we're right around that third series, you'll see Cole Hudson go in for DJ Campbell. That's where I don't mind it. If you've got, if you're sixth guy, if you basically consider him a starter and you say, hey, it's not like quarterback. I hate the two system quarterback, but if you want to tell your backup right guard, hey, third series is yours, and then we're going to alternate or whatever, I don't mind that if it's a comparable piece and there's some chemistry there. What I really have a problem with is rotating just for the sake of rotating. I don't think that does anybody any good, especially at a position where communication, chemistry, there's so many important intangibles that go into playing offensive line. I just don't like it. And I'm not saying that Gooseby or Neto or Baker aren't good enough at this point, but are you really going to rotate Gooseby? Do you really want Kelvin Banks to get out of a rhythm, or do you want him off the field just for the sake of getting Gooseby some snaps? I don't. The same thing with Brandon Baker and Cam Williams. I want those guys to get into a rhythm, get lathered up a little bit. Like I said, the one I don't mind the Cole Hudson, DJ Campbell, because I think at this point, when you look at those three guards in terms of just kind of where they are right now, they're probably all three in the ballpark with each other from a talent / scheme fit / ability to execute standpoint.
Yeah. I mean, and I also think the Cole Hudson situation is definitely unique considering he started an entire season with everyone on that group except for Christian Jones.
Again, that's why I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah. And, on the other side of that, I mean, I'm very curious what the snap count breakdown is for Cole Hudson quarter by quarter, because I do think it is kind of on a basis of, hey, get in there in the third or fourth series.
Mm-hmm.
Like versus Georgia, I felt like in the second half there was more drives Cole Hudson was on the field than DJ Campbell was. And maybe I'm just remembering it wrong, but I'm almost positive the last drive Texas had in the Georgia game, Cole Hudson was on the field and DJ Campbell was not. And if I remember the last drive in the Arkansas game, when Quinn ran for a first down and kind of had that awkward-ass tackle that he got up and showed emotion for like the first time ever, I'm almost positive DJ Campbell was the guard on that last drive. Maybe I'm remembering this wrong, but yeah. So, in terms of the O-line rotation, I feel similar to the way you do. And I get David Keith Williams' point about, the rotations and all that, but, man, you need – like, there's more communication at the offensive line position. There needs to be more cohesiveness at the offensive line position than arguably any other position in football. Like, you need consistency and experience with you playing with the guys next to you. So, if NATO or Trevor Gooseby or Brandon Baker, if it came to it and they had to go in, I think they'd hold up pretty well. I think Trevor Gooseby, showed the future's really bright at left tackle for Texas even after Kelvin Banks leaves. But, I mean, ultimately, you can't really take Kelvin Banks, who is going to be the first offensive lineman selected in April. You can't take that guy off the field just because, you want Trevor Gooseby to get 5 snaps a game so he's not as green. That's what spring ball's for. That's what fall camp is for. That's what the spring game is for.
For sure.
So, that's kind of how I feel about offensive line rotations. I understand it, but the way Texas has handled it thus far, I'd say is probably about how I'd handle it if I was in charge.
Well, Jordan, let's talk about Kelvin Banks. Today, so CB asked this earlier. When you're talking about consensus and unanimous All-American status, there's 5 teams that the NCAA uses to determine consensus status or unanimous status. There is the Walter Camp Football Foundation, the Football Writers Association of America, the AP, the Sporting News, and what is the 5th one that I'm not remembering now? It's the AP, Walter Camp. Oh, the AFCA, American Football Coaches Association. Those are the 5. Kelvin Banks was the first team All-American on all 5. He's a unanimous All-American. There have only been 25 unanimous All-Americans in the history of this program.
Who was the last?
Sweat last year was a unanimous.
Before that?
Bijan was a unanimous All-American.
Before that?
Osai was a consensus. I want to say it was either Deshaun Elliott or Michael Dixon. Yeah.
Did Mookie Taft make any of the All-American teams?
Yes,
That's AP.
He was second team AP.
Okay, got it. I saw that one. I just didn't know if he made any of the 4 other ones. But and then Jade, he also made all 5, but he wasn't first team on all 5, right?
Yes, Jade was consensus. He was not first team on the Walter Camp and so he was Football Writers. He was Sporting News.
He's first team on AP.
AFCA, he was not first team. Okay. He was second team.
Got it. Also, I don't even know what this – oh, never mind. I know what the award is. Sark, as of 11:07 a.m., 30 minutes ago, has been named as a semifinalist for the George Munger College Coach of the Year award. Or is it George Munger or George Munger?
Yeah, you know what, Jordan? I'll be 1,000% honest. Other than the Broyles Award, which I do think matters, it goes to the top assistant, which PK is a finalist for that. The Coach of the Year awards, I don't really care. I mean, I have because I'm with the Football Writers Association, I get a vote for Eddie Robinson, Coach of the Year. I get a ballot for that. It's my first place vote. Sark wasn't even on the ballot for that. My first place vote went to Kenny. Yeah.
Probably who I would have voted. Well, actually,
Coach Prime was not on the ballot either.
Okay, here.
Not that I have a problem.
I'm curious what the chat thinks. Chat, I'm asking you a question. If you were able to vote on Coach of the Year, not the Borals Assistant Coach of the Year, but Head Coach of the Year in college football, who is your guy? Because I think there's 3 really good answers off the top of my head, at least at the Power 4 level.
Okay.
Kenny Dillingham, like you said, Kurt Cignetti at Indiana, and Deion Sanders at Colorado. Those are the first 2 that come to mind.
Cignetti was the AP Coach of the Year.
Yeah. Me personally, if I choose between those 3 names, I'd probably go Cignetti. I think Dillingham has done a really good job. I mean, they, hit the over on their win total going into the year in like week 7. That's not easy to do. But for you compare those rosters and don't think about expectations, but just the roster talent on those teams. Arizona State and Colorado are more than Indiana does. They do. Indiana, yes, he brought in a lot of people from the FCS level, but those are FCS prospects, and what was left on that roster for him to make do with isn't great by any means. Like, I don't know if there's a single 4-star out of high school on that roster right now. I'm genuinely not sure. So I think Cignetti would probably be the answer for me. But, hey, I'd have no problem with.
I didn't know that I didn't know the Eddie Robinson Award went out today at 11 o'clock. Yeah, Kurt Cignetti won the Eddie Robinson Coach of the Year award from the Football Writers.
Nice. SMU and Rhett Lashley's also a good one. I didn't even think about that. Clark Lee and Vanderbilt. I really like that staff, but I think they had to have finished stronger for him to be, a true finalist probably.
So I found my ballot. If anybody gives a rat's ass, and I don't blame you if you don't. My ballot was you got 5 votes from 1 to 5. I went Kenny Dillingham, Kurt Cignetti, Rhett Lashley, Kirby Smart, Dan Lanning. Kirby Smart is a sneaky Coach of the Year choice because, yes, Georgia has more talent than anybody. But when you look at the fact that they played an insanely tough schedule this year, like it's probably the toughest schedule they played since Kirby's been there. And to get to the SEC championship game, to have to beat Texas twice and to beat them in overtime, to walk it off after, you lose, which, it kind of sucks for PK because it kind of reminded me of the OU game their first year. Like, oh man, we knocked the starting quarterback out. Yeah, I think you probably knocked the wrong quarterback out. Texas might win that game if Carson Beck is still quarterbacking for Georgia. But there's an argument to be made for Kirby Smart to be a national head coach of the year.
Yeah, but if you give Kirby Smart Coach of the Year with what he has, and the main point is, well, look at the schedule he played. Fuck, man. Give Sunbelt Billy co-coach of the year at that point. You know what I mean? For how they got that thing turned around at the end. He kept his job. He deserves an award for that. Like, there isn't a single person that thought he was going to make it through this season, including me. I made jokes about it the entire offseason, and they did what I never expected them to do. So
let me ask you this. I don't think they beat Texas because Texas just overwhelmed them. Does Florida beat Georgia if DJ Lagway doesn't get hurt? Just your opinion.
No.
You don't think so? You think Georgia finds a way to win that game? Or do you think
wait.
Do you think Florida, if DJ Lagway does not get hurt, does Florida beat Georgia?
Probably not. I have to say probably not. Because people also have to remember, I don't know. Because the last few games Lagway played of the year, he literally, didn't have his legs, pretty much. He was making all of his throws completely arm. There wasn't any.
He looked like Quinn in that state championship game against Westlake, where it's all shoulder.
Yeah,
it's like he's standing there playing. It's like if you look at Quinn and like a pitcher playing long toss on his rest day, there's no difference. It's the same mechanics.
Yeah, I remember. There's a kid named Marcos Davila out of West Texas. Went to Midland Legacy, as I like to call it. It was a 2024 4-star kid. Was on the tail end of the top 247. Committed to TCU as like a junior. That was the dream school. He committed when they were on that run. Or he committed them the offseason following them going to the national championship and getting Georgia'd. That's my new phrase, getting Georgia'd. But after they went to the Natty, he committed to them. They lose Garrett Riley. Who do they hire? Briles' son is Kendall, right? Kendall Briles?
Yes, that is one Kendall.
Yeah. They hire Kendall Briles. And Kendall Briles tells Marcos Davila, you got to find somewhere else. You don't fit my offense. You're not my guy. Sorry. He opens it up. A lot of spots have already filled up because QBs commit earlier than anyone else. He ended up at Purdue. Didn't play a snap this year because they had Hudson Card. He's down the transfer portal, and I saw he visited Nebraska. Not sure where else he's going to end up. But he was a really, good kid out of high school.
Mm-hmm.
Prospect, had pretty much every offer in the state except A&M and Texas. Tech, Baylor, SMU, a lot of these schools, were really interested in him. After his sophomore year film comes out, I send him to someone who used to be on the Baylor staff, and I'm like, yo, y'all need to recruit this kid. He has like 2 offers, and this is actually someone y'all could get, and he's better than what y'all usually get at QB, especially considering you're probably not keeping your 2023 QB take. You need to center in on 2024 already because that 2023 QB take was Novosad. I don't have the text on my phone still, or else I'd read it. But the text I got back from that coach is, yeah, we watched him. We don't like him. He throws completely all arm. His mechanics are messed up. And it's like, brother, he threw for like 4,500 yards with these dog shit mechanics. Just pure talent. First of all, what are you getting paid hundreds of thousands of dollars a year for if you can't touch up quarterback mechanics at the Power 4 level?
Yeah.
Like, what the F? But I don't even know what made me think of that. I think you just saying Quinn throwing all arm. But, yeah. And guess what? The next year, he saw a quarterback coach that offseason. What did the QB coach do? It was just some West Texas QB coach. He wasn't even like a top-tier guy.
Mm-hmm.
His mechanics are fixed. He threw for like 5,000 and had an even better season as a junior. So, yeah, that again, don't know where that came from, but yeah, and CB, I did see this morning. CFP 25 in terms of total dollars made or total revenue made off of selling it is now the most purchased or best selling video game of all time.
Sports video game, you mean?
No, I think it's just video game. Let me double check.
Video game, period. It passed like Super Mario World, Mario 3.
Okay. It's sports video, my bad.
Okay.
Yeah, it says College Football 25 has become the best-selling sports video game in U.S. history in dollars, surpassing NBA 2K21.
Well, good for the folks at the fine folks at EA.
Yeah.
All right, I need to brag on Kelvin Banks. Oh, yeah. Before I do that, Jordan, put up Jose's comment. So that's why KJ Lacey's going to be a great player. I feel you don't throw for that many yards without having some arm talent. I do wonder, because Diabell's got an athletic background, and then Sark is not recruiting. Like, there's a difference between like guys that can run a little bit and like a DJ Lagway type, or even like Cade with his athletic ability. I just wonder if having Arch and seeing kind of the limitations from a play, and I use that term loosely, but some of the limitations Quinn has, just because you don't have the ability to really have a dynamic quarterback run game like you can with Arch. I wonder if that changes Sark's thinking on quarterbacks going forward. Like they're never going to be Urban Meyer power spread where the quarterback's running the ball 15 times a game.
No.
But just to have that ace up your that ace up your sleeve, you know what I mean? That ace in the hole of, hey, if we need to go some zone read to get the offense back into a rhythm, it's there if we want it.
Yeah.
Just wonder. I wonder if Sark's time with Arch is just going to change his thinking on that.
Yeah, that's an interesting topic. Arch is built like kind of a tight end. He's 6'4", thick in the legs, unlike any Texas quarterback we've seen since probably Sam Ehlinger. And he has a stout build. He's a good runner. That's why he came in as effectively the Tyrone Swoops package. He was running it. But look at the guy that you're after, Trey Owens, right? I would say Trey Owens is about the athlete Quinn Ewers is. You know, he's not going to outrun an entire defense, but, you know, he can scamper, a little sneaky athlete, get maybe 5 or 10 yards on a slide.
Mm-hmm.
That's who Trey Owens is. KJ Lacey, by no means is a dual threat, but I think the best way to describe him, he's a pocket manipulator. You know, the Bryce Young comps are super lazy, and, you know, I see the vision there, but the Bryce Young play style is it's probably the easiest way to describe it. You know, a truer pocket passer that's nimble and mobile and can get around, but he's definitely a pass first. And then look at Dia. Kind of similar, except more of a dual threat, more running. I think Dia is probably the best athlete Texas has signed at QBs, up there with Arch Manning at least. I like him more than KJ or Trey Owens as an athlete. And then look at 2027. They've extended 2 offers to 2027 QBs. Both of those guys are true pocket passers. There's not any dual threat ability with any of them, really.
Mm-hmm.
So
let me ask,
I do think Arch and
the
success I think we'll have the next 2 seasons can maybe change that outlook for Sark. But, you know, I'm not worried about him falling into the ruts that the Mac Brown staff did that you've talked about, where it's, oh, we need to get our next Lima Sweet. We need to get our next Arch Manning. There never is going to be another Arch Manning. There's only one of them.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think that'll, if Arch has success like we expect, that'll really change Sark's philosophy. I don't think he'll ever try to take, you know, a dual threat QB every cycle. But the current pattern he's in, where about once every 3 or 4 years you're actually taking a dynamic athlete at that position, I think that's a really good formula and recipe for success. But if you know, are taking straight pocket passers or straight dual threat guys every single year and they're all the same exact type of QB, same type of play style, it's not going to turn out great. You're not going to have a ton of variance there. So I like the formula they're on. And, I mean, yeah, I don't know how you feel about that.
No, I do. Man, you said talk about Mac Brown, and it's stuff like, and personally, I like Tyrone Swoops, right? I like Tyrone as a guy, but and what I'm going to say is it's not fair to put this on him because he had nothing to do with what I'm about to say. But when you hear stuff behind closed doors like, hey, we have to have Tyrone Swoops. This came from somebody in the room, was in the room when the decision was made. We had to take Tyrone Swoops because Mac was terrified. If he goes somewhere else and he becomes the next Cam Newton, Mac will never let himself live it down. I'm like, that is an insane way to evaluate the most important position on the field.
Yeah, it is.
Like, you take the best guy because you think, when you're in a place like Texas and you're recruiting a quarterback, at the end of the day, you have to ask yourself this question: can I win a championship with this guy as my quarterback?
Yeah.
Dude, because that's what it's all about. If you're at Ohio State, Texas, USC, LSU, go name those, you know, those dozen programs in the country that is the expectation every year. Brother, if you don't have a guy in that room where you can answer that question with an unequivocal yes, then you did it wrong. You went wrong somewhere. You either evaluated wrong, you developed them wrong, you mismanaged the room, whatever it is. If you're at a place like Texas, you just got to ask yourself, can I win championships with this guy? And we look at the guys Sark has taken and the guys that are on the way, and it's like, yeah, you can see somewhere along the way, you're like, I think they can go win with this guy.
Yeah, it's just, man, it's nuts to think that Mac was doing the stuff he did, like recruiting-wise, evaluation-wise, all this other stuff he did. Like, he recruited pretty well at North Carolina. You got Drake May, who's a 5-star.
Well, remember.
Drake May is a UNC legacy. A lot of his family went to UNC. Mac Brown's son to convince him to flip from Alabama.
You forget, not only did he flip Drake May from Alabama, when he got the job, he flipped Sam Howell from Florida State.
That's right, yeah. And wasn't he ranked pretty high too?
Yeah. So right off the bat, like that's what just cracked me up about the North Carolina situation is when Matt got Sam Howell. I'm like, Mac has a better quarterback at North Carolina than he had pretty much those last 4 years post-Colt.
Yeah. And it's also like, man, if you go look at the top 5 prospects North Carolina has ever signed out of high school, 2 of them are Max guys he signed. If you go look at the top 10 prospects they've signed, 1, 2, 3, 5 of them are Max guys.
Yeah.
So
I think here's what I think the book, when we write the book on Quinn, because Nathan brings up a good point. Yeah, Sark recruited Jalen Milroe.
Yeah, it is a great point.
Yeah, I think if you're not going to take, you put yourself at a disadvantage if you take a quarterback that doesn't offer you some sort of run game element. Like I said, I'm not saying you've got to go try to find Vince Young. I'm not saying you got to recruit Sam Ehlinger. Man, like the ability to break glass if necessary, like quarterback run game is there and you can use it and it can be a part of your offense. If you're not going to have that, which Quinn might have some of that if and when he's healthy, which we haven't seen Quinn 100%, hadn't been enough in his career, then you better have an all-world kind of arm. I mean, you better – I'm not just talking about just flinging piss missiles. I'm talking about you better be able to throw the entire route tree better than damn near any of your peers can throw the route tree.
Yeah.
And Jordan, we can say what we want about Quinn. When he's healthy, we damn sure know Quinn can do that.
Yeah. And, you know, I'll be honest, like, you bring that up, it reminded me. A lot of people a lot of Texas fans got mad at me earlier this spring because I kept getting asked, who do you think is better, Keelan Russell or KJ Lacey? And I'd say, no doubt, Keelan Russell. We're at Elite 11 Austin, the regional. It's at Westlake, and it's pretty windy that day. Pretty much every quarterback is struggling to put the ball through the wind. You know who isn't and who's throwing ropes and piss missiles? Keelan Russell. He won MVP, got his invite to the Elite 11 Nationals there. KJ Lacey was pretty good. I'd say probably one of the top 3, top 5 performers on the day. The problem was when it got windy, the guys started to separate themselves. Who has a stronger arm? Who can put the ball through the wind? I'll be honest, Lacey couldn't consistently put the ball through the wind. I tried to think back, okay, how did Quinn do in this setting? He put the ball through the wind. How would Arch have done? Not sure because he didn't go to Elite 11, but watching him, throw it in games, I think he can put the ball through the wind pretty consistently.
Yeah.
I saw Trey Owens go through those drills out of high school. He could do it. And the Elite 11 Regionals, Dia Bell's been too. He can do it too. I think KJ Lacey can make every single throw on the field, but, man, they get into a windy game or poor weather, I'm not so sure how that'll hold up. There's also, stuff you can say about his frame and all that too, but KJ Lacey, everything they say about Julian Lewis, and they is in the 24/7 sports scouting team. People call Julian Lewis, the Colorado quarterback signee, a point guard. He's a guy who's on timing. He works in rhythm. KJ Lacey is the exact same way. He's a timing and rhythm guy. Yes, he can create and, extend plays, manipulate the pocket, kind of that Bryce Young stuff I was talking about, but he's very much more a timing, and rhythm type of guy. So, I'm curious how the playbook, might change if KJ Lacey ends up being a starter at Texas one day. Because, you're going to have to change some things because of what I just said compared to having Arch or Trey Owens the year before, who is a different type of arm and, a stronger arm. So, that's what I got. Speaking of Colorado, they just picked up a commitment from Caden Salter, expected to transfer to Colorado.
Interesting, man. If you're gonna replace Shador for 1 year, get a 1-year rental. There aren't that many better 1-year rentals.
I'm just curious though. Like, man, they got Julian Lewis. Why did Julian Lewis choose Colorado? He could start pretty early there, and they paid him a bunch. Do you remember, Jeff? I don't think you did because I don't think you pay much attention to it, but did you ever see the videos and photos that were taken when Julian Lewis visited Colorado, he committed to Colorado?
I did not. No, you're much more on the on that stuff on socials than I am.
There's a scene in like his commitment video, and there's photos of it too. It's him in a Colorado uniform sitting on this king's throne thing that's on the.
It's like the
on the
Iron
Colorado
Throne
field.
from Game of Thrones.
And who's handing him a set of keys? Shedeur Sanders. So, like, I just think it's interesting that the whole pitch was, hey, you're an ex Shedeur. You're going to walk right in, start as a true freshman. You got the keys to the castle. And then they bring in a transfer like 2 weeks after he signs his letter of intent or whatever the paperwork is. So I just think that's interesting. Because, hey, I talked about it, I think, last week. It's pretty damn easy to get out of the binding paperwork as a high schooler, even if you signed early. You can get out of that and end up at another school.
Yeah.
It's the same thing as with transfers where nothing matters until you sit down in that class and are marked there. I'm about to pack watch Oklahoma State. Gundy and Oklahoma State, I can tell you right now, are never getting another juice kid again. Poland, you sign early and, hey, sorry, bud, you can't move until June after a kid has spent the last however many years in summer school so he can graduate early and not sit on his ass for 6 months after he graduates in December.
Yeah.
So, Oklahoma State might lose a member of their 2025 recruiting class, but this is what happens when you tell kids they can't move in for 6 months. They're going to find another school that'll let them move in January.
You know what you know what? That's not the first time Mike Gundy's done that either.
Nope, it ain't. Which
blows my mind how, and a matter of fact, that I know, I'm trying to remember. The kid I remember was 2009, 10. I forget the year. It's a kid named Dexter Pratt from Navasota, who was again a mid-year kid. Gets up there and is like, we don't have room for you. You're gonna have to wait. You could have told me that in October. Could have told me that last summer. Could have told me a lot of different things. They did it with. I'm trying to remember. There's a quarterback. He was the quarterback at Stephenville after Jevin Sneed. His name was Cody Spano. I can't remember if he was trying to go to Nebraska, and Nebraska did that to him, and he ended up at Oklahoma State. But I think he was signed to Oklahoma State. They did that, and then he ended up at Nebraska. That was the deal.
He ended up at Nebraska.
Okay, now
hold up a second.
Like I said, it's not the first time Mike Gundy's done this. Like,
holy shit!
Like I said, all these coaches are full of crap.
Jeff,
it's just how full of crap are you,
Jeff? So this Cody Spano cat. Wow, I kind of just got mind effed.
Jose's reliving one of my favorite 2008 summer debates with the former Scout.com staff, Chris Whaley and Dexter. Christian Michael was also in that mix too.
So Cody Spano, his dad coached me in high school. I didn't even know this dude existed. He had a son who played college football and was a QB recruit, then ended up at Nebraska.
That makes sense because Chad Morris was the coach at Stephenville at the time.
Yeah.
And all those guys, Travis. Hank Carter and all those guys, most of those guys are Chad Morris guys. Yeah.
Yeah. His dad's name is Kyle Spano and was the offensive line coach at Lake Travis for a long time. And coached my trash ass freshman year when I was playing left guard. But now on staff at Bastrop. Whenever Bastrop hired Drake Greedle, he kind of pillaged the Lake Travis staff a bit. He brought Spano over with him. And I believe he's still coaching O-line at Bastrop. But I had no idea that was his son. Like,
I'm going to guess if you go ask Coach Spano about what he thinks about Mike Gundy, I'm going to go ahead. And granted, there's time has passed, but I would imagine the Spano family probably doesn't have a very high opinion of Mike Gundy.
Man, F Mike Gundy. I am a man. Wow.
See, man,
my mind is blown.
Here's the deal with Gundy. The aloofness and just his whole shtick. You can get away with it when you're winning games, right?
Yeah.
But when you're losing, it just makes you look like an a-hole.
Yeah, and Daryl G, it's trust a grown man with the mullet that uses hair dye, like Gundy. But yeah, if you're a Gundy and you return 19 to 22 starters after you just got smoked in the Big 12 championship and you go like 4-8, whatever the record was, you're gonna hear it, as you should, and you should be able to take it. But Man, I don't know.
I'll say this about the Art Briles thing at Stephenville. Stephenville naming their stadium after Art Briles. Go for it, Jordan.
The Oklahoma State point you brought up is great, though, about Spano not liking Oklahoma State. I doubt he does now. Now that I think about it, there's never been a Lake Travis player that's gone to Oklahoma State, at least in the last few years. While Spano was there. And I know Oklahoma State came through those doors because they offered some of those kids. They never got a single one of them.
Oh, I'm sure Casey Dunn was there recruiting not just Garrett Wilson, but there were other Oklahoma State caliber receivers guys that came through that program.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Brendan Hymes could have been speaking of Hymes was an Oklahoma State caliber kid.
Yeah, ended up at Nebraska.
He's still in the league.
He is with the Chargers.
He's still with the Chargers?
Yeah, he is.
Mm-hmm.
That's a whole athlete family. His dad trains kids in Lake Travis out of his garage for weightlifting.
Mm-hmm.
And his younger sister, who I had a few classes with, is playing beach volleyball at SFA, I think, or she might have graduated last year. And her name is also Jordan. Yeah, real quick, before we bring the guys, I want to do a little bit of transfer talk. I saw people were asking us about Zach Branch. People need to realize Zach Branch isn't going anywhere unless his brother's coming with. This stuff like this happens in recruiting a lot, and it's always really interesting to see which schools are going to bite the bullet and use the extra scholarship on the brother. Because, I'm not trying to say he's a bad player, but I don't think he ever started at USC. Maybe I'm wrong.
Deontay Foreman was the brother throw-in at one point.
That is true. But Zach is a year below Zion. I believe he has 1 year less of eligibility because of that. With what we've gathered, Texas doesn't seem too interested in the brother as well. We will see. The main thing we've been told is, they want to see what happens with Eric Singleton first before, pivoting to potentially pivoting to Zach Branch. And speaking of Eric Singleton, still on campus as of this morning, arrived yesterday, 2-day visit. Damn.
Can I give you my educated guess? And Grant, Jordan and I have not talked about this, so I'm not insinuating anything on the air.
Yo, you got me?
Yeah.
Sweet.
The staff, I think the staff letting the Eric Singleton thing play out before they do anything else at receiver. I'm going to read into that. That should tell you how the early indications on how they feel about Matthew Golden coming back for 2025.
Yeah, and also an important thing with Singleton this morning, Matt Zenitz, who's #1 transfer portal reporter out there, works for 24/7 Sports. If you want to read the story, just go to the 24/7 Sports homepage. It's the very front slot. But this morning, this is what Zenitz wrote up. Singleton is finishing up his visits to Texas as a Wednesday morning. Coming out of a round of visits, Auburn and Texas appear to be the current top two for Singleton. Ole Miss and Miami have also been pushing for the top overall receiver in the portal. So,
and that boils down to, hey, who do I trust more to tell me a greater deal of the truth, Sark or Hugh Freeze? Okay.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with liking a college town atmosphere, but Texas can also push. Hey, the NIL opportunities, marketing wise, are way greater in Austin than they'll ever be in Auburn. And also, like, hey, buddy, if you go to Auburn, who's your quarterback compared to if you come here and your quarterback here? Because Texas can just say, hey, we played Jackson Arnold last year, or actually they didn't because he was benched, but we've played Jackson Arnold before.
Yeah,
we know what that's like. So.
Yeah,
still waiting, but
I'll say this about the brother thing too, because Jose mentioned Donovan Duvernay, and so did CB. I'll say this is the perfect kind of hypothetical because it really happened. If you had to go back and do it over, if I give you a redo, say Jordan, let's go back to the class of those 2015, 2016 cycles, knowing the kind of career Chris Boyd had. Would you use a scholarship on DeMarco Boyd knowing it would guarantee you'd get Chris and Chris would have the career he had? Was it worth the scholarship to DeMarco?
What do you think?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And also, I see a lot of people, especially Texas fans, flipping out about Eric Singleton apparently wanting $1 million. Do realize he's the #1 receiver in the portal, right? You also realize, Texas – They can pay that easily. Now, I don't think they want to pay that, but if it came to it, they could give him $4 million if they wanted. It's not an infinite supply, but they got plenty of money stockpiled for the portal. He's the number one receiver in the portal. He's going to have a ridiculous market. Look at the schools recruiting him and how big the need is at receiver for some of those schools recruiting him out of the portal. He's going to get paid. Like Isaiah Bond wasn't free. I don't know what Isaiah Bond is paying. I don't think it's 7 figures, but he wasn't free. He's making at least $500K.
He came because he wanted to wear that steer on his helmet, Jordan, and just love the pomp and circumstance at Texas. That's why everybody goes to college. That's why everybody makes their college decisions.
Yeah, and like you don't think A.D. Mitchell was getting a nice bag from Texas for the year he was there? Like there are several players on the Texas roster that are making over $1 million next year and the year after and the year after that and the year after that. And there were a few players making $1 million this year at Texas. Players get paid that much money. Yes, the market has like had an insane curve lately because this is the last portal cycle before rev share. So everything is, an even bigger shit show than it usually is. But like Texas can easily pay Eric Singleton $1 million. And if you ask me if he's worth that, yes, he is. He's produced at the highest level in the ACC. He's been their leading receiver, or high Power 4, I should say. He's been leading receiver for Haynes King back-to-back years, 2 years of eligibility, and he runs 10-2. That doesn't grow on trees anywhere, and that there's a pretty big price tag for that as well. So
I just want to, and no disrespect to Haynes King, he's gotten the most out of what he's got. But what do you think Singleton would do if he goes from that to catching piss missiles from Arch and routes on air the first time they go through spring ball?
Yeah.
Like, oh, this some bitch gets there fast. It gets on you real quick. Hey, look, a couple things. Jose said, how much money does Texas have? Catholic Church money or Bubblegum Shrimp money? We do know that the Bubblegum Shrimp Corporation has more money than Davy Crockett. So the real question, Jose, is it Catholic Church money or is it Davy Crockett money? That I don't know. And Keenan and Eric, I ask you guys this because, you guys are the Texas basketball show of record here at Texas Sports Unfiltered. Could this have not played out better for Rodney Terry than for men's basketball to just be completely nondescript right now? Because at any other time, if Trey Johnson was dealing with a hip injury and we're gearing up for another Alamo Bowl, that would be a much bigger storyline than it is. But other than Eric and myself, maybe the three of us sitting here, I'll exclude Jordan, I don't know that anybody really cares about what's going on at Moody right now.
Yeah, it's not great what's going on at the Moody. The other night tickets were $4.
$4?
Yeah,
I mean,
I got 2 tickets for $8.
They're basically playing like St. Michael's Catholic Academy.
Oh, they are 100%. 100%. They're not playing the best.
Jeff, I
go ahead.
Jeff, I take great offense to you saying that there's nothing real going on at Moody Center, because I don't know about you, but there's no way in hell that a ticket should be $4 to see Mr. 10, 10, and 10 Arthur Kaluma. I mean, there's no way. True. There's no way it should be. All right. I mean, I said this to Keenan earlier. I actually am disappointed in my editor, Jeff Howe, because I was reading one of my articles, and the fact that my editor let me put in print Rodney Terry expects Arthur Kaluma to be a 10, 10, and 10 threat every night. I think that's a reflection on you, Jeff.
I'll let it stand. Some every now and then there needs to be things that I'm like, you know what? I appreciate my guys going out on a limb and mentioning that and standing by what they put in print. So let's do it. Hey, Ricardo, basketball season did start. I'll tell you what, I'm pumped up though. The freaking Texas baseball schedule is finally done. It's finally been released. I'm really toying with the idea that first weekend in March, Eric, while I don't know I think Texas is maybe at OU in the basketball season. I may be out in Vegas for those 3 baseball games. And I'm not talking about getting reimbursed. I may just go out there on my own dime for 3 baseball games in Vegas.
Hey, listen, Jeff, I'm going to have a little problem with that if you end up out there in Vegas, because I tried to pull that trick to go out to Vegas for the Ohio State opener, and I got shut down. So if Jeff Howe managed to make that work,
well,
I'm gonna have to have a little conversation.
I'll tell you how I'm gonna make it work. I've been told that my transportation and room, I've somebody in my camp that's offered to cover that, and I've got enough Southwest points to make the flight happen. So again, I'm just be like, hey, I'm requesting a credential. I'm not asking to be reimbursed for anything. I'm just letting y'all know I'm going freaking Vegas.
Hey, Jeff, Jordan.
Go ahead.
I just want to ask you guys something real quick, because I think it's right along your guys' alley. I saw a fun hypothetical about if you could franchise one Texas football player, who would it be? And I'm just genuinely curious. You guys, franchise. If you could franchise tag either a current player or an incoming player, let's just call it 2 years, saying you franchise this person, you get him for 2 seasons. Who would you go with, Jordan?
Am I allowed to say Kelvin Banks? Or does it have to be someone that like is young and can't leave for the draft?
Roll with it. I like that.
I'm choosing Kelvin Banks or Jahdae Barron. That's my answer.
Colin Simmons.
Arch Manning. That's the easy choice, but Anthony Hill for one.
Sorry, I didn't say Colin Simmons or any of the young guys who aren't draft eligible yet.
I'm just worried about transferring more than going pro. Colin Simmons is a good one. I would say Anthony Hill.
If Colin Simmons ever transfers, it's because Texas really have something up. No matter how much leverage he tries to come up with or whatnot, they can always pay that number, and everyone around that situation knows it. So,
I'll say this, getting out of here. We talk about Arch. I was looking to see if the Sporting News All-American team had been published this morning, and I came across 4 or 5 just clickbait Arch Manning headlines. People can assume what's going to happen with Arch Manning and how long he's at Texas. I wouldn't assume anything. I would just let the thing play out and trust the fact. Look, this is a family, and granted, Cooper's running the thing, right? It's him and Arch. Arch's grandfather once held up the freaking NFL draft to make sure that Arch's uncle ended up in a favorable spot somewhere other than San Diego, which the Chargers were a dysfunctional mess at the time. They're not going to do this half-cocked. They are going to look at this, and if it's going to benefit Arch to stay another year in school and put off the NFL, or if it's going to benefit him to go, they will do all the research. They will have their ducks in a row, and they will make the right decision. But I think I apologize for the language I'm fixing to use. If you're trying to figure out, or you just want to be right and say, "Oh, look, see, I predicted Arch Manning was going to leave," it's mental masturbation. You're thinking about stuff you just have zero control over. You're just pleasuring yourself. That's an old Vince McMahon-ism when people would start, they'd start booking meetings and like, what if we did this? What if we did this? It's mental masturbation. You have no control over what you're saying. You're just pleasuring yourself. Just stop. Everybody just calm down. I'm going to trust the Manning family, and this whole thing Arch's career trajectory at Texas will benefit him, and it will benefit Texas.
Yep. No, we got to run. Don't want to take up too much longer of our show. But last thing, Eric Singleton, who's on campus today, fun fact about him, he reached the 1,000-yard mark in his career in the 17th game. The only Georgia Tech player in program history that's ever reached 1,000 receiving yards faster is Calvin Johnson, who did it in 14 games. So pretty elite company for Mr. Singleton.
What made him so special?
Yeah. Well, boys, I appreciate y'all. Jeff, appreciate hopping on.
Yeah. Everybody, stay tuned for False Start. Enjoy. Eric, have a great show. Keenan, try not to burn your retinas. Everybody enjoy the rest of your Wednesday. And
Hump Day. We'll see y'all. Happy Hump Day.
Keenan, what is going on, my man? It's only an hour. Jeff Howe, Jordan Scruggs, taking up to around midday. We are False Start. I am Eric Henry. He is, in fact, the nature boy himself, not the great Ric Flair, but Keenan Womack, joining us from where? Where the hell
outside. It's really nice out, and all of my breakout rooms were taken, so I just took it outside. There was no other place where there wasn't a bunch of background noise. This is the best I could get, but it's really nice out, so I'm not complaining.
Keenan, I have no room to chastise you for where you are, because I'm about to do the rudest thing in the history of co-hosts, which is have you be alone for the next 4 minutes as I restart my computer, because for some reason, everyone's coming a little bit choppy. So Keenan, why don't you go ahead and set the show? And if you want to fill us in on any happenings there, the topic is actually going to toss you in the start was your thoughts on the NBA in-season tournament So while I restart the computer, if you want to take the lead there, and I will be back in about 3.5 minutes.
All right. Welcome, everybody, to False Start. It is Keenan Womack. I am outside right now because it's a very nice day, and I couldn't find a breakout room to get into. So here we are. We're here to talk about a bunch of different stuff today, man. We got college football coming up. We got NBA in-season tournament, which was something you wanted to talk about. We got Bill Belichick going to UNC, which is pretty crazy. We'll see how that works out. I'm not a big believer that it's going to work or that he's going to stay there more than a year or two. Maybe a year. I don't even know. The franchise tag question is very interesting. I think you could go a bunch of different ways with that. Kevin Durant hates the new All-Star format. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I love KD, but he's a bit of a complainer sometimes. So that's okay. I am very excited to see KD play in the Moody Center when the Suns visit the Spurs. I think that's in March. So that should be pretty exciting stuff. Yeah, in-season tournament is interesting, right? So I think what they were trying to do was mimic the college basketball pre-conference play tournaments that they do, right? Because that draws a ton of interest early in the college basketball season. You see that a lot. You see that with, they'll get guys like Auburn to play, Alabama, North Carolina, Duke, like the big names right now in college basketball. They kind of get all those guys together early in the season. UConn. If you saw Maui, it was just a who's who of college basketball at that point. I thought the in-season tournament was interesting. Now, the fact that game doesn't count is kind of interesting, the championship game, because it makes it 83 games, sort of weird. But either way, I thought it was an interesting concept. Now, it's hard to make those games count more. In college basketball, you're trying to win every game, and there's so many fewer games in college basketball. You're playing about a third as many games. Maybe 40 if you make the Final Four or whatever. But hello, Eric. Are you back?
I am indeed back, Keenan. Why don't you go and finish that thought? Yeah, finish that thought, and then I will jump back in.
Yeah. Basically, I was saying that I think the NBA in-season tournament is an attempt to replicate the early season college basketball tournaments that they do, because those draw so much interest early in the college basketball season. They get Duke to play Auburn, and they get Iowa. This year, Maui was so stacked with UConn, Iowa State, Auburn, North Carolina. They had everybody you would want to watch. Now, I know North Carolina's down this year, but it's still really interesting that they got all those teams together early in the season. They get a lot of eyes. So I think that was kind of the NBA's attempt to recreate that situation. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, I won't lie. There's not much you can do to make, in my opinion, November, December basketball really in across, levels, right? College, unless you get some of the premier matchups in college, right? And like you said, you feel like that's what they're trying to mimic by doing that. But there's not much you can do to really make it interesting. I mean, especially in the NBA, and I've felt this way, right? For me, and I don't want to go on too much of a tangent because we'll come back to this in a little bit, but Keenan, let me ask it to you this way. What's the Dallas Mavericks situation? What is the TV market situation here, right? Do you need NBA TV to pick up those games?
They started their own thing where you can watch it on, if you live within a certain distance, you can watch it for free. But if you don't, you have to buy a package. I just have League Pass, and I don't live in Dallas, so I can watch every game because I'm a dork and I watch a lot of basketball regardless of who it is. I watch a lot of your Magic, actually.
So the reason I mentioned that, Keenan, is because for me, being a Magic fan, they got this weird thing with Bally Sports where you got to buy a certain package, but the app is only available on your phone or on your computer. If you're not in Central Florida, you can't throw up on the TV, and that's a big thing for me, right? I hate watching sports on my laptop. I'll do it if I have to, but I'm not paying to sign up to watch 82 Magic games on my laptop. So I'm kind of plugged out in a sense. So that's where it's all right, there's only so much I can really invest until it gets to February, March, and we really start going with that. So that's kind of my take. But I do understand the in-season tournament to try to just, mix it up and keep things interesting. Going to go to a couple of the comments here really quick. Apologize again for having to step off there. First off, I should go CB. CB says Keenan is squinting like Garrett Gilbert. Ricardo V says, can he burn his retinas by looking into Keenan's window?
You cannot. It will come across as white light, so I think he'll be fine.
Quad Standard Labs. Listen, Quad Standard Labs. No, listen, man. It's all love. It's all love, baby. I don't want to be the one to sit here and say that I was right about Kirk O'Banks. I know you said I may be right, but Kirk O'Banks is Kirk O'Banks. Like, he just is who he is. All right. Like, he can only be so good. So you say it might have been time to put respect on the fellow Tampa native, Michael Penix Jr.'s name, as he is set to take over for the Atlanta Falcons. Jose Rodriguez says franchise tag Colin Simmons, no doubt. CB says Arch, the savior, so he would franchise tag. Chris Ben, of course, appreciate you rocking with us as always. Jake Bayless says franchise tag Reese Bochef. That was funny. I didn't catch that before. That's a good one, Jake. And lastly, you said it's called Mavs TV. It's on Channel 29 there in Dallas, Fort Worth. No, to kind of come back to that conversation we're having, Keenan, about franchise tag, the reason I mentioned it, and I can't take credit for it, great Twitter account. I believe they're University of Tampering, if memory serves me correct, on Twitter.
Got Texas, that's my guy.
Got Texas, there you go. Yeah, that hypothetical. Keenan, I don't think we're that far away, to be honest with you, from franchise tags. Like, I remember, and I'm curious how you felt about it. I'm curious how our audience felt about it. When I was working for my old outlet, I wrote an article in 2019, I think it was, essentially talking about the transfer portal as college football's version of free agency. And I remember my editor was up in arms. He's like, I don't think it's free agency. That's too much to call it. I hate to say I was right, but I mean,
you were right.
It's free agency, right? Like Lane Kiffin calls free agency. Steve Sarkisian is calling free agency. When NIL was enacted, I just kind of always had this feeling that this is where we're going. I have my gripes with the transfer portal, most specifically some of the windows, and we'll get to that in a second, Keenan. But again, for our audience or for you, where we're at now in terms of the transfer portal and free agency and in essence being free agency, and like, for example, Jordan, right? Some of the sticker shock when he was talking about Eric Singleton and $1 million. I think that still shocks hardcore traditionalist college sports fans, right? To hear like, oh man, it's going to take $1 million to get this kid to, yeah, it's the going rate, right? Keenan, what was, if you can kind of harken back to, 2018, 2019, when the NIL legislation came through, and the transfer, the transfer portal, right, came through. So I think NIL legislation was a little bit later, but the actual transfer portal was enacted. Did you kind of see that, like, hey, this is what this is going to turn into? Or did you think it wouldn't quite be what it is, which is, in essence, college free agency?
I mean, I thought it would be better regulated, sort of, but then I thought, like, the NCAA is so limp. Like, they just have no power at all. Like, they just don't – they didn't prepare for this at all. Like, they did an awful job, I think. And now we're in this situation where you have these guys taking money, leaving. Like, I think it does a disservice to the players to not require a 2-year commitment to the school, and I think that's coming. But, I mean, the fact that they knew this was coming and did nothing about it, essentially, is really embarrassing for the NCAA, and it's led to this, like, kind of bleep show that we have now where nobody's committing to schools for more than – I mean, like, you saw the Caden Proctor thing, commits to Iowa, flips right back to Alabama. It's like – that's not going to work long term. And you're going to have a bunch of dudes who don't graduate from college because their credits don't transfer or whatever. And they're guys who aren't going to go pro. They're going to be in trouble. And it's just really unfortunate that the NCAA didn't do any prep work ahead of this and try to get ahead of what they knew was going to happen.
Keenan, to your point, I'm going to read off a couple stats. This first one was from Max Olson. I believe Max is still – oh, no, Max is with ESPN. He's back with ESPN. He said, among the first 1,500 FBS scholarship players who've entered the portal, 31% are repeat transfers looking to join their third or fourth school. More than half of that 1,500 do not have their degree. So to your point about guys who are transferring and some of the credits not transferring over and not getting their degree, there you go. There's a great point on that there. Here's a couple, another number. It's from Joshua Caraway. I believe Josh is a special teams coordinator at Western Illinois, an FCS program. He said, and of course, being a coach, he has access to the actual transfer portal. I miss the days, Keenan, when us regular folk could get access to the transfer portal. I had a certain coach. Well, I'd send him a text like, "Hey, can you give me that access to the portal?" and I had the portal at my hands. I missed those days. Now they've regulated it. They've cut down on that. But he said this was 3 days ago. There are 6,300 active players in the portal. Of that number, 2,073 are from FBS schools. This is the number that's mind-boggling to me, Keenan. Why don't you go ahead and guess how many FCS football players there are in the portal?
3,000.
Even that number is wild, but there are 1,600, which I hate to tell you right now.
No, that's a lot.
There are not spots for 1,600 players, especially FCS players. As he said, there aren't 1,631 spots, much less 1,631 scholarships. That doesn't count JUCO guys looking for a home. There are D2 and D3 guys who are looking to move up. So there you go. I mean, the numbers with the portal, Keenan, are just kind of mind-boggling in my mind. And to the point we're talking about back with free agency, like, it just kind of makes me wonder, Keenan, what these kids are chasing, you know? And I'm not. I've always been pro player. Excuse me, when it comes to the ability to transfer, right? Just like coaches leave, players should have the ability to leave, right? But I do think, you know, there's got to be some sort of regulation in terms of the windows. Steve Sarkisian talked about it. The fact that imagine if the NFL, you know, playoffs opened up and every player is a free agent, you wouldn't have that, right? Like, so that's the first thing. But I do think there should be some sort of limitation on how many times you can transfer and the circumstances for that, right? Like, you know, what I always hated, I'm sure, Keenan, you remember this, when the kid would apply for a transfer and he had a hardship waiver, right, which is family or so on and so forth, and then the hardship waiver would get denied. And it's like, what are we doing, right? Like, the kid's got a hardship waiver, it's legit. Why is he, you know, not able to? Why are he or she not able to play, right? I'm not talking about those, but I do think there should be some sort of academic standing / academic progress tied to a certain amount of this, right? Because, let's help these kids out. These kids are transferring 3 or 4 schools, not getting anywhere in their you know, academic work. And they're going to be SOL, plain and simple. So it definitely is something that is interesting. Now, in the case of Texas, right? Like, it's not that big of a deal. You know, kids more or less who transfer from Texas are going to find homes. I can't think of any kids who transferred from Texas last year who didn't find a home. To be honest, I know there's the kid who signed the running back who had some issues, some health issues. I remember he's the only one I think who didn't find a home. Outside of that, I can't think of anyone else who didn't find a home, right? And kids who are transferring to Texas are likely getting some sort of funding, right? And that's great. But the rest of the landscape, man, it's challenging. Keenan, like, we'll transition on this because you brought up a great article that talked about it ranked the top 50 players in the CFP. So definitely want to get your thoughts on where the Texas players land. But how do you see that from a college basketball perspective? I feel like it's even worse there when there's only 12, 15 spots on a roster.
Oh, yeah. Guys are getting left behind a lot. Guys are having to transfer down a division. They're having to, you know, a lot of guys' careers get ended because they transfer from a small school and they don't find another spot to land. So, yeah, it's really bad. And also, like, the urge to transfer is probably higher in basketball just because you can make a bigger impact off the bat when you show up on campus. Like, if you're good enough, you can impact a team by yourself. Like, in football, there's 11 dudes out there. In basketball, there's 5 dudes. And it's just, you can be a guy that comes in and changes the entire culture. Look at Chaz Lanier at Florida. At Tennessee. And look at what Dalton Knecht did last year for Tennessee. Like, guys who just walk in and they're big man on campus. And I think a lot of players think they can do that in college basketball, and that's just not the case.
Keenan, ESPN published a top 50 list of top 50 players in the college football playoff. I'll go ahead and give you the top 10 here if my trusty phone will load this here a little bit quicker. I'm going to have to scroll through, I guess, so just bear with me as we do this live. Top 10. Starting with we'll go 10 to 1 here. Number 10, Jeremiah Smith, freshman from Ohio State, talented freshman.
Yeah, not arguing with that. That dude is a baller.
Number 9, Anthony Hill Jr., Of course, that's 7.5 sacks, 4 forced fumbles, an INT, 90 tackles this year. Number 8, Dylan Sampson from Tennessee. Number 7, your favorite Thorpe winner himself, Jahdae Barron.
My guy.
Number 6, Abdul Carter from Penn State, of course, defensive end. Number 5, Kelvin Banks Jr., Texas' left tackle. Number 4, Tyler Warren, Penn State. Tight end number 3, Cam Scatterbo, Arizona State, running back. Number 2, Dylan Gabriel, Oregon quarterback. And number 1, shouldn't be a surprise in my mind, Ashton Genty of Boise
no doubt.
State. Here is the list of Longhorns who made the list. 5, 7, and 9. We went through Banks, Barron, and Hill. Number 24, Andrew Makuba. That's it. Are you surprised that no other Longhorns made the list? And Quinn Ewers did not make the list. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm not surprised Ewers didn't make it. I'm surprised Taft didn't make it in the back end at least. He got a second-team All-American nod from, was it the AP, I believe? Really, really badass safety. I would think maybe one of the Texas receivers would have made it, maybe Moore, maybe Bond, somebody like that. I understand that the numbers weren't all there, but just as far as talent goes, I mean, those guys are really good receivers. Nothing else really surprises me. Maybe Cam Williams could have been in there, but the penalties make him hard to put on that list. I think they mostly got it right, but I would add, Ewers is probably top 50. I would imagine he probably should have been in the 40 to 50 range on this list. But with the recent struggles, although he was good against Georgia, just the stats didn't look great, just because he had some drops and things like that. So I'm not shocked he didn't make the list, but I would think Michael Taft would be on there for sure.
Well, let's go and look through some of the other notables. Quarterback here, number 16, Curtis Rourke from Indiana. Curtis Rourke, first off, Curtis Rourke had a really good career at Ohio prior to Indiana. So he's been a productive quarterback his entire time. Notable number 17, TJ Parker. Of course, that's a matchup that I think Texas fans need to get familiar with. TJ Parker versus Kelvin Banks and Gunnar Helm, whoever chips or Juan Davis on Saturday.
Yeah, that guy's a badass defensive end. That guy's really good, Parker.
Yep. Looking through here, try and look for the next quarterback. And next quarterback is number 26, Cade Klubnik, of course, the Austin native. So Cade Klubnik makes the list. After that, do we get another quarterback here? Wow. Kevin Jennings, SMU's quarterback, Kevin Jennings, a sophomore, makes the list at number 30. Taking a look here, not seeing any other quarterbacks. Here we go. We got, so Penn State's Drew Aller makes the list at 38. Again, I'm just taking a pause here because these are guys that, Keenan, at the outset of the season, you would have taken any of these guys over Quinn Ewers. And now that, Quinn can't even make the top 50 of the teams remaining in the playoff. Come on. Will
Howard made it.
Will Howard over Quinn?
Riley Leonard made it over Quinn. Sam Levitt made it over Quinn.
Okay, yeah. So 42, Will Howard. 43, Riley Leonard. 44, Sam Levitt. All right, come on.
I'm sorry, Riley Leonard. Maybe Sam Levitt from stats, but Riley Leonard just should not be on this list. 16 passing touchdowns this year for him. Quinn had 25.
Come on. Yeah, he had 2,000 yards passing. I know, I believe he got banged up a little bit, but 2,000 yards passing, 16 touchdowns, 5 picks. I mean, Sam Levitt's had a good year. Is that a really good year?
Sam Levitt's really good. But
really good year. Will Howard is who he is, but I guess, quite frankly, I guess you could say the same thing about Quinn Ewers and say that Quinn Ewers is who he is. But yeah, I mean, that's all right. I mean, I would take Quinn Ewers over all three of those guys, quite frankly. I think in the offense, I would take Quinn Ewers over all three of those guys. That's just me.
Especially Riley Leonard. I'm sorry. That's just Notre Dame is there because of their defense is amazing, right? And did you see, by the way, that Notre Dame would be favored over Georgia because of Georgia's quarterback situation? I think that's kind of crazy.
Oh, yeah. I'm not surprised because of that yawn came out of nowhere. Because of Gunnar Stockton. I mean, Gunnar Stockton's a 4-star recruit. I mean, Gunnar Stockton's not just like
he's good.
Yeah, like Gunnar Stockton's a 4-star recruit. But yeah, I guess if you're doing a favor one-on-one matchup, I can understand that for sure. Go to some of the comments here. SD talking about Indiana looked so lame against Ohio State. Our guy Jake Bayless says it's an invalid list. Ike out in Lago Vista, I saw you rocking with us. Appreciate it as always. He says Will Howard is butt. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say Will Howard's butt, but
he has the best receiving core in the country, I think.
I mean, you could make the argument that he's got the best receiving core in the country, and he's Will Howard, right? I mean, like, I don't think anyone's pining out. Maybe I'm too close to the situation, right? Maybe I need to get checked for my journalistic integrity or not integrity, but objectivity.
Yeah.
Because, like, I would take Quinn. That's just me.
You've seen him up close. Like,
I see him up close, and I think we've seen that Quinn Ewers at his best is better than any three of those guys.
Yeah.
The issue is just getting Quinn Ewers at his best consistently, you know? So there is that. But Keenan, I might say that people are sleeping on Quinn Ewers, you know? And you don't necessarily want to be sleeping on anybody. You don't want to sleep on any, you know, players who might be coming up. What you do want to do, Keenan, is get good sleep for yourself. You don't want to sleep on any, you know, possible breakout players in your fantasy leagues. And of course, there's a TSU fantasy league. You can check that out. Just Google TSU and you find that ESPN league. But you want to get good rest, Keenan. Why don't you tell the folks which good doctor can help them with their rest?
Sleep Cycle Center is the only medical sleep office in Central Texas that provides the most technologically advanced care in screening, at-home testing, evaluation of airways, and treatment options related to sleep and breathing issues such as sleep apnea. Their focus is to educate the patient on what is going on in his or her body and provide all possible treatment options related to that issue. Screening, testing, and treatment can be completed virtually or in person. They can eliminate snoring to sleep apnea. You no longer have to sleep in separate bedrooms. Individuals and families welcome. They have two convenient locations, one in the Arboretum, the other in Lakeway. They see patients of all ages. They are family owned and operated. CPAP alternatives can be provided in most cases, but they offer all kinds of different treatments. They are in network with most medical insurances. So give my man, Dr. Denman, a call at 254-284-6812 or visit sleepcyclecenters.com.
Little did y'all know, the good doctor has made his way out to where Keenan Womack is to help out with Sleep Cycle Center. That's that sound you're in the background. That's the good doctor looking out for folks. Sleep Cycle Center. Keenan, something we did not get a chance to talk about in too much detail. I definitely got to chop it up with you. If you were a 73-year-old man and you had you a little 24-year-old girlfriend, now, of course, you don't, because you and Caroline Womack are forever, all right? And you know, I don't want to start any more trouble in the Womack home after my
She thought that was very funny. She was like, good answer. I was like, I got you.
my hypothetical to Keenan, I don't want to start any trouble in the Womack home. However, if you're a 73-year-old man with a 24-year-old girlfriend, would you be taking a job on a college campus?
No. I would also not be dating a 27-year-old, 73-year-old man, though. Look, there's nothing wrong with it. It's not illegal or anything. It's just why. There are so many attractive 40-year-old women. Just
first off, if we really want to get a side tangent, I mean, this is not like the 70s or whatnot. You know, like Cougars are where it's at right now. All right, like I'm just being honest. Like Cougars, you know,
enough.
Listen. I'm near enough to Westlake to where, like, you know, I see what that demographic looks like.
Head up the Whole Foods, brother.
Brother, you go to the Whole Foods. You go to the Trader Joe's. It's not a bad option, Bill. It's not a bad option.
No.
Now, side note, before we get to your man coaching UNC and why I think this is going to be a failure, did you hear the story, Keenan, about how he pulled her?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Yo, they were on a flight together, and that should tell you that, you know, she had some coin herself, because old Billy B ain't flying coach. You know, he's flying first class. And that man, seeing that she needs some help with her philosophy homework, and kicked it. Bill Belichick gave her some of that. Let me put you on some of this wisdom real quick. This philosophy, right? Like, what you trying to write right here? Let me put you up on game, right? Like, that's how Billy B did it, yo. Hit it with the philosophy homework, dog. Keenan, your thoughts?
That is foul, dude. I'm sorry. It's weird, man. I can't get over it. It's just like, what do they have to talk about? What do they have in common? What are they talking? Is she talking about stunts and defensive line formations? Is she talking about linebacker blitzes? Like, probably not. Like, what do they talk about? What's bed talk look like? I don't know.
So here's the thing, right? We got a lot of fellas in our chat, right? And I would love to know from our audience, from our listeners, Caroline Fenton would be great to have right about now, because I'm
She
sure
would know the answer.
She would have the answer. But for the fellas here who, have kids, have daughters, I'm just curious. What's the move? What does it look like when your daughter comes to you and is like, hey, I'm dating someone, want to bring him home, want you guys to meet him, come by the house, we'll cook dinner. Then all of a sudden, it's Bill Belichick, right? So I imagine that she tells her parents, like, he's a football coach, and you're probably thinking something along the lines like Kenny Dillingham, right? Dan Lanning, someone in that realm, right? So it's like he's a football coach. Okay, all right. Is a young up and comer. This guy,
42, maybe a little older, but that's cool.
Sean McVay, right? Then all of a sudden, it's the hoodie. Like, I need to know what that reaction is there, Keenan. Like,
it wouldn't be great for me if my daughter brought home somebody who's 30 years older than me. I don't know how I'd react to that. Probably not great. If my daughter brings home somebody who's currently 50, my daughter hasn't been born yet. I don't know about that. I don't know how I'd react. Probably not well.
And I mean, listen, I only have so much room to talk as someone who once dated someone who was 19 years older than me. But that's not
much different.
That's much different. That's much different. That's much different than, say you come in the crib, Bill Belichick just there. And he probably rocking the sleeveless joint too, right? He's probably wearing the cutoff, right?
No style at all.
Just making
no
himself
to be found.
Yeah. Like, y'all think Billy B put on a suit? You know what I'm saying? Like that to me
He put on a suit with no sleeves.
With no sleeves.
He cut the sleeves off the suit.
Keenan, we haven't had a chance to rap about this. How do you think this is going to play out at UNC? Because I have thoughts, but I'll let you go first.
Terribly. I do not see this working at all. He is not a college coach. I don't see how he's going to want to recruit anybody. He's looking at the NFL. He wants back into the NFL. This is clearly a stepping stone. I just would be shocked if it worked, to be perfectly honest with you. I don't see this going well at all for them or for him or for the program. I understand they have more NIL now, and that should help. They should get some guys in there, but man, I think this is going to go a lot how it went with Mac Brown. I feel like they'll have a good first season, and then if he's even there the next season, it won't go well. I just don't see this thing playing out very well for either party.
Here's my thing, right? Because you touched on a lot of the points that I would touch on. I don't think Bill's necessarily going to have a hard time recruiting, because I think Bill Belichick, and I made the analogy a while back. I don't think you were on the show. It was in crosstalk with Jeff and Jordan. I want to say it was Wednesday when you were with Caroline to hear your daughter's heartbeat. That I had said it was like Butch Davis, when Butch Davis, of course, coached Miami and then was coaching FIU. And I said that kids in South Florida wouldn't know who Butch Davis is, but their parents would know and be like, hey, that's – now the thing with Bill is, the time removed from Butch Davis when he left South Florida in 2001 to when he arrived at FIU in 2017, like that's like a whole generation. You're not dealing with that with Bill Belichick, right? Like he's fresh off of – I mean, not fresh off, but you get the point, right? Bill Belichick is one – I can't remember off the top of my head when his last championship was, right? Let's say
2018.
Is it 2018? Because Tampa won the COVID year 2020 with Brady.
I think it was 18.
Yes, I think it was roughly 18 or 17.
17,
right?
maybe, yeah.
So at least we're talking about someone who, even if the kids don't necessarily remember his last championship, they know why Bill Belichick is supposed to be a big name.
Totally.
Right? So I think that will allow for them to recruit. I'm curious what this staff is going to look like. The thing that I am just really wondering, it's all of the little nuanced things of dealing with 17 to 23-year-olds. Bill Belichick has always been about being an adult and do your job and responsibility. Yeah, dog, like that's not exactly what 17 to 23-year-olds are known for. What happens the first time, like, remember when Des Bryant was at Oklahoma State and he missed warm-ups because he was asleep?
Yeah, that's not going to play well.
Like, what happens the first time, you deal with something zany like that? What happens when, you got to recruit kids at 12, 13 years old, at this stage and 14. How does Bill Belichick deal with that? How does Bill Belichick just deal with the random nuances of dealing with really young people? You know, I'm not saying he's just some crusty old man. And let's see, for all intents and purposes, right? Like, he's dealt with it in a sense, in that he's dealt with 22, 23-year-olds, but that's only 6, 7 rookies. And guess what? It's real easy to kind of bring in rookies when you got an entire roster of vets here. Now your vets are the 24, 22, 23-year-olds, right? And your rookies are the 16, 17, 18-year-olds. So I don't know, man. I'm really curious how this thing is going to play out. I'm not going to lie, Keenan. I could think of 5 options better. I would have taken a pile of money. I would have gone to MJ and whoever else are donors. And you guys think you might laugh when I say this. I would have taken a pile of money and thrown it at one Steven Sarkisian before going to Bill Belichick, to be completely honest with you. Like, if that was the route I was going to go, I'm like, hey, Steve, man, you're probably going to say no, but what the hell? We ain't got nothing to lose here by making this inquiry, right? So, you know, that to me is going to be interesting. And also, Keenan, how's this dude going to deal with the media? You know, like,
It's like 18-year-old students like shakily asking him questions. Yeah,
it's one thing, right? When you got the student reporters, it's another thing. And I'm not too familiar with Carolina media. I'm sure there's some legacy columnists. I'm sure there is a Kirk Bowles in, you know, Raleigh, Durham, Chapel Hill. That, you know, the what do they call that? The triangle. You know, I believe they call it,
yeah.
Right? I'm sure there's some legacy columnist who's been there 30, 40 years. Who Bill Belichick can't just be like, all right, I'm going to revoke your access. Right? Like, you know, when you're the NFL coach and you kind of want to be like, all right, screw this local columnist, whatever, right? Like, you can do that. And, you know, it has a little bit more of an effect. Whereas at the collegiate level, the longtime guy, like even Bowles, for as much as people get on Bowles for the whole, you know, not voting for VY thing, like, you're not just getting rid of Kirk Bowles off the beat. That's not how that works, right? So I'm definitely going to be curious, Keenan, to see how that plays out. What's your
real quick? Something similar happened at SMU with Larry Brown. Larry Brown took over the basketball program. So it was, you know, he ended up getting Emmanuel Mudiay there, which helped significantly because that dude was an amazing college player. But yeah, I mean, they didn't do super well. He did okay, but he didn't do great. And SMU has some resources as far as basketball goes, and it went okay. Didn't go amazing, but, you know, I think it went better than it will go at UNC with Belichick, to be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah, no doubt. Going to go to a couple. Actually, bro, I was going to ask you is, Keenan, what you think is your kind of best case scenario, worst case scenario? Because for me, I see this being tops a 4-year deal. I know I've seen some of the rumors of Stephen Belichick, his son, need to be, you know, named the coach in waiting. I don't know if you caught that, Keenan. That never works well, right? Just take a, you know, Kirk Ferentz.
Yeah.
Kirk Ferentz, right, had his son who was trash at his job for many years. I also don't know what the nepotism laws are in North Carolina, right? Because that, I guess to give the audience a background here, like each state does have nepotism laws. For example, I was covering Middle Tennessee. I was covering Group of Fives, and Rick Stockstill kind of eventually had to answer to the state as to how his son Brent Stockstill was given the job and a job as a quarterback coach coordinator. And eventually, I mean, Brent was more than qualified, right? The way those laws were written in Tennessee, it's what are the qualifications? And Brent Stockstill was Middle Tennessee's all-time leading passer. You know, had done a couple of years of a GA. So, like, was he necessarily qualified to be the OC at 25? That's subjective, but there wasn't anything that was too outlandish, right? I don't know what Carolina's nepotism laws are if he can just get that in writing. I'm sure informally you can do that, right? But not necessarily get it in writing. But yeah, I see it as a 4-year deal and somehow passing the torch. Before you answer, Keenan, I'm going to go to a couple of comments. My Forte said, if Dad's a football fan, he's stoked. All right, My Forte, I understand if Dad's a super football nerd, he's like, man, I've been watching Bill Belichick forever. All right, Bill Belichick walks in with your 24-year-old daughter. I'm just saying.
Not going to play.
I'm just saying, dog. I'm just saying. Jake Bayless says, get the hell out of my locker room, asshole. Yeah. I can't wait to see how that happens the first time one of his guys goes IG live halftime, you know?
Yeah, dude. Fire this son bitch, tweet.
When he's trying to ban cell phones in his locker room. James Yes, we are on the same page there, my brother. Keenan, best case, worst case scenario on Bill Belichick UNC.
I see best case being about as good as Mac was and worst case being about as bad as Mac was. I think it's a very similar hire. It's kind of a meme hire. It's a formerly great guy who's over the hill. I mean, he's 73, man. He's an old guy. Like, I think it's really important in college to hire a guy that's younger. You know what I mean? Like, that's why I think Sark's going to be so successful for so long, because he's young. He's got life to him. Not that Bill Belichick doesn't with his 27-year-old girlfriend, but you know what I mean? He's 73 years old. That's no spring chicken, man.
All right, let's not give Steve too much credit on the young side, all right? You see Steve without that visor.
How old is he?
Steve Sarkisian is 50 years old.
Okay, that's fine in coaching, though.
It's fine in
coaching. You can give another 15 years.
Yeah, that bald spot that says catch up to him real quick, dog.
Tim's brother.
That bald spot's catch up to one Steven Sarkisian real quick, all right? Like he gonna have to do the LeBron. Not just shave his head, do the LeBron and get it cut real low. Like Steven is not too far off of that. You're gonna have to go in and get that one. Get that one taper fade. Steven is not that far off.
Yeah,
from that. But no, I agree with you there as far as the best case, worst case there. Keenan, it's Wednesday now, so we probably should start getting into kind of our initial thoughts into Clemson and Texas. Full disclosure, we're going to have our guy Austin Hannett of our Clemson 24/7 side. He'll be on tomorrow, 12:15, to help break down the matchup. We've talked a little bit about TJ Parker versus Kellner Banks Jr. That's going to be a crucial matchup. Keenan, what is your number one concern entering this matchup?
Texas being able to run the ball. So I talked to a Clemson guy too. A guy did a podcast with the Clemson guy last week, and he was telling me they do a great job stopping the pass, but they don't do a great job stopping the run. But if Texas can run the ball, I think they can win this game. The problem is, they've looked good in games running the ball, and they've looked bad in games running the ball. They couldn't run the ball at all against Georgia either time. They ran the ball really well against A&M. So I don't think Clemson has a Georgia-esque defense, but they do have NFL dudes on that defense. And I think that the difference is going to be if Texas can run the ball and they can open up RPO stuff, they can win the game going maybe by 10. I don't think they're going to cover 12 points. I think it's going to be a lot closer than people are picking it to be. I think Clemson's full of gamers. I think Cade Klubnik's a gamer. But, yeah, I think it's going to be all about the running game and how far their running game can take them. I think that'll be the story of the postseason.
What is really interesting to me, and I don't know if you feel the same way, I don't know if our audience feels the same way. Texas's offense has been hard to read this year. Last year, once they kind of hit their stride, I would say after the Baylor game, or the Baylor game being the line of demarcation through, more or less you kind of knew what you were going to get out of them. You had a couple moments where it's like, all right, we got to see, especially once Jonathan Brooks went down. This year, I almost feel from a rhythm perspective, yes, the time off, great to help some guys recover, heal. Quinn Ewers needs it. Isaiah Bond needs it. Kelvin Banks needs it. I'm sure the guys on defense certainly need it. From a rhythm perspective, I'm curious to see what the layoff, it's going to be about 2 weeks, not about 2 weeks, it's going to be exactly 2 weeks from the last time Texas took the field in Atlanta, Mercedes-Benz Stadium against Georgia. I'm curious to see how quickly they can get in rhythm, right? Because it's been times where it's felt like, all right, just waiting for that offense to click. Just waiting for the offense to take off, get the rhythm. And you see their first couple drives, and it's like, oh, look at the Oklahoma game. Took a little while to catch their footing. There have been games that have looked like that. I don't know, Keenan. I don't know if Saturday is one of those games that the offense can kind of find its way into the game. I certainly think Texas' defense is good enough to go toe-to-toe with Clemson's offense, no doubt. I don't think Clemson is going to score a first quarter touchdown, and that should be enough time for Texas to kind of get itself together. But if for some reason, let's just say it's a 10-0 game, which again, it's almost laughable to think Texas defense allowing 10 points in the first quarter. But let's say it's a 10-0 game after one, the offense has got to get going. Yeah. Is that something that concerns you? The lack of maybe consistent quick starts for Texas's offense?
Oh yeah, that's the main concern with them is getting off to slow starts because they have to. If they're going to win the national championship, they have to get up in the first quarter at some point. You know what I mean? Their defense is good enough to hold that lead, but like you get down 10-0, I'm sweating because I'll be at the stadium. By the way,
yeah,
see you there, Eric. I'm going with my dad.
Nice.
We just got tickets. Yeah,
nice.
He wanted to go, so we decided to make it happen. But yeah, man, it's been the problem all year. It's been the slow starts on the offensive end. And some games they never got it going. Arkansas, I mean, they scored 20 points.
Yeah.
Arkansas, you know what I mean? Like, yes, you have the game against Florida, which is an explosion, and Quinn throws 5 touchdowns or however many he threw, 4 or 5. But yeah, you haven't seen that against more competitive teams this year, and that's concerning. I thought Quinn was good against Georgia. I thought sometimes his receivers let him down some. I felt like a couple of those plays were just drops. But yeah, we're going to need a similar effort from him in order for Texas to win this game, I think. I don't think it's going to be as easy as people are saying it's going to be.
Yeah, I mean, Keenan, Texas is a double-digit favorite. So I'll say Vegas has them, winning pretty easily when you're a double-digit favorite.
I just don't see them having an offense that beats any playoff team by double digits right now. I'm surprised that it was such a big line, to be perfectly honest. I figured it would be 6.5 or 7.
I agree with you. CB makes 2 points there. I'm going to come to the second one first. He says that the third quarter has been the quarter of death for Texas. And
really
yeah,
bad.
The third quarters have been rough, and not from a defensive perspective, but from an offensive perspective.
Terrible offense in those quarters. Terrible. Coming out of the half, you would think the adjustments would kick in, but I guess it's easy to adjust for the offense or something. I don't know how to explain that in football terms, but
Keenan, I'm a guy who thinks that second half adjustments are kind of overrated. Halftime adjustments overrated. I think the best coaches are able to do that stuff in game. I mean, yeah, you will go in at halftime like, all right, maybe we want to tinker something here or there, but it's not like you have to wait until halftime to make that adjustment.
Sure.
Right. And so that's where I think halftime adjustments are a little bit overrated. I think in-quarter adjustments, in-game adjustments are underrated. So that's what I would put forth there. CB also knows that Texas backup punter Ian Ratliff is in the portal. No surprise there because they brought in Jack Bowmeister. Michael Kern, of course, is still on scholarship. And Ian Ratliff did himself some favors, this year with his 8-9 punts, punting for an average of 40-something yards. Some team's going to put Ian Ratliff on scholarship. So yeah. He did himself some favors there with that. Before we get out of here, we'll pass it, I believe, to Chip Brown and Zay Collier at the 1 p.m. hour. We won't do too much talking about this game tomorrow. I'm sure we'll talk about it maybe a little bit on Friday. Not too much again because it'll be heavy Texas football talk with Clemson coming up. What do you want to see? Texas versus the mighty UNO. I just wrote who they were. I can't remember. Privateers. They're private. Yeah.
I just want to see Julian Larry start and dish dimes. That's all I really want to see out of this game. I just think he's got to be the starter. I love Jordan Pope, but I think Pope works better off the bench anyway.
Why?
Microwave scorer.
Yes. Why do you feel specifically that Julian Larry needs to be the starter?
The ball doesn't stick nearly as much when they're in the half court. Like Texas is a better transition team anyway. Like I would advise them to try to get into transition more would be like my main correction I would make. But like in the half court, Julian Larry just makes more sense to me. I get he had a terrible game against UConn, but still the ball was moving better when he was in the half court against UConn. I felt. I know he didn't have any. I think he had 1 assist or whatever, 0 for 6 from the field. But the ball the offense looks more fluid when he's out there versus Pope running the point. Pope can be out there with him. I just don't think he should be the lead initiator in a lot of sets. I feel like Julian Larry is a better lead initiator overall.
Joining us is a man who is not follically challenged, and I told him about that damn brush. He's lucky I couldn't get him up on the screen before he put it away. I see, like, you go bring that brush back out. Okay. He is the one, the only Mr. Zay Collier. Zay, I want to pick it up right there with you. I mean, Keenan and I have talked extensively.
I gotta go.
Oh, my fault. You're at work. Keenan, go ahead. Dip out, brother.
Peace out, guys. Good to see you, Zay.
See you, K. Womack.
I forgot my guy stepped out of the office to do the show, so let him get back to it. Zay, Keenan and I have talked extensively about just, quite frankly, how abysmal these non-conference teams are. I mean, I got a chance and I think I've told you this, that whenever those non-conference teams who don't have radio crews come in, I get to watch the game from courtside, and it was a struggle to watch Arkansas Pine Bluff's guards fail to even bring the ball up half court. And we're not even talking about full court press or traps, just simple defensive pressure and getting their pockets picked and guys throwing alleys. Just your thoughts, man, on like when you face a New Orleans or an Arkansas Pine Bluff, like just as someone who you're more in tune than the average basketball fan, you're someone, comes from a basketball background, basketball family, like what are you looking to see when the opponent is just so clearly inferior?
Just some of those guys that are coming off the bench and see what they're made of and getting them some bump and some experience. Nick Cody having 20 points in that game against Pine Bluff. I think that was huge for his confidence because they need more depth, especially in the front court. Henry, like Hayden Shedrick, he has his moments where he's playing some solid basketball and he's blocking shots and you see that he's enthused and he's taking the ball up strong. And then he has those moments where you're like, dang, dog, you playing like a light-skinned brother. This ain't a good look. And I ain't talking about like the Devin Bookers and Steph Curry light-skinned brother. Yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Like Kobe Bryant told Jordan Clarkson back in the day, yo, you playing like a dark-skinned brother. And that was when Jordan Clarkson was going crazy once he got to the Lakers. So I appreciate some of those guys that aren't necessarily in the normal rotation getting extra minutes because that experience is huge. So Nick Cody's, Jamie Vincent's, Davion Pryor, guys like that, I want to see them and what they're made of. And, even though Arkansas Pine Bluff was pretty sorry, to say the least, not having Trey Johnson and then the way that the game flowed offensively was really promising. And if you're Frank Haif, who's in charge of the offense, and obviously Rodney Terry, that should show you something. Again, it's Pine Bluff, so you can't take much away from that game. But going into a brutal SEC schedule that they're about to, see up close and personal, you got to be more than Trey Johnson. You got to be more than Arthur Kaluma. And having those other guys step up where the offense is actually flowing and guys are moving and everybody's touching the ball and it's going from side to side, that makes you hard to guard, even if it is somebody like Pine Bluff. So when Trey Johnson does get back, I hope they could throw that same energy that they had the last game. It's definitely going to be hard to do with this, again, brutal SEC schedule, but it's still promising.
No doubt, Zay. I would completely agree with you there. Definitely going to be interesting to see. Keenan was talking about.
Yeah,
Julian
any
Larry.
talk of Texas basketball getting an easy schedule is out the window.
Right?
It's the way that they're starting SEC play. A&M, Auburn, Tennessee. Whack.
It's out the window, no doubt. So Zay, like I said, definitely be interested to see where Julian Larry can kind of pick up in the guy being the engineer of the offense. I know Chip Brown has had strong thoughts on that. But without further ado, I will not take up any more of your time. I am off to hop on WJOX at 1:15. Do not listen to me live. You can find it on Twitter because you need to stick around and watch Chip and Zay. And have a great Wednesday. Fellas, y'all have a great show.
Appreciate you, Henry.
Henry. Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. I'm happy to be back with my man, Zay.
My dog.
It's been a wild and woolly week. My son, Tiger, is having shoulder surgery as we speak. We got Texas Clemson football to talk. Zay, we got Chris Hummer at 1:30. We got Hank South at 2:15. And we are T-minus 3 days to Texas Clemson. Cade Klubnik coming to town, taking on his old mates from Westlake. Michael Taff, Ethan Burke, now staring him down. And Michael Taft said, hey, I got to take care of business because Cade Klubnik is the most competitive dude I've ever played with.
Damn, ever? Not John A. Barron, not Quinn Ewers or Alfred Collins. Cade Klubnik, still that guy? It's been like 5 years.
Right. Maybe we need some amendments to that comment. But if he's telling you the truth, like if he wasn't just saying from high school days, then you got to watch out because Cade Klubnik is one of those dudes. Now, you know me, I'm always talking to my coaches, and I had a coach tell me today that Clemson's defense is a lot like A&M. Texas handled A&M's defense. Guys like Nick Skirton, Shamar Stewart, they didn't make no noise against Texas. Well, you gave me the kind of, as long as Texas doesn't turn it over.
Yeah, they handled them. They did their thing. Trevion Wisner went crazy that game, but 17 points. 17 points, 17 points.
Still won by 10.
You'll take it.
Only touchdown scored by A&M was by their defense. Can't turn it over. Got to stop turning it over. Texas has been on they turned it over 7 times the last 3 games. That needs to stop. Now, not all that's on Quinn Ewers. Quinn had a couple picks against A&M. He had a pick. Well, no, he had a pick and a fumble against A&M. He had a couple picks against Georgia. But against Kentucky, it was fumbles that got him. So Texas just needs to hang on to the damn ball. Because I'm talking to a coach who knows the personnel of both teams really well, said Texas should be able to win this game scoring 24 points. And, you know, if Texas can get to 30 points, no one can beat them, is what is basically the thought of the coach. So let's see if Texas can get its offense rolling at just the right time. What lessons has Steve Sarkisian learned from the 2 losses to Georgia? What can be applied moving forward? You got Quintravian Wisner. You've got a talented receiving core. Even if Isaiah Bond is banged up, which he is, you got Silas Bolden, you got Matthew Golden, you got Ryan Wingo, you got Gunnar Helm. So let's see if this Texas offense play that we've seen from the Texas defense is go time. The coach I talked to said that this game's going to be harder than the Arizona State game. So
I see that.
So let's see it. Yeah, the line is moving. I think once it became clear Kelvin Banks was going to play, the line went from 11.5 to 12. Texas by 12. So Kelvin Banks, man, you win the Lombardi, you win the Outland, you move the line 0.5 when it looks like you're playing. Plus, they need him against TJ Parker.
Dog.
They're super sophomore.
Dog. First round pick, 2026 draft. Easy.
Book it.
Easy. Yeah, book it. That dude, he's a problem and causes havoc for that Dabo Swinney defense. You know, Wes Goodwin does a really good job, or Goodwin, excuse me, does a really good job of moving them around and putting him in spots for him to excel. But yeah, the line should be moving up. I mean, on paper, how does Clemson get points on the board? I mean, Tiger, your son, and Phil Maffa, they both got to have shoulder surgery. Tiger's just getting his a little earlier. You know what I'm saying? Phil Maffa, Dabo said it like, we going to play him, but he for sure needs season-ending surgery. So for a running back who's lowering your shoulder every time you get the rock against the number one defense in the nation that smells blood right now, guys like Alfred Collins, Trey Moore, Baron Sorrell, Ethan Berg, Vernon Broughton, et cetera, Colin Simmons. Those guys smell blood right now. They want to prove to the world that, hey, even if our offense is a little shaky, we're not going to allow many points, and we can win games with our defense. I'm not saying this is 0-1 Miami, but they're trying to be something like that. You got the Thorpe winner and John A. Barron, Mookie Taft, AP All-American. We know what Andrew Makuba is doing in the Makuba Bowl. Just bringing those guys, Manny Muhammad, if he can step up his game. Again, it's not like Manny Muhammad's been bad. It's just so many other guys have been shining. Manny Muhammad, guys like Jalen Gilbo, they're kind of afterthoughts. But Jalen Gilbo's been playing some really good football as of late also. So if all these guys step their game up, how is Clemson going to score points? Like, are you going to put all of that on K. Klubnik?
Right.
And then on the other side, for the offense for Texas, Clemson, when it comes to outside zone runs, they give up 6 yards a game. We know that's where Texas has been making their money. Maybe not against Georgia, because Glenn Schumann and Kirby Smart were ready for that outside zone and all those zone runs. But Clemson, they've been giving it up. And they're in the 120s and giving up explosive plays. So if they want to play that man-to-man defense that Dabo likes to play with his guys and leave his guys on the island, and they have a lot of young secondary players who are very promising, like the 2025 Clemson team, that's a team that can win a national championship. They're a year away, especially if K. Klubnik comes back.
That's a hot take.
Hey, they got the roster. Those freshmen, wide receivers, Wesco, Moore, all those guys in the second year. K. Klubnik going into a senior year. TJ Parker going into his contract year next year. This team could be something serious for 2025, but I just don't think they're there quite yet. They still got a lot of talent. This is still a scary game for Texas. That line, it's a little high for my liking, but you should be able to get what you want offensively if you play a clean game. But that's the biggest question. Texas, they've been killing themselves, shooting themselves in the foot way too many times this year. 11 penalties against Georgia. Yeah, some were a little shaky, but 11 penalties is 11 penalties. Quinn Ewers having his bad throws a game. I want Jaden Blue to play more, but you got to worry about his ball protection. Like, Texas could just shoot themselves in the foot to where you look at the score at halftime and it's a single-digit game still. And if you let Clemson and Dabo Swinney think they have life, that's scary territory if you're the Longhorns. So on paper, looks right, looks great, but nobody's ever won a national championship on paper. You got to leave it on the field. Let's see if the Horns get that done this Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a national championship caliber defense. There's no doubt about it. And look, Sark's got to be on his game too. He's got to get into a flow. And when that running game is percolating, then Sark is able to get in his bag. If that run game is not percolating, that's when it starts to get predictable. People start sitting on that screen game, start sitting on that short passing game, and then it gets tricky. So, but should be able to run on Clemson. Let's see what this team's all about. Sark talked about the fact that it's crazy that the transfer portal opened on December 9th. So for the teams in the playoff, you've got free agency opening right as your team is trying to set its mind to go win a national championship, which is crazy to think about. Like he said, imagine the NFL. Imagine every player becoming a free agent right as the NFL playoffs are starting. Like that would never happen because the NFL is too big of a business, too smart of a business to allow that to happen. Yet in college, because of the fall semester ending and the spring semester beginning, you're trying to be fair to the student athletes who are going to move on so that they can be in their new school by the time that spring semester begins. For Texas, the spring semester begins January 13th.
If you were obviously it doesn't exist, but if you were a college football commissioner, how would you want the schedule to play out to where it makes sense for everyone?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to look long and hard at spring football. Like, is it going to stick around? Does it need to be changed? I mean, I think what Sark said is right. Maybe you have some OTAs, and you allow the summer to be more of a thing. You allow more than the 2 hours a week. Maybe you just get rid of spring football so that the portal doesn't open until April. But that's going to be a hard argument for the school presidents and athletic directors who are conscious about all the times the NCAA has been sued. Plus, you're limiting student athletes' ability to go make more money. You're delaying that. But look, you gotta set the standards. You gotta make the rules. You gotta take charge. And right now, there's no one in charge of college football. It's a bunch of different voices coming in. We have no commissioner. It's, at the end of the day, it's school presidents who are charged with getting their university to be the top research institution, the best academic institution it can be. Not all of them are as plugged in to athletics. Remember, Greg Fenves left as the president of Texas to go to Emory, where they don't have athletics, because he didn't want to deal with athletics anymore. So now it's you got to have a president that not only can run a university, make sure that money's being raised for the new medical school or the new business school, new law school, but also can think like a NFL owner in terms of reshaping what college football is in this landscape. So this comes down to culture, Zay, because I don't know if it'll change anytime soon. But this is where you got to have a really strong culture as a program so that with all the temptation out there, all the agents hustling, trying to pull players, or at least let their clients know, hey, if Texas isn't giving you the money you want, I think this school will give you the money you want. And yet you got to go give your all for a team that's trying to win a national championship. It's a lot. And Steve Sarkisian, I think, has been dialed into this. He's talked about it. We want our culture to be so strong that guys don't want to leave. So this is where it all gets tested. And this college football playoff in some ways is going to be a battle of who has not only the best players on the field, the best coaching, but the best culture.
Yeah.
Because you got to have guys who are willing to put it on the line for each other and not get selfish.
Yeah, best culture, being durable, being in shape. Like, to win these next 4 games, 3 for the teams that got a bye, first 4 teams, like, it's tough. It's tough. And Sark talked about also with guys entering the transfer portal early, a lot of those guys were scout team guys. So now practice is different. Preparing for a game, you got to do some different things. I don't think it means go one-on-ones, offense, defense with your ones. You don't want to do that because, again, you got a long road ahead if you're trying to hoist that national championship trophy up. But with what the rules are, those adjustments have to be made. I mean, look at somebody like Eric Singleton, who sounds like he might be going to Auburn. Who knows? I don't know how his visit with Texas went earlier this week. Maybe we talk to Hank South about that a little bit later. But somebody like him, can't wine and dine him. You don't got time. Sark talked about it yesterday. Cole Thompson had a good point, filling in for you. Like, yo, we're the college football playoff. That's your wine and dine. This is the norm for us. Can't hold your hand, can't babysit you, can't show you around, can't cook you all these meals. There might be a little bit of that in there, but overall, probably won't be seeing Steve Sarkisian that much. Why? Got a game to prepare for. While Lane Kiffin, he at the crib, taking you to his house, taking you to all the sorority girls and letting you meet them. You get to babysit that damn dog and stuff like that. Like, Lane, he got a lot of time on his hands right now getting ready for that. Who knows what bowl they're in. I don't even know. I'm not paying attention to any bowls. We're not in the college football playoff. I really ain't paying attention to you right now. I'm sorry. It's just the way it is. But, yeah, there has to be some type of structure with this whole thing. And there's not. It's not at all. Like Penn State, James Franklin, his backup quarterback in the portal. That guy plays. They throw that guy in the game for specific plays and schemes. Now, with Drew Aller and the way that he runs and stuff, are you going to change the way you call plays? Because you know that third string now has moved up to second string. So if Drew Aller goes out the game, you're screwed. Like, that's tough. That's a tough situation for a lot of these coaches. And, yeah, I mean, again, you're in the college football playoff. You're a bitch from a yacht. But still, like, it's an adjustment that all these coaches are going to have to go through and try to figure out on the fly.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You know, you look at the at Clemson, the fact that Phil Maffa, as you mentioned, he needs shoulder surgery. Man, you gotta make sure that this dude is, you know, feels you, as they say, because you can't be. I mean, he's a good player. He reminds me a lot of Trevor Etienne and Nate Frazier of Georgia. Big, strong, fast. Hard to bring down. Can drag you.
Yeah.
You know, that 10-yard touchdown run that ATN had against Texas, where Andrew Makuba can hit, and Andrew Makuba got taken for a ride into the end zone. That's what Phil Maffa can do. I don't know what they're going to do to that shoulder. I don't know if they're going to shoot it up or what. But if he's limited, they better have a really good third string running back, because Haynes is done for the year. Their backup, who was averaging over 6 yards a carry. So
get him to Dabo, they do. Dabo, he was real jolly. I talked about this earlier this week when you were gone. Wasn't he jolly in that presser, smiling, laughing, making jokes? That scares the crap out of me. Why are you so happy? Oh, yeah, because you got nothing to lose.
Yeah.
You lose this game, no one cares. Like I just said earlier, that team next year, you're bringing basically everyone back. That team next year, that's going to be the team that has aspirations and expectations. This team, they finessed their way in. Wasn't for Miami playing like a dud up at Syracuse, they wouldn't even be here. So, yeah, I get why he's all jolly and happy and stuff. And then he talks about those backup guys because they've been asking them, what are you going to do? Phil Maffa's banged up. Haynes is out for the year. What are you going to do? And he was just like, y'all must not have confidence in Keith Adams and Jarvis Green. We recruited those guys for a reason. They were top-tier recruits for a reason. That's why we signed them. With that evil smile on his face. Like, Dabo looks like a villain, too. Not as much as Brent Venables, but he has that villain look also. And I was like, yo, this SOB, man, he's going to have those guys ready. Better bring your A game, Sark. Better eat your Wheaties, bruh. Because Dabo, them skins on the wall.
Oh, yeah. He can motivate. There is no doubt. He's a little bit like a preacher. He's been
Southern preacher. Yeah.
I mean, remember his mom was getting abused by his dad, and he had her move in with him while he was a walk-on at Alabama. Like he said, Mom, you come here to campus and stay here. And that guy's been through a lot. He's tough. And he's a man with strong faith. He took a guy out of the portal this week, which I thought was funny.
Yo, where's that dude from? Is it a D2 guy?
Yeah.
Or Division II? That's the dude y'all take?
Like Southeast Missouri State or something.
That sounds like a made-up school, man.
So you're like, oh, come on, Dabo. Get you a guy who's played some P4 football. But yeah, I mean, Dabo and his mom slept in the same bed.
That's deep, man.
It is. I mean, he was doing it to protect her, and so, he's a bit of a preacher. I mean, he can motivate. So in terms of the coaching matchup, this is Dabo's been there.
Yeah. Oh, Dabo has the upper hand. Like, right. I don't
know if he has the horses, but he's got the experience. He knows he knows how to coach them up. And last thing you need is some unknown running back to show up in this game and become the storyline. So I don't worry really about the Texas defense. I just don't. I don't know. Do you? I mean, they hold everyone under 300 yards. They hold them under 4 yards a carry. All right, let's grab Hummer real quick because I know he's so busy. It's ridiculous. He's breaking news all over the place. He and Matt Zenitz of 24/7 Sports. Hummer, how are you doing?
Vibing, y'all. Vibing. Got a playoff game in Austin this weekend. How about that?
Playoff game in Austin. You'll be there, right?
I will be there. Yeah. Me and you. I just rubbing elbows with the big shots like Chip Brown in the press box. I'm excited.
Yo,
go.
Hummer, this is the only playoff game that's not in 20 degrees.
Yo, I was thinking about that. Everybody else is supposed to have snow, and if it snowed here, I would not be attending. So.
Oh my God.
Well, what's your gut right now, Hummer? Have you turned in your picks?
Yeah, I picked Texas to cover. I think Texas is just a better team, honestly. Clemson, it doesn't help that Clemson's banged up right now. Clemson's top running back, Phil Maffa, needs shoulder surgery right now. He's going into this game banged up. Their second string back's out for the year. They're a super thin group coming into the season anyway. The offensive line is banged up. They have one of the youngest wide receiver groups in the country, which is a problem when you're going against the number one secondary in the country. I'd be surprised if Clemson kept this close. I think it'll be close for a little bit, maybe a lot like the Georgia game in week 1, but Texas is the better team.
Yeah, Hummer, just been so impressed with K. Klubnik this year. I really thought that he was trending in the first 2 years towards the bust category just because, you're a big 5-star player winning all these state championships at Westlake High, and you expect him to follow in Deshaun Watson and Trevor Lawrence footsteps. And this year, he's taken a big leap from just the running game and, you know, how pinpoint he's been with his accuracy. And you got to put a lot of that on Garrett Riley. What have you seen from Cade Klubnik this year to where maybe it gives Clemson a chance to win this ball game?
I've seen a totally different quarterback. Early in his career, Cade Klubnik was one of the worst passers in the country against pressure. This year, for long stretches, he's been the absolute best. And he's had to be. Like, the last 4 weeks, Clemson's offensive line has not held up its end of the bargain, largely because of injuries, but also because of a lack of depth. And that's a conversation about the transfer portal with Clemson. But yeah, I mean, Cade's been exceptional. He's playing like the guy we saw him play at Westlake when he was in high school, and then he's the #1 quarterback in the country. Winning state championship games over Quinn Ewers and looking like a potential first-round draft pick in the future. I don't know if Cade's physical tools necessarily scream that at this point in his career, but he looks like an NFL player, and he looks like a guy who can, at the very least, step into DKR on Saturday and put on a very respectable performance against what is the best defense in college football.
Hummer, no one covers the portal like you do. You and Matt doing an unbelievable job. If you want to know what's going on in the portal, go to 24/7 Sports. Make sure you're following Hummer on Twitter at Chris_Hummer. But you know, Sarkisian was talking about the distraction of all these players becoming free agents on December 9th for the teams in the playoff. They're trying to get these guys focused in on a 4-game run, in Texas's case, to a national championship. Is this day and age of the 12-team playoff going to come down to, sure, who's got the best players, but who's got the best culture?
I mean, I think it's going to play a large part. It's obviously a distraction. Texas has lost multiple players to the portal the last 2 weeks, essentially. And some of them have been pretty key contributors for what Texas needs the playoff run to be, like Sadir Mitchell. So yeah, it's challenging. And I think culture is going to have a lot to do with it, and who can keep their team focused throughout the run. But at the same time, this is a professional model built around an amateur system. And the reality is school semesters start in January every year, and you can't delay it for the playoff when the playoff runs through January 20th, essentially, which is after most schools finish enrollment for the spring semester. So this is just kind of the reality of the system that we have. So yeah, that's why I personally, in an ideal world, there would only be one portal, and it would be in the spring, but even that comes up with its own hangups.
Yeah. Hummer, you know, the Ohio State-Tennessee game's interesting. I'm sure you saw the Tennessee fans buying out all those tickets and stuff like that. But for Ryan Day, this is a ton of pressure on the head coach that in the last game just lost to Michigan for the 4th time. Do you think that pressure will get to this Ohio State team and allow Tennessee to come out victorious up in Columbus?
Oh, I don't know about the pressure. But I mean, maybe I can pretty confidently say that Ohio State was a much better team than Michigan this year. And it felt like the pressure got to them a little bit in that one. I think I also kind of wonder if Will Howard had a concussion that afternoon. But I'm not a TV doctor. He didn't look the same after that hit he took. But yeah, I mean, potentially, but I think Ohio State's a better team. It's a massive advantage to be playing at home. I'm not saying Tennessee is the warmest place in the world. But it's a place that is pretty warm most of the time, and it's going to be potentially snowing. So it'll be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a wild and woolly game. What about SMU and Penn State, Hummer? What was your pick there?
I apologize. I picked Penn State. But, that was the reality of it. I think they're the better team. I think it's going to be hard for SMU to go up there and play in the snow and the cold weather. We saw that last year in the bowl game against Boston College in the rain, and this is a better SMU team, but I just think it's a tough matchup.
Did you pick Penn State to cover?
I did pick Penn State to cover, yeah.
All right.
Sorry,
what was your pick? What was your pick in the Ohio State Tennessee game?
I picked Ohio State, but Tennessee to cover. I think Tennessee's defense keeps them in it, but Ohio State's just the better team. It would be, I think college football this season deserves to see the Ryan Day experience go up against Dan Lanning for a second time.
Okay. What about the Friday matchup? Indiana going to South Bend to play the Fighting Irish. Going to be cold there too.
Yeah, I think this is college football's best or second best secondary against the most efficient passing offense. So it'll be. Can y'all give me 2 seconds? I apologize.
No, go ahead, Hummer.
Yeah. Hummer's working it. He is the portal guru. So we are happy to have him. Yeah. So Joe K. Hummer picked Texas to cover. So Texas minus 12. And let's see, was there another question here? Oh, yeah. Do you feel like Sark has toned down his aggressive play calling to complement the defense more, less up tempo and more willing to play slower to milk more clock? Yeah, I mean, I think he's running the football, or he was running the football successfully the last 4 games and increasing the number of runs. 31 against Florida, the 41 runs against Arkansas, 47 against A&M, 47 against Kentucky, 50 against A&M. Look, I think Sark would take that recipe against Clemson. Texas has been explosive and able to move the football between the 20s. You're almost wishing, if you're a Texas fan, that Texas can be explosive like they were against Florida, where they're scoring from outside the 20. I think 4 of their touchdowns were explosive play touchdowns. So, and Hummer, feel free to jump back in whenever you're ready. If you're still working, no worries.
What's up, y'all? Sorry about that.
You good?
Yeah. Just trying to get some news out here in a second.
Yeah. Someone was saying that Texas has a punter in the portal now.
I have not seen that, but it's possible.
Okay,
that's possible.
Yeah, I wondered if Michael Kern would stick around with Jack Bomeister coming in. Bomeister, I think, has 1 year of eligibility remaining, so maybe Michael Kern could learn or battle for the job. But
come on, we know that ain't no battle. Come on.
I mean, if it's Ian Ratliff, I'm not.
Ian Ratliff is in the portal, yeah.
Okay.
Went on earlier
today. Salud. Thanks, Ian.
Appreciate you, Ian.
A walk on. gave it his best, but yeah, former
won against Georgia the first time, man. God.
Yeah.
See you later, Ian. Appreciate it.
Okay. Hummer Zay asked you about the Indiana Notre Dame game Friday night. What do you see in that one?
I'm sorry for cutting off, but I see the most efficient passing offense in college football versus the most efficient pass defense in college football. I just think the game favors Notre Dame, not only with its secondary, but with the way they play the sport. It's going to be cold. It's going to snow. Lines of scrimmage matter. Running the ball matters. Nobody in the country runs the ball better than Notre Dame. They have one of the best offensive lines and one of the better defensive lines in college football. I think Indiana is a really good team. I think they've played well this season. I think they're exceptionally well coached, but I think this game sets up really well for Notre Dame, especially at home. And I really hope it snows because that's going to be a freaking awesome TV experience if it's snowing in freaking Notre Dame Stadium on Friday night. That'll be really cool.
Yeah, Notre Dame -7. You think Notre Dame covers?
I picked a Notre Dame cover. Yeah, I think Notre Dame's just a slightly better team, so that's the direction I went. I think there's some imbalanced matchups in the first round outside of the Tennessee Ohio State game, to be honest, just in terms of like pure talent across the board.
Yeah, Notre Dame's an interesting team. I mean, if they kind of, with Riley Leonard in their running game, Riley Leonard can move around, so that might present enough of a challenge for Georgia, where we know Georgia's struggled against teams with mobile quarterbacks. We'll see. When you look at this, Hummer, you look at the field. Who's got the best path, do you think? Like, let's start in Georgia's half of the bracket.
It's Georgia. The Texas, Ohio State, Oregon half of the bracket is brutal.
Yeah.
It's absolutely. I mean, Ohio State's path is what? It's Tennessee, Oregon, and then it's probably Texas, and then it could be Georgia. That's absolutely a murderer's row of games. Whereas Georgia is on the same side of the bracket with Boise State, SMU, and I mean, no offense to Penn State, but a Penn State team that has like one top 5 win the last like 8 years, basically. So like it is very, very imbalanced with how this plays out. So it favors Georgia really heavily, but obviously Carson Beck's injury throws a wrench into all of that.
Hummer, that the whole James Franklin thing, it's there, the record, it's there, the facts and stats don't lie. But putting up 37 against Oregon, it's pretty impressive. Even though Oregon put up 45.
Yeah, 37
still impressive, though. And Drew Aller, he showed me a little bit in that game. If they could go on a heater, they got a classic number 11 playing back there on defense. That dude's an absolute monster. If they could go on a heater and find some things and James Franklin could get out his own way, could they make a run?
Yeah, of course. I think Penn State's one of the 5 or 6 most talented teams in the country, but I got to see it first. At the end of the day, like just the reality of it. We haven't seen it from Penn State. And even as you said, even on a day when the offense finally emerged as a team that could win a national championship, the defense fell by the wayside, the unit that Penn State's counted on for so long against Oregon. So yeah, they could absolutely go on a run. Would I be shocked to see Penn State in the national championship based on the way the bracket sets up? Absolutely not. But it's all just part of the Penn State experience.
Hummer, I don't know much about Cole Brevard, a defensive lineman from Purdue. I don't know how much you know about him. This is going to be a position of need for Texas still in the portal. They're going to be probably taking 2, maybe 3 more defensive tackles from the portal. Your thoughts?
I think you said it. He's a starting caliber player for Purdue. He is somebody who can step in right away and has SEC caliber size, a lot of playing experience. I think he is probably more of a quality depth or rotation piece for Texas than anything else. But it's hard to find quality defensive tackles, and Texas got one with a lot of playing experience.
Yeah, this is the replacement. Really looks like for Jermaine Lole, that we thought maybe Sadir Mitchell was ready for, but Sadir Mitchell is in the portal. So all the developmental tackles for Texas are in the portal. Jere Bledsoe, Sadir Mitchell in the portal. So that's going to be expensive for Texas.
Hummer, have you heard anything on Eric Singleton Jr.? I know he was down at the 40 acres earlier this week. Been hearing rumors that Auburn might have the upper hand. Do you have any insight on that situation for, seems like the number one wide receiver in the portal?
Yeah, I wouldn't go so far to say as like Auburn is in the driver's seat here at this point. I mean, Eric Singleton was on Texas's campus as of this morning still. Like he was finishing that visit. We reported earlier today that, and Matt and I did, that Texas and Auburn are the two teams probably that have pulled ahead in this race, but I don't think it'd be entirely like responsible at this point to say that like Auburn leads, even though Auburn feels really good. I also think Texas feels pretty good about its chances, but I do feel reasonably confident that Miami and Ole Miss have faded a little bit in that process. So I think Auburn and Texas are the two teams to watch right now for Eric Singleton.
And you've got him highly rated in the portal.
Yeah, he's our number one receiver and number 2 overall player. He's an absolute game changer. It would be a huge addition for Texas if they can make it work.
Hummer, listen, I know you're going 100 miles an hour. We appreciate you jumping in. Oh, here's one more question for you. Who's getting Mateer, the quarterback from Washington State?
It would be a shock if Oklahoma didn't, although Miami's trying.
Okay. Hummer, thanks, man. Get a little time off at some point. Hopefully we'll talk to you next week. Merry Christmas. I'll see you Saturday.
All right, later, y'all. I'll see y'all Saturday. Thanks.
See ya, Hummer. Appreciate you, man.
Summer. Breaking it down.
Come on, Mateer. South Beach, Norman. What are we talking about here? I get it. Your offensive coordinator went there. You're comfortable with him. But, man, we got to get out of our comfort zone as a society. You know what I'm saying? This is South Beach.
They want to make sure OU has no quarterback. That's what Zay's looking out for.
I'm not looking at that. I'm just trying to be realistic. South Beach. Have you been to South Beach? What you mean? You've been to South Beach? Have you had a Cubano on South Beach? You know what I'm saying? Little mustard. I'm not a pickle guy, but for those who like pickles, Cubano sandwich, that Jamaican food's crazy. You can't get that in Norman. I don't even know what they're known for in Norman. All I remember is that nasty-looking, burnt-ass brisket that Lincoln Riley tried to cook up that one time. That's it. That's all they got going there.
That's it.
You know, you make the decision. Again, it's South Beach.
South
women? Beach. Come on. You don't want no buck-tooth, gap-tooth broad that talk like this from Norman. You want a Brazilian, Cuban, Latin, little teach you a little salsa, you know what I'm saying? Change your life a little bit. Come on, John, make the right move.
Oh my God, I am cracking up at you right now.
I'd rather go to South Padre. Exactly.
Well, when we saw that Ben Arbuckle was going from Washington State to OU. Arbuckle's like 29 years old. Young. You had to think that this was kind of a package deal. Because I don't know. If
Michael Hawkins still there, right? Michael Hawkins, he ain't in the portal yet. Is he?
I think he's still there.
He's still there.
Yeah. Jackson Arnold he's in the portal.
He had Auburn, ended at Auburn, Jackson Arnold.
Yeah.
Which is interesting.
Hugh Freeze better get that quarterback situation right.
I think Jackson Arnold has some good football ahead of him. I do. I thought it was very premature for them to bench Jackson Arnold at Oklahoma after that Tennessee game. Your team was trash. It wasn't the quarterback's fault. Like Brent Venables felt that pressure on his neck, didn't know how to deal with it. The villain made the mistake, and now your big-time 5-star feels betrayed and now he's off to another SEC school, and he might light it up there. That was a bad move. Let Jackson Arnold get his ass whooped like the rest of the team. Let him get his ass whooped. At least he knows, okay, we were sorry as hell, but coach still believed in me. So we'll see. That money talks, baby.
Money talks. All right, let's get a couple of mentions in here. Like passes.com. Passes.com/Texas One Fund. I mean, this is the place to go. Like, you should bookmark it. If you're a Texas fan, you should bookmark passes.com/Texas One Fund so that you can see what's going on over there all the time. You got student athletes doing Q&As, selling signed memorabilia, but it changes every day. Like, you need to, check it out and see what they got going on, because look, if you're a Texas fan, this is the kind of stuff that you're loving. They posted the Wheelin' and Dealin' podcast episode 2 of it's their three freshman women basketball players answering questions. Just go check it out. Again, every day there's something new. So it's a chance to interact with the Texas student athletes. It's a chance to get in, VIP tailgate stuff. You're spending a little money, but it's helping Texas's NIL, and you're getting something in return. So passes.com/Texas One Fund. Check it out. Also, Cover 3. I mean, this is your headquarters for the bowl season, for the playoff season, for NFL. Just set up camp at Cover 3. You're going to get great food. I mean, great food. Like some of my favorites. The Sean Adams prime rib sandwich, the brick chicken and mac and cheese. Unbelievable. I love the buffalo chicken sliders, the Parmesan fries. They got the $7 social hour menu, the bacon deviled eggs, the big chicken slider, the firecracker shrimp, all on the $7 social hour menu. Brunch on the weekends, great brunch. You want a great brunch in Austin, it's Cover 3 and Cover 2 at 183 in Lake Creek. Check it out. And look, McCall Custom Homes. Love that, for those folks who are looking to change it up, redo a bathroom, maybe redo the kitchen. You want to work with people who are looking out for you, who are going to bring a great vision to you at not a crazy price. That's McCall Custom Homes. Serving the Austin area for 40 years, family owned and operated, father-son team with 50 years of combined experience. You can check out some of their work on Facebook and Instagram at McCall Custom Homes, and then give Mike a call at 512-633-9580. That's 512-633-9580. And you can email Mike at McCallCustomHomes.com. Let them come in, share their vision for you, give you the price, and away you go. It's McCall Custom Homes, building value into your home. Hey, that's what it's all about. And Zay, we're going to have Hank South join us at 2:15. 2:15. All right, so everybody's thinking it's going to be Romper Room City for the favorites in the college football playoff, except for Ohio State and Tennessee. No one's buying the SMU Mustangs. Is my man Perze Hilton buying the SMU Mustangs, or are you doomsaying the Mustangs?
I'm doomsaying the Mustangs. Chip, man. That cold, bruh. That code's different. State College, they be rocking. I think it's going to be a wideout too. It's going to be rocking. If y'all can handle that cold, then
hey, they played in 30. They played in 30-degree weather in that ACC championship game
and lost. And we're down by 20-something.
Yeah, that was the worst first quarter ever. Like I don't even know who that team was. For 3 quarters, they were the Mustangs. For the first quarter, they were the Ponies. They played like those little things you ride on at a girl's birthday party.
Yeah.
But the last 3 quarters, they were the Mustangs. They were bucking. They were kicking, crushing stuff. Kevin Jennings, he slides a little too much for me, but that's okay.
What do you mean slides?
Sometimes he runs and he slides. He doesn't lower his shoulder, but it was cold.
You want him to die out here?
No.
What's wrong with you?
But he's got wiggle. That's all right.
Come on, man.
Listen, I'm all good. I'm all good. He can slide if he wants.
You act like he's Ben Roethlisberger big. He ain't the biggest, brother. I know he's from Oak Cliff.
All right, I said he can slide all he wants. But, man, that game's the 11 a.m. game. I got to get to the Texas game early, and then I got to keep an eye on that SMU Penn State game. Because, man, if SMU can get up early in that game, let those Nittany Lions feel the pressure. James Franklin. We know he can't beat an AP top 5 team, but maybe Rhett Lashley and the fellas can put a little pressure on and get Drew Aller to throw it to the boys in royal blue. Actually, they'll be wearing the
whites.
Their whites, which is
which question? You're not allowed to pick your jersey if you're the home team because Texas is going with the burnt orange, which I guess they're at home. Like I'd like to see the white at home. I think they've only done that when they paid homage to one of the throwback teams in the day, back in the day, Sam Ehlinger. I want to say it was against Baylor, one of those Sam Ehlinger years. They wore white at home, but it was the throwback whites. But you're not allowed to choose.
Yeah, you can, but Texas at home is going to wear the burnt orange.
Okay.
If they're the home team on the road, especially playing Georgia in Atlanta, that made sense to go with the icy whites. But at home, Texas is going to wear the burnt orange.
And it would look weird because Clemson's orange too. So that would also look a little odd to have Clemson wear their home jerseys at DKR. So don't mind me, but love them icy whites, man. Love the burnt orange too, but those icy whites, they're iconic. But it shouldn't matter. Like, just go out there, handle your business.
Is Clemson going to wear the orange pants or the purple pants?
They don't wear the purple pants very often.
Yeah.
They might go white on white or they might go white on orange. I'm sure white and orange makes more sense, but who knows? But I wish they wore the purple more. I don't even know if they wore the purple this year at all. Like Death Valley, I don't think they – and I like the purple. The purple with the orange helmets, the all purple look, that's a fly look. That's a good look. I like Clemson's colors. But, yeah, I'm not trying to have Dabo run in either. You know how he be on that full sprint, Michael Johnson style, down the hill. I ain't trying to have him run out. I know they're going to get their hype video and stuff just because that's the rules in the college football playoff, even though it makes no sense to me. Like, it should be as much of a home game as possible. Like, ain't nobody trying to see no highlight clip of the Clemson Tigers in year 2024 up on the DKR Jumbotron. But it's going to happen. I don't want them to be in any type of groove or any type of comfort. So if anybody sees Dabo running, somebody getting his way or something, accidentally move in front of him when he's trying to take off in the sprint. No running, Dabo. Not on this field. Absolutely not. We ain't having it.
Oh, wait. First, Jack wants to know, does Eric Dickerson ever go to the SMU games? Yeah. the 83 team that he was on that went undefeated was honored at the Pitt game that I went to this year. And Dickerson is usually at the games. So SMU has completely redone their stadium, and now they have this incredible Letterman's Lounge overlooking the field. It's nice. So Dickerson's at most of the home games. I don't know if he'll be
What about your favorite former SMU Mustang, Craig James? Why are you shaking your head? You didn't even know what I was going to say.
I knew who you were going to say. I hope that guy never goes to another SMU game.
That's your boy. He's a legend. He was a part of the Pony Express too. You can't say Eric Dickerson without Craig James, damn it.
Yeah, I can.
You shouldn't.
Listen, Eric Dickerson is the man. Craig James is a fraud. That dude, he said, oh, there might have been a $100 handshake here and there when he was at SMU. His agent, when he went to the NFL, was a guy named Sherwood Blunt, who was the mastermind of the slush fund that got SMU the death penalty. So Craig James, I'm most pissed at him because he and his son Adam got Mike Leach fired at Texas Tech. That is my biggest bone of contention. They conspired to get Mike Leach fired by Adam James. And I heard another story the other day about Adam James. Right before he went down to the field, he went up into the coach's office and was like, I have a concussion. I need to see somebody. And the gal said, well, you need to talk to Coach Leach. And they're practicing right now. And he threw a chair and broke a window. It's like, who are you? You were nothing in that Texas Tech program.
Oh my God.
Adam James? Come on, man.
Damn, nothing.
And he lies.
That's dramatic.
Then he goes down to the field, puts himself in an electrical closet, and gets Mike Leach fired.
That was a bad look for Tech. It was a bad look.
That was bad.
Really bad.
Bad.
Come on, man. Let Craig back in the stadium. He's probably a changed man. We can all change. Yeah, he was a snake in the grass early on, but now who knows how he is.
So this is interesting. Washington State's job, the head coaching job, is open, and this is always, you got to keep your eye on Jeff Banks because he was a candidate for that back when Rolovich got fired because he wouldn't take the COVID vaccine, and Jeff Banks probably would have gotten the job if Monkeygate didn't happen, but has enough time passed where they go back to Jeff Banks. I'm not hearing anything yet, but let's see how that plays out. Or do they try to, lure the 29-year-old Arbuckle back? I think they probably want someone with more experience, but you never know what's going on out there in Pullman, because RIP, Mike Leach, but he elevated that program to a place it hadn't been since the other Mike Price, who took Ryan Leach with a punter named Jeff Banks to the Rose Bowl to face Michigan and Charles Woodson and Brian Greasy in 97. So Washington State, they're trying to figure it out, what their conference is going to look like. It's a tough sell. It's a tougher sell than it was 4 years ago. Because 4 years ago, Washington State was in the Pac-12. Now they're in the two-pack. It's them and freaking Oregon State. So is that a good job? Zay, is Washington State a good job? Doesn't feel like it.
No, I don't think so. I mean, They just lost their big-time quarterback. He's flirting with Oklahoma and Miami. So, no, it's not a good job one bit. And Jeff Banks, I mean, I don't know if he's still trying to become a head coach, but he better get his special teams right. I'm still kind of confused why no one asked Steve Sarkisian. When's the next time y'all going to talk to Sark? Do y'all talk to him on the Thursday Zoom? Or is things different because of the college football playoff? Like when?
Yeah, let me check on that.
Okay, well, somebody needs to ask him about Bert Auburn. Nobody's asked him about Bert Auburn. I don't know why, but nobody that's not come to anyone's mind.
Because he's still 4 of 4 on field goals to tie or take the lead in the final 2 minutes of a game.
That's the past, man.
All right,
old days. What my man on the wire said. They the old days, cause they the old days. Them days is gone. Bert Auburn now, who worried about the nookie, who on the scholarship eating that flaming young and great poupon.
I know. Give him top ramen.
Yeah, give him the top ramen. Damn it.
Get him back eating like he's on, a walk on.
That struggle.
You're tired of
cereal for dinner.
You're tired of scholarship, Bert.
Yeah. Hey, Bert, what you eat last night? I had 3 bowls of Rice Krispies. I need that Bert back. That's a humble Bert. Now, Bert, everything's nice.
I need a little more carbohydrate in that diet so he's not like.
He's the kicker. He don't need much.
Hey.
Just make sure that leg's right.
Kickers are athletes too.
Will Stone, an athlete. You see the tape.
Oh, on TikTok?
Yeah. Will Stone. And he talks about he loves it. I love it. Doing what I love.
Zay's ready to promote the lefty.
I'm obsessed with this process. Yeah, throw stuff all out there. Especially, and maybe you might have to go, oh, okay, the ball's on the right side. Let's send the lefty out. Because we know Bert on that right side, he ain't making nothing. Let's send the lefty out. You might have to be very strategic with it. Ain't nothing wrong with that. When the ball's on the left side, let's send in Bert. Cool. Let's do that. Makes sense. But right now, it's still shaky. It's still real shaky. You might not need them this week. You're going to need sober carrot top. Sideshow Bert, as my man Brad Kellner calls him. You're going to need my man. I hope he's locked in. I really do.
All right, Naaman wants to know, Zay, do you think all this orange and white will get some confusion in the trenches? Burnt orange versus bright orange. Well, Clemson probably going to be wearing, they're going to be wearing their white jerseys.
Yeah. They might go white on white, just with the orange helmets. I don't think it's going to be a problem. If it is, we need better refs.
This better not be a problem.
Yeah, it better not be. Which ACC, SEC, what refs are we going to get in this game? What crew are we going to get? I'd like Big 10. Big 12, that's a little sketchy because we know how the Horns have gotten hosed before by Big 12 officials. Now they're gone to the SEC. You know Brett Yormark's petty ass. He'd love to see Texas go down and struggle. So that conspiracy out there, if there's Big 12 refs in this game, a little nervous about that. Big 10 refs, cool. We'll take Big 10 refs. SEC refs seems a little unfair. ACC refs seems a little unfair. Hell, let's get refs from the Sun Belt. The Big 10 refs ain't available. Let's go down to the G5 ranks and see what we could bring up. Because Big 12, nah, that ain't right. I don't know how that works, but let's watch for that. Game within the game. Let's see what's going on with the refs. Them Big 12 refs, man.
Hey.
Actually, what's my man that everybody knows? What's his name? Him and his crew that always screw Texas.
Kevin
Big 12 ref.
Kevin Maue or
something like that. Y'all tell me on the code text line, YouTube text line. Y'all tell me. Y'all know.
Kevin Marr, right?
I think that's it. Yeah, that SOB, him and his crew, they're on that Tim Donahue's type stuff. We got to check them out. Background checks. Yeah, Kevin Marr. You had it right, Chip.
Yeah, we got to. Hey, how about this? Finish drives in the red zone. Take the officiating out of it. Do your thing. Don't be letting teams hang around. Don't let those penalties come into effect. Don't commit the penalties. How about no pre-snap penalties?
Thank you.
That would be good. That'd be a good start.
That'd be terrific.
That'd
be amazing. We'll take that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Kelvin Banks is back, which I really hope he's back because we thought the same thing against Georgia. You know, it'd take everything for Kelvin Banks to be out this game or whatever the hell's going on there. And he looked awful in that pregame warm-up. So I'm sure he'll be back. I'm sure he'll be fine, but they gonna test that ankle. Like I would if I'm Dabo. Like I'm gonna put TJ Parker on that side and see if TJ Parker can make something happen. But yeah, Kelvin Banks, Outland Award winner, Lombardi Award winner, him being on the field is huge, especially in the run game and what Steve Sarkisian likes to do with his offense.
Yeah. Well, this is what you've been waiting for. It's what you've been working for. This is your moment. Steve Sarkisian said in February, I'm borderline obsessed winning a national championship. He asked his players to be obsessed with the details of winning. And now, more than ever, be obsessed with the details of winning. Because your goal is 4 games away. That's a lot, but
that's a lot, man.
You get hot. And think about this, okay? If they get by Clemson, and they should, they play an Arizona State team with 6 former Longhorns, Xavier Alford, the safety, Jake Smith, remember him? White boy receiver.
Yep. Supposed to be the next Jordan Shipley.
That's right. Troy O'Meary, Jamon Tapp, Prince Dorba, and Zach Swanson. And Brian Carrington, who used to be like the high school player relations guy, is the cornerbacks coach.
Swanson need to watch his mouth. Have you seen this fool, what he said? We got a plan. I got it all queued up and ready. This dude's talking crazy. If I'm Kenny Dillingham, I might have to knock his ass out because, bro, we ain't even playing this week. And you already giving Texas Bulletin Board material. We'll play it after Hank South. We'll play it after Hank. Let's bring in Hank.
That's a tease.
That's a tease. We'll play it after.
Zach Swanson's running his mouth.
Good.
All right, let's bring in the man, Hank South. Guys slaving over a hot laptop, all kinds of, recruitment, portal. Hank, how you doing, man?
I'm pretty good. I can't complain. I'm enjoying this slight cold front we're getting in Austin. It's
nice. Yeah, slight. But Hank, everyone's got their focus on Eric Singleton. Your thoughts on Eric Singleton, the receiver? Tell the folks first and foremost about Eric Singleton. What stands out about him, and how are the Longhorns standing in this recruitment?
Yeah, so I would compare him to kind of so he's Texas's wide receiver 1 target, like that. Not for the not for the team next year, but their top target in the portal at wide receiver. He's the guy they want. And I think, the first thing that jumps off the page about him is his speed. This is a guy that he runs track. He's from Georgia Tech. He runs track for Georgia Tech as well. He ran a 10.32 in the 100 this past spring. He ran I think it was like a 6.68 or something really fast in the 60-yard. He had a really good time in the 200 meter. Like this kid can fly. And he's been very productive for Every time Hank is on, Texas gets a commitment. That's true. Let's see. That's funny because I've done the show with Jordan at 11 the last 2 Fridays, and last Friday was Jack Bowmeister, and then the Friday before was Justice Terry. Anyway, but no, Eric Singleton can fly. Certainly a guy, you know, Texas likes speed on the perimeter. That's exactly what he is. So maybe kind of like your Isaiah Bond of last year, a little bit smaller, obviously, but a guy that can just take the top off the defense and is a threat anytime he has the ball in his hands. Against Georgia, he had like 8 catches, 86 yards, and a touchdown in that 8 overtime game a few weeks ago. So yeah, big time playmaker. He's their guy. He's the guy that, you know, he was on campus yesterday. Believe he left earlier this morning. And there's been some predictions I've seen on the networks, you know, for Auburn. I think he has a relationship with that staff. I think Texas is right there for him. So we'll see what happens with him. There's NIL stuff saying, you know, he's $1 to $2 million asking price, or, you know, that's what it's going to take to get him. I haven't heard that, but, you know, I think that's probably, you know, probably standard, I guess, for his skill set. So we'll see what happens with Eric Singleton, big time player. I think Texas will wait to get an answer from him before they do anything else at the wide receiver position. So I keep kind of saying, similar to last year, like around this time last year, it was all about Matthew Golden. You know, like that was their focus in the portal, get Matthew Golden. I know Juice Wells was available at this time last year, and you know, Evan Stewart, but it was all about, you know, they wanted to get Matthew Golden, and then they got him, moved on after that, and were able to go out and get Isaiah Bond and Silas Bolden in January. So I think they'll try to get him, and if they don't, then you can look at your other options and see where you want to go from there.
Yeah, and he's got 21 carries for 131 yards, or he did have 21 carries for 131 yards. So, I mean, you talk about a guy who really fits what Sarkisian likes to do, because Sark likes to use his fastest receivers. Some, you know, we've seen it with Ryan Wingo and Isaiah Bond this year on the reverses, that kind of thing. And he's got some return ability as well. So this guy checks a lot of boxes.
Yeah. And I mean, the past 2 seasons, I mean, you're at Georgia Tech, so, you know, you're not, you know, and Haynes Keynes is a good quarterback, but I mean, he's put up pretty solid numbers. I mean, he has this season 754 yards receiving, 3 touchdowns. Last year 714, averages about 14 yards a catch. So, you know, he'd be a big time addition. You know, I think it makes sense. And just, you know, what says more about him too is, like, you know, he's the number 1 ranked wide receiver in the portal per 24/7 Sports. Zachariah Branch, who like everybody is talking about since yesterday when he entered, he's number 2. So it just shows like how highly people think of him and everything he can do. So, and you could have him for, you know, multiple years. I mean, Texas, they're kind of, I think Chris Jackson, Steve Sarkisian, I think what they go for, if they're going to go get a wide receiver in the portal, they want to get one and done type talents. They want to get immediate impact elite guys. So that's why I think you didn't see like really any push for Micah Hudson, or maybe some of the other guys that have more eligibility remaining. I think they want guys that can come in and, you know, boost draft stock for a year and then go and, you know, help out the younger guys as well, you know, as Ryan Wingo goes into his second year. So, yeah.
Yeah, Hank, speaking of Micah Hudson, like as you just mentioned, just doesn't have enough tape out there for Chris Jackson and Steve Sarkisian to really believe that he could come in and contribute right off the bat. But why do you think it went wrong in Lubbock? I mean, the dude was such a highly talented player coming out of Lake Belton. We know all the NIL stuff that he got to go to Tech. Now he's going off to College Station. Why did that move happen, and why didn't it work out at Tech?
Yeah, it's a good question. You know, I think his stats were like 154 yards for the entire season. So I didn't watch a ton of Tech this year, and, you know, I don't know how many like opportunities he actually got or how many times he was actually put into games. But, you know, I think to some extent, you know, maybe he didn't take advantage of opportunities he had, or, you know, he wasn't getting the playing time. Jordan Scruggs would be a great one to ask about this because he's all over Micah Hudson's recruiting and all that. So It's a good question. I don't know why it didn't work out. Maybe it was just a fit and just wasn't, as cohesive as he thought going in. And I'm not sure if the NIL worked out either. I'm not sure if Tech was living up to their NIL obligations for him too. Maybe that played into, his role. Really good player. We'll see what he does with A&M. A&M's doing pretty well in the portal at receiver. They got him. They got Mario Craver from Mississippi State, who's a really talented kid. So I'll be curious to see how that works out for him. But yeah, it was just a situation where Texas, like you said, there was not a ton of tape. You know what you had from him in the high school level, but at the same time, like I mentioned, I think they're really going to go after guys that are already established, that they can, like an Isaiah Bond, like a Matthew Golden, that can come in and what you have with them right away.
Yeah, Eric Singleton as a kick returner, 11 kick returns, averaged 21.9 yards per kick return. Hank, what else is cooking, that Texas fans should keep an eye on? I know things are moving 100 miles an hour.
Yeah. So, I think a lot of the focus, and, obviously the portal's open, but I mean, they're kind of locked in on Clemson right now too. Like, and, recruiting has to go hand in hand with game prep and everything, but I'm not sure there's a huge emphasis being like, everyone's like, oh, why isn't Texas getting more guys in the portal? I mean, they've gotten 3, so it's not like they're not doing anything. But again, yeah, they're prepping for a home playoff game in 3 days in DKR. Like that's on the top of their minds. And we're in a situation where, we're a week and a half into the portal. I mean, there's guys that are playing in the playoff that are going to eventually enter the portal. January could be a whole thing. So they're not going to reach for people just because they need they need interior defensive linemen. They probably need more after Sadir Mitchell ended up going in the portal. You're losing your guys to the NFL. You lost some other guys to the portal. You signed 3 really good ones at a high school. You get Cole Brevard from Purdue. Probably need at least 2 more, I would think, just to, have the depth for next season. But, looking at what's available, I haven't heard much contact outside of Lee Hunter, who committed and signed with Texas Tech. I heard that went up to like $1.8 million for Lee Hunter. They were able to get that done. So, I think they want to make sure, they're going after the right guys. Lee Hunter was obviously a guy they really liked, but they're not just going to reach for anybody. And again, people are going to become available after this playoff run. You have the spring window. So I think they're going to get more guys. It's just kind of a matter of being a little patient and letting things play out, getting some more guys on visits. And it's interesting. They actually cannot host visitors for the game this weekend, I'm told. Like they can't host portal guys or 2026, 2027 kids, any CFP host site. So I don't know if it's just for Saturday that they can't do it, or if they can't give them tickets to the game. Maybe they can come if they want. I'm sure there's ways you can work around it. But I thought that was interesting. But yeah, I think, watching the portal in terms of what's happening with recruiting, the class is signed. Those guys are done. I don't anticipate any 2025 kids, that are unsigned, giving Texas a look. Last year we saw DeAndre Robinson get out of his letter of intent after the new year, signed with Florida. You never know. Those kind of things can happen, with coaching changes after the bowl season, if that's something that comes up. I know everyone's still waiting to see, if Ohio State loses to Tennessee, if they retain Ryan Day, I'm just, speculating, but if people start getting out of the letter of intent of a coaching change was made there. So there's all sorts of things that could still happen. So yeah, we're kind of just on the tip of the iceberg with the portal.
Yeah. Yeah. And Sark said it's the adjustment to practice with Bledsoe and now Sadir Mitchell entering the portal and not, Tia Savea and Justice Finkley are staying with the team, even though they're in the portal. And that helps. But it's become difficult for Texas to practice with their shortage of defensive tackles suddenly. So interesting dilemma.
Yeah. I saw this question down here. Someone's knocking on my door. Always during YouTube. I think someone's asking about Ryan Williams, the receiver from Alabama. I I do. Let's see. Do you think he stays for his third year for Alabama to make the playoffs in 2025? That's a good question. I thought you were asking for this season. I would think so. I think he's pretty solid with Alabama, but that is interesting. You know, if they have another, down year and don't make the playoffs, I'm sure I can't imagine, the back channel offers he's getting now. If he has another pretty strong season as a sophomore at Alabama, that'd probably help. But he actually, this doesn't really mean anything anymore because I've seen it go both ways, but he just got an Alabama tattoo on his arm. So, that holds him to Alabama. But Bear Alexander, the USC defensive line transfer, has a Georgia tattoo on his arm. So it doesn't always mean you'll stick with the school. But I think he's pretty solid with Alabama. I think he's probably paid what he should be paid from their collective or, all the deals he's getting. And then, we just saw Jalen Mbakwe go, who's like best friend, just go back to Alabama and not enter the portal as well. So that probably helps. I would think Bama's going to probably have a pretty good year next year. They've got a good class coming in. So we'll see. Obviously, never say never, but I think he's pretty happy with Alabama and sticking with them.
Yeah. Hank, you're one of the best, man, and your articles on Horns 24/7 are always terrific. One that caught my eye, though, was your Cam Rising possibly going back to Texas, or just kind of a food for thought type of thing. But talk about that a little bit. If get it. If you've seen Horns 24/7, go check out this article for Hank. But talk about that a little bit and why that kind of makes sense for the 2025 season.
I still, whether it's Cam Rising or someone else, I think Cam Rising makes sense because obviously you have to have buy-in from him as well. Because you look at a few different factors, he doesn't really have an NFL future. I don't think any NFL team would really touch him with his injury history, at least not in any sort of like meaningful money way that he couldn't probably make at the college level with one more year of eligibility. So, if he looks into so the expectation is he's not going to be back at Utah. I think Matt Zenas reported that. He hasn't entered the portal. He hasn't declared for the draft. So he's kind of in limbo. We don't know what he's doing. But if he does enter the portal, if you look at it, next year, Trey Owens is not a guy that, has any anticipation of playing next year unless he's needed, obviously. So, if you have a 1 year gap where, Arch is the starter, and I think people got upset with me about that story because they thought I was suggesting that he should come in and be the starter. That's not what I was suggesting. I was suggesting Cam Rising be an insurance policy for this title window that Texas currently has, especially with Arch Manning starting next year. So, you look at the past few seasons, Texas hasn't gotten through the full season with their healthy starting quarterback one time. There's been multiple needs of, your backup quarterback having to come in, whether it's Arch this year, Malik Murphy last year, Hudson Card the year before. So, I think it's important. And, if Texas can get a guy, if Cam Rising wants to get into coaching or something like that, a situation where, he comes in, agrees to be the backup, they give him a nice NIL deal, and he's there if needed to play a game or two, what you have in him for the most part. I think it makes sense. And if it's not Cam Rising, I think having a fourth scholarship quarterback on the roster would be wise, especially a guy if you can get him to buy in as a backup. And that's not a knock on Trey Owens. I think he's going to be really good. I think he is really good. But, if it's available, why not, give yourself insurance there? So I don't know. I was just kind of thinking out loud. Obviously Cam Rising has a history at Texas, different staff, but he knows about the program. So yeah, I'd be curious to see if that's a path they go down. I would imagine he probably wants to go start somewhere for his final year of eligibility. Hasn't been really able to play the last few years. So we'll see if anything comes of it, but I thought it was an interesting thought.
Well, Hank, what are your thoughts on the Texas Clemson game? What do you think, are the things to watch out for in this game, and how do you think it goes?
Yeah. Biggest question, can Texas score over 20 points despite, racking up a ton of yardage on offense? Can they break that 20-point threshold? Clemson, it's interesting. They actually don't have a great red zone secondary defense. They give up, I don't know where they rank, but it's not great. And so maybe could this be the opportunity that, Quinn Ewers needs to break through and throw some touchdowns once they're in the red zone, or move the ball in the red zone. So that's interesting. They obviously Clemson is very good at forcing turnovers. They've always been known for a stout defensive line. They got guys like Peter Woods, TJ Parker. That'll be a good NFL resume tape for Kelvin Banks, TJ Parker on that matchup off the edge right there. Texas should be able to handle business. I was thinking about my score prediction today. I think I'm probably going to go 28-17. It's the thing that gives me pause though is like, and if you're watching this game at home, it's like Cade Klubnik comes back to Austin. That storyline where is he going to like just go off and have the game of his life? And they're going to say, oh well, why isn't he at Texas? Why is he the quarterback for Clemson and not Texas? And I just that's the 2010 through 2013 Texas student in me, like hearing those storylines. No, I think Texas can handle business. If having Kelvin Banks back will help. I think Trevor Gooseby did a good job in his place. I think Clemson's going to have a really hard time moving the ball in this defense. They're banged up at running back, and they have talent. They have great skill talent. I just think Texas, I think they're going to have trouble moving the ball in Texas consistently, at least. Maybe some big chunk plays, but can they put together consistent drives and get touchdowns? Again, like Clemson kind of lucked their way into this playoff. I know they won the ACC championship, but if it wasn't for Syracuse beating Miami, they're playing in I don't know what bowl right now. So, Texas should be able to handle business. Can they get the run game going like they had it going against Kentucky, against Texas A&M? I have no concern about the defense. I think the defense can handle business. It comes down to don't turn the ball over and, taking advantage of, finishing drives, not getting down in the red zone and stalling out, missing a field goal, get the ball in the end zone. So it should be good. I think 28-17 is the score I'm going to go with.
Zay, you got one more?
Yeah, Hank, out of all the guys that have transferred to Texas right now, Brad Spence, Jack Bomeister, is it Cole Brevard or Bredford?
Brevard.
Yeah, Cole Brevard. What do you like about all three of those guys, and how do you think they're going to help the 2025 team?
Yeah, honestly, all of them are need positions. I think Brad Spence might be the most exciting pickup. I mean, he's just, he was recruited as an edge in high school. He can still play edge. He can rush the passer. He's athletic. He's rangy. Can play middle linebacker. But I mean, a guy that Texas seems to like to recruit the guys that play well against them. And he had a really good game against Texas in Fayetteville a few weeks back. So I think he could be a really nice addition. Obviously, you have Anthony Hill, you have Leon Leifau, but having a guy like him is going to help with the depth. And behind the two starters, it's very thin. So you got young guys. You got Ty Anthony Smith coming up. You signed two guys out of high school. I wouldn't be shocked to see them try to go get another linebacker, just to add more to that room. Brevard, obviously, Texas likes these 300-pound plus guys. He's that. Lots of experience. Started every game for Purdue this past season. Originally was with Penn State. So, a guy with high-level football experience. And then Bomeister, I mean, that might be that's going to be an important pickup. I mean, Texas's special teams have not, played up to the standard that they've set for themselves in the past few years. Kern is obviously young, but, he hasn't, wowed so far. But what I talked to Jack Bomeister on the phone after he committed, and I thought it was cool. He really likes embracing the role of he's going to help Michael Kern. Like everyone thinks Michael Kern's just going to transfer out and go somewhere else. Maybe he does, but I think Jack Bomeister, would be really a good mentor for him, and obviously has played really well. Aussie punters, you can't go wrong with them really. So I think he's going to be a nice addition as well. And then Texas just had that Ian Ratliff just entered the portal, so they're down it's going to be interesting, navigating this playoff run with guys that have entered the portal or I don't know if he's going to stay with the team through the playoff, but from a depth purpose. So I think three really nice additions. We saw Lee Hunter was supposed to visit today and tomorrow. He committed to Texas Tech. That would have been another quality addition, but I think they're at a good pace right now. I think other positions you look at, linebacker, defensive line are obviously important. I think they could look for a cornerback, depending on how things shake out. Wide receiver, obviously. I'm curious to see how running back shakes out because obviously if they all come back healthy next year, you're pretty stacked. You have a lot of guys, but do we see someone go in the portal? I think running back could be an interesting area. And, we've seen guys like Justice Haynes enter the portal from Alabama or Braylon Russell from Arkansas. I was told Texas isn't pursuing Justice Haynes. And then Braylon Russell told me he hasn't heard from Texas. So, doesn't look like they're making any sort of push there now, but that could be interesting. And then obviously tight end. We saw Max Clare visit as well from Purdue. That seems to be a spot that they might try to – that they're going to try to address. You got young guys like Jordan Washington, Spencer Shannon. Nick Townsend, I think, could probably play next year. But obviously you probably want a more veteran presence too, just, with Gunnar Helm going and into the draft. So, yeah, I think there's a lot to come from the portal here in this window and even, going into the spring.
Hank, great stuff, man. I know you're going 100 miles an hour. Really appreciate you taking some time for us.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate y'all.
Merry Christmas. Even though we try to talk to you next week,
As Jose said, does see Alabama paying top dollar? I don't know. I don't know. Alabama's NIL is weird. I think they try to take a more practical approach with like what they offer. I think it's smart. Like you can't put all your money together on one kid, or you got to be smart with it. And I think they do a good job of it. But yeah, I think they're still trying to gain their footing in this landscape. And they're still they have the number 2 class, so I think they're fine. I think they're doing a good job. I think just everyone's been freaking out about the portal and they're losing all their guys, but then they're not getting anybody. So I think Bama will be fine. Can they pay top dollar? I don't know if they're like willing to. I think they probably could. I think it just depends on, what they're willing to do and all that. And I think Texas kind of does that in the same way. You can't, pay a kid that's never played football more than what your, 3-year starter is making. That's just a bad look, and that's going to fracture a locker room real quick. So yeah, like these schools like Auburn and Ole Miss that are just like shelling out money in the portal. And I don't know how that's going to work out for them. They have really good players, but that's going to be interesting to see how that all funnels out.
Yeah. You got to have culture. You got to have culture in your program. Hank, really appreciate it. Let's do it again next week before Christmas.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Hank.
Hank South, bringing it. Get over to horns247.com. There's a 50% promo going on right now. So grab it. Make sure that you're in for this playoff run. And for all of the recruiting intel from Hank, from Jordan Scruggs, because obviously the portal is open. All right.
Yo, before we get to the chip shot and stuff, how were we on our picks this past weekend?
It
didn't feel very good.
Let's see. Yeah, you got the Bills right. I got the Lions wrong. The Broncos covered, right, against the Colts.
Yeah.
We both got Army wrong. Pittsburgh plus 5.5. That was no good, right?
Yeah.
But the Cowboys you got right. So you went 2-2.
I'll take it.
Did the Cardinals cover against New England? Let me see.
You had that game?
Yeah. Let's see here. The Cardinals.
Yeah, I'm sure they did 30-17.
Yeah.
Covered.
All right. So we both went 2-2.
Okay. Yo, Army, what the hell? Y'all won the Joe Moore Award. Then y'all can't move the ball. Where they do that at? Like, I get Texas lost the Joe Moore Award against Georgia, Like 31 yards on the ground. That's how you lose that thing. But Army winning it and then putting on that performance, sad. It's not a good look. It's weird.
I was pulling for the Texan at quarterback for Army. Bryson Daly, but hey, Navy can't count out those midshipmen.
Yeah, man, how you play football on a boat? Come on, man.
Come on, man.
What are we doing? Come on,
What are we doing? Okay, let's before we get to the chip shot, let me give you here's what you need to do. When you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, you just call Tom
Hi,
McKay.
this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street, hold the door for people behind us, tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics. But more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
Yeah. How about that? And don't forget about the Longhorn Fan Box. LonghornFanbox.com. Here's Anthony Hill to tell you about it.
Hey, Longhorn fans, it's me, Anthony Hill.
It's Madison Booker.
It's DeAndre Moore Jr.
And I'm here to announce that I'm partnering with you, our most valuable fans.
I'm signing collectibles for the Longhorn Fan Box just for you. Each box comes filled with signed posters, prints, trading cards, and more from your favorite Texas student athletes. And if you purchase the Longhorn All-American box, you can receive this signed poster from me. So join the thousands of Longhorn fans who are supporting student athletes and capturing the magic through every season through the only player endorsed and university approved Longhorn Fan Box.
Your fan box come direct from my hands to your doorstep. Click below to support us and get a free gift valued at $99.
We are in this together. United we fans.
Yeah, and get over to Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. Amazing seafood, the best seafood in Austin. Great raw oyster selection, great raw oyster specials during happy hour. Happy hour, unbelievable. You get $5 off the shareables menu, which has the crab cake, the grilled oysters, the New Orleans barbecue shrimp. I mean, if you love seafood, this is your spot. Go there before you go to the Trail of Lights. It's right there. It's Zilker, Rollingwood, and Mopac. Boom. Sold. Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. All right, Zay, for the chip shot today, let's do the Zach Swanson video. Zach Swanson, the former Longhorn defensive lineman, who is now with Arizona State, had this to say about his departure from Texas.
It'd be awesome. I mean, that's my dream. Like, that's a team who kicked me out and said I was never going to be good enough to play there. So that's something that has been on my agenda for a while. It's like a dream scenario. So I'm very excited about that.
Like literally what was said? Like what was
Exactly what was said is, if you want to stay at Texas, you might as well quit football and just go to school here. So a lot of motivation there for me.
I don't mean to follow up with that, but what was your reaction?
I mean,
when they tell you that, what did you think? What did you feel?
I mean, it was probably the worst thing that was ever said to me, and it was just said so carelessly, like they didn't care that like it was changing my entire life. Like 2 years there, like I made friends, like I had like a girlfriend there, everything, and then they tell me that and expect me to get up and leave the next day. So like it was probably the worst thing ever. But now being here and experiencing everything I've experienced here at home, it's the best choice, best thing that could have ever happened to me.
Okay. So Zach Swanson is not feeling it for Texas. And of course, Arizona State is awaiting the winner of Texas Clemson. And as I mentioned before, there's a handful of former Longhorns. Xavier Alford, who went to USC and then to Arizona State. Jake Smith, who went to USC and then to Arizona State. He's the receiver who was, seen as the next Jordan Shipley. Troy O'Meary, who had knee issues, is now at Arizona State. Let me see what O'Meary, he has 3 receptions for 19 yards. Jake Smith has 6 catches for 91 yards. So neither one of those dudes are killing it. Jamon Tapp, who played at Texas, is at Arizona State. Prince Dorba. By the way, Zach Swanson has 4 tackles. He does have a half a sack.
No, say his 2022 stats when he was a Texas Longhorn. What are those stats? Because that's why they kicked his ass out. 1 tackle, 0 assisted, 0 sacks.
Hey,
all donuts.
This Arizona State team is, I call them they're psycho. Like they're crazy. They don't care. Cam Scadaboo's like, I'm the best in the country, even though Ashton Genty still could break Barry Sanders' unbreakable single season rushing record. And Cam Scadaboo's like, I'm the best in the country. Guy ran for like 1,100 yards. I mean, he's tough as nails. That whole team has just got this, crazy-eyed look in their eyes. Yeah. They're the little guy at the bar who's not afraid to fight. And
that's Kenny Dillingham. He's that guy.
So Texas needs to handle business Saturday so that we can get into these interviews leading up to this, Texas-Arizona State game. But, yeah, there you go, Texas. Little incentive.
And look, Soul Scream, like I get what you're saying, but you can find any type of bulletin board material out of anything. Basically, he's saying Sark is a piece of trash with how he handled his situation. That's basically what he's saying, like how he threw him out of there, no remorse, no sympathy whatsoever. Just get your ass out. You're not good enough to play here. Sayonara. Don't let the door hit you on the ass on the way out type of stuff. Which Steve Sarkisian, it might have went down similar to that, but I feel like
it might have been Bo Davis telling him that on Bo Davis's way out the door, mind you.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we don't know exactly who delivered the message. Sometimes it's the position coach. Sometimes it's Brandon Harris, the general manager. Sometimes it's Steve Sarkisian, but I don't think that would have been a Steve Sarkisian conversation, honestly. Sark usually is the one talking to the players who are like the players they're really trying to hang on to. Now, anyway.
But who's everybody going to think about when Zach Swanson says that? Who does it fall back on?
Right. Sark.
Right. So that doesn't look good. But again, everybody, who knows what the truth is?
Let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Before that, though, shout out to Covert BK, Covert Automotive Dealership. They have been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years. Get out of that bucket. That check engine light's been on way too long. If you're already putting in so much money into your car than what it's worth, don't do that. Go to Covert BK and get a new or pre-owned vehicle. 7 terrific brands to choose from: Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, Cadillac, GMC, and Buick. CovertBK.com has all the latest specials and inventory so you could see what you want before you touch down at the dealership. Marcus, Daniel, Jerome, and the rest of the crew will help you and hook you up and find something that you'll feel comfortable in for the next 10 plus years. And we all want to feel comfortable in our new or pre-owned car. So again, go to covertbcave.com, check that out. Nobody beats a covert deal. Nobody beats a covert deal. Excuse me. Not now, not ever. Leaf Landscape Supply, wholesale, retail, plant, nursery, and landscape supplier here in the ATX. 2 terrific locations. If you're up north, check them out off Palm Springs. If you're down south, check them out at 290 and Monterey Oats. Whether you're looking for large quantities of supplies to fulfill a landscaping job, trendy house plants, a collection of specialty plants, rare plants, they're your one-stop shop for everything you need. So check out their website at leaflandscapesupply.com. And when you make your purchase, let them know Texas Sports Unfiltered showed you, let you know, talked about it. You get 10% off. Can't beat that. It's the holidays. That credit card is running up. Leaf Landscape Supply, they're trying to help you out a little bit. 10% off if you mention us at Texas Sports Unfiltered. Can't beat that. Leaf Landscape Supply. All right, Chip. We know the Netflix specials and all the background documentary stuff that they're doing with the NFL and NBA has done numbers. Starting 5, terrific. It's cool to see LeBron behind the scenes and Ant Edwards. Receiver, terrific. It's awesome to see Justin Jefferson and some of the greatest wide receivers do their thing. Patrick Mahomes and quarterback Kirk Cousins, who just got benched, by the way. It was still cool to see those guys and see an in-depth look at how they go about their day during the football season and off and on the football field. Well, the SEC is trying to do the same thing. Netflix has announced a new series following this year's SEC college football season that will be dropped in the summer of 2025. But it's not going to have every SEC team in it. The schools that decline on the Netflix docuseries: Alabama, Georgia, Oklahoma, Ole Miss, and sorry, Longhorn fans, Texas. So all of those big-time, big brands that won't be there, it's going to be a little bit more watered down as Chip exits out for whatever responsibilities that he has. But I don't know about this, y'all. It's weird. Like, if Texas isn't on, if Oklahoma, Ole Miss, well, Oklahoma, I could do without them. Nobody's trying to see anything in Norman. But Ole Miss, Georgia, Alabama, I'd like to see what's going on there. I mean, Lane Kiffin, he's one of the best personalities, not only in the SEC, but all of college football. So for those schools not to be in it, pretty weak. But still get your Auburns, get your South Carolinas, get your LSUs. It's still the SEC, but all those teams, like Tennessee's the only team in the college football playoff that will be on the show. So Josh Heupel, what they're doing in Knoxville, Nico, it's going to be interesting. But, man, Bama, Georgia, Texas, that's the main attraction in the SEC. It is what it is. We saw a lot of people fighting for Alabama to make it, even with 3 losses. Even with that brutal loss to Oklahoma this year, people still wanted the Crimson Tide in because they know the Crimson Tide, they bring that paper. They bring that paper in. Everybody wants to see what Alabama does. They're a household name, big part Nick Saban, but also it's Bama. So to not have them in, to not have Georgia, what Kirby Smart's done, even in a down year, those fools still won the damn SEC. So I would like to see that. And obviously, Texas Longhorns, we know we see a lot with the Longhorn Network app, and, you know, we see a lot. But I want to see more. More is always good. And to not have that as my forte, says SEC bottom dwellers, yeah, it's not a good look. It's not a good look. So I'm still going to watch just because it's a part of the job. And, you know, but like, come on, Vanderbilt. as good as Vanderbilt's season went, like, do we really want to see Diego Pavia and all that stuff that went on down in Nashville this year, opposed to seeing Texas in? Absolutely not. So I think that's a miss for the SEC and this series, but it should be good, and I'll definitely be tuned in. Also, something that I just got a look at earlier this week, we know the NBA and the ratings have been down. They've been absolutely atrocious. Hell, I didn't even know the NBA Cup game was last night. Like, I was just flipping channels, then I see the Bucks and the Oklahoma City Thunder playing in Vegas, and I'm like, oh yeah, this shit's going on still. And Bucks end up winning the NBA Cup. They get their $500,000, which with taxes, who knows what that is. It's still some really good money. Saw Giannis and Dame Lillard. They're giving it back to a lot of guys that are a part of the franchise that you don't see play in the games, like the behind-the-scenes guys, trainers, equipment people, maybe some different types of front office people. So good for them. But the NBA, they're trying really hard to stay relevant. Like the NFL, college football, they reign supreme. Like, it's just, that's what it is. That's what it's always going to be. You know what I'm saying? Like, people want to see football on TV. And when football's going on, nobody gives a damn about what's going on in the NBA. The NBA has been watered down for years. And now that the greats like a LeBron and Steph Curry, James Harden, Kevin Durant, all of those future Hall of Famers are at the end of their career, who's that guy? Because it's hard to relate to Nikola Jokic. The dude's from freaking Serbia. It's hard to relate to Luka. The dude's from Slovenia. Even Giannis. My wife loves Giannis. Like, that dude, how can you not love him? The guy got it from the mud. He was basically homeless, very low poverty type of upbringing for him, growing up in Greece. And the fact that him and the rest of his brothers have had success in professional sports is absolutely amazing. But the All-Star game has always been an issue. You know what I'm saying? And A. Hernandez, I'm with you. Like, nobody cares about the cup. I'm not going to say that word, but nobody cares about the cup at all. And Joe K, you're absolutely right. The NBA season's unwatchable. It's now seeing how many threes you could jack up. I know Keenan Womack has talked about certain changes that he would like to see. Some I get, some, a little far out, like Keenan talking about the 3 seconds in the corner. I think that's a little bit crazy, but, man, Keenan Womack, he's out here thinking. His mind's in the right place. They need to do something. And with the All-Star game format that they've completely changed and revamped, I don't know about this. Lifetime Longhorn Kevin Durant, he's come out and said he doesn't like the way the format looks, and it's a little odd. It's very different from what we've seen in the past, and a lot of that's due to the lack of care that these NBA players and these stars feel about the All-Star game. I mean, you're talking about guys that got contracts in the 300 millions and that are trying to play for playoffs and championships and stuff. So they're really not putting their bodies on the line for a game that don't mean shit. It don't matter how much money you throw them. They're making all that money, whether it's endorsements or whether it's their current contracts, whatever. A little, 100,000 really ain't shit to them. So they're not going to play hard for 100,000. But the new format that you've seen got 24 players. You're going to have 3 different teams, so 8 players on each team. Kenny, Shaq, and Charles from TNT, they're going to pick the teams themselves, so that's pretty cool. And then the 4th team is going to be the winner of the Rising Stars game, which usually has the rookies and the sophomores play. So the rookies and the sophomores, the best team in that, are going to be playing in the All-Star game also. So in the weakest draft you've had in quite some time, like I don't know a weaker draft, you're going to have those guys playing up against some of the greatest ever. Okay, that's a little odd, but Candace Parker, she'll be coaching those teams, and I don't know. I think the NBA, they're really desperate right now. And it's weird. It's a weird look. It really is. I didn't think the NBA would be this down bad ever. The money's still going up, but it's hard to watch these games with League Pass and stuff. And in certain markets, you don't even get the games due to blackouts and stuff. It's just that they got to clean it up. They definitely have to clean it up. So, yeah, like we got to bring that back. Like, Joe K, you got it right. Like, we got to bring back the intensity and the physicality. It's soft. It's absolutely soft. And I'm not saying we're going Bill Lambier, we're elbowing guys into next week, but we just got the regular season and the playoffs, just two completely different games. We got to make changes, bro. We got to make some changes. I don't know what you're going to do. Somebody said on the Coda text line, let's bring MJ back to spice it up. I don't think Yellow Eye MJ, even though I personally think he could give you about 10 points a game just because that skill, he's a GOAT. Like that skill, and it never leaves you. He just ain't going to play any D, and he's not going to be able to get up the court because of that cognac and them cigars and stuff. But it's MJ. Come on now. So I don't know what you do. I love the game. Always will love it. Boy was named after Isaiah Zeke Thomas, and Michael Jordan. Like the game will always be a part of me, but I ain't too proud to say it's struggling right now. And you look at college needs some changes too. 4 quarters. They need to go to that. Women, they figured it out. They figured out the 20 minutes a game. We need to restructure this a little bit. It looks a lot better. Let's put that in college or men's. Put that in the men's game. What are we still doing this 20-minute halves for? Like, it's just, are we that afraid of change? Are we that just ignorant to where we want to keep it that way? And I had a 24-second shot clock too. 30 seconds, still too long. It used to be 35. That was ridiculous. 30 seconds, let's put it to 24. Let's make it like the NBA in that sense, to get a faster paced game. I don't know. There's a lot more guys that are a lot smarter than I that make those decisions, but I'm just giving my opinion to you guys. So yeah, basketball, man. Let's turn up a little bit. Let's turn up a little bit. But let me bring Lucas Hill in from SEC Unfiltered. Lucas, how you doing, sir?
Zay, you're looking lonely today, dude.
Hey, man, that man Chip left me. He didn't give me no heads up or nothing. He just dipped. Nah, he texted me. He said that. He said that, you know, he was going to have to leave a little early, but man, I'm in the middle of the segment rolling, and I'm checking out some stats and stuff, and then I come back and my man Chip Brown's gone. So it's all good. It's all good, brother.
Man.
But
yeah,
how you been?
Just texted me and he said he'll be about 10 late. He should be coming on in the next 2 minutes or so, because that's when he texted me, like literally actually about 10 minutes ago. So we'll see when he does get here. But dude, you mentioned about the NBA, bro. I remember the 30 for 30 documentary about the bad boys. Yeah, we need to bring some of that back in there. Don't care if it's elbows. Don't care if it's Christian Laettner kicking dudes on the chest. I mean, we need some physicality in college basketball and in the NBA. Hey, Harrison.
What's going on?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know when it got so weak, because look at that era, 90s, 80s, and look at the mass on these guys. Like, these guys were huge. Like, the center position was more relevant than it ever was. Like, you don't see the David Robinsons and the Shaquille O'Neals and the Patrick Ewins. You don't see cats like that anymore.
No.
And Nikola Jokic.
Not even Rick Mahorns.
Yeah, Rick Mahorn's a guy. Like, Rick Mahorn's dirty as shit, but Rick Mahorn, that's a dude. You know what I'm saying? You don't have those
catch him in a back alley.
Yeah, and I didn't think that it would hurt the game this much, but it has. And there's a lot of things that have hurt the game, but I do think they need to bring back, like, Zach Edey. Him coming in the league was a big thing. That's a big deal. I know he's hurt and stuff, but that's a big deal. Having somebody 7'4", old school, back to the basket game. Like, we need more of that. We need more of that. Like, and you can't just blame Steph Curry for, the 3-point volume. Say that again?
He changed the game forever.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying.
It's not in a bad way at all.
Yeah, it's so easy to blame Steph because after the Warriors started having success, you had to start figuring out, okay, if we can't stop them, then we got it. It's a copycat league. Every single profession, it's a copycat league.
Exactly.
So, all right, fellas, I've been on long enough. Harrison, Lucas, love you guys. Have a good show.
See you, Zay. Thank you, guys. Welcome on into the SEC Unfiltered Hour. Make sure that you holler at us over at SEC Unfiltered on YouTube on our road to 20,000 subscribers. Also, check us out on X at SEC Unfiltered. Also, check out Texas Sports Unfiltered, getting close to 10K. A little road to 10K on YouTube, getting closer and closer. Make sure that you holler at us on X at Fantavious9. He is Harrison Fant. I am Lucas Hill. Follow me on X at Lucas_Hill23. Harrison, the big news coming from yesterday. Ryan Williams entering the portal. So here's my take on it, and then we'll get to yours. He's exploring the market. Make no question about it, because this is exactly what the NFL does. Because I watched something yesterday. I think it was from something from in season with the Giants during the offseason where they let Saquon Barkley explore the market. And now all of a sudden we're seeing the same thing in college football. I guarantee you, unless another school gives you a better offer, Alabama's going to find some way to put together a package for him to be happy and to stay in Tuscaloosa. I think that he personally might be heading out to Columbia, South Carolina to go pair along with Lenore Sellers and Nick Harbour and company. It's a stretch, and I know that South Carolina is going to definitely have to go deep into their pockets from the booster club and from outside sources, but I do think that it's a definite possibility that he could end up in Columbia, South Carolina. So, Harrison, what say you?
Yeah, I'm not on that boat. He's not ending up in Columbia, South Carolina. I'm sorry. I just don't see it. Like you said, I think he's just exploring the portal and the options. And, I think he has the right to do so. I mean, it's unfortunate that it's kind of like a thing that's really turning into more mainstream for a lot of, whether they're actually officially in the portal or not exploring. I mean, you can't sit here, Lucas. No one's going to sit here and tell me that players that aren't in the portal aren't having their, agents or representatives talk to other teams and basically, explore other options for them. Whether they're in the portal officially or not, I think a lot of guys that are starters in the SEC, ACC, Big 10, Big 12, are all exploring their options, and it's just a matter of if they're officially in the portal. Like, they're not. You don't see a star guy like Ryan Williams, for example, go in the portal unless he's actually looking to transfer and he has several offers lined up. You're not going into the portal at big of a 5-star. He's a 98.9. He's a 99. He's 0.03 away from a 99 rating on 3. And you don't see a guy like that, let alone any 5-star on the portal, without at least 2 or 3 offers in their back pocket.
I mean, I know it's kind of early to predict something like that, but that's just where I see him fitting best. It's either there or Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin's offense with a young quarterback. Yeah, that's where I'm getting as well. That's what I think about adjusting your mic. Yeah, I think you're connected to either your headphones or you're connected to something.
There we go.
That's better. Yeah.
Better. There we go. Yeah, but you get the gist of what I was saying, though, right?
Yeah. I do. Yeah,
I don't see him going
agree.
for 6
agree.
I mean, if anything, I hate. It probably sounds really bad, but LSU or Ohio State, both school. I mean, if you're going to leave Alabama and you're a wide receiver, those are 2 factories for producing elite wide receiver 1 stars in the NFL. With Alabama.
Thank you, BK. I don't know if that's you running the YouTube or not, but appreciate either or. But no, I think that the market is definitely wide open. Here's the thing about LSU's market. How much money do you still have left in the pot? Because you just went on a tear the last week getting dues from the portal, getting Barry and Brown, getting Nick Anderson. You return Aaron Anderson. Yeah, you may lose Kyron Lacey as well as CJ Daniels, but look at what you have coming in. My concern is that you're not going to have enough in the pot, or it's going to be a bit too many, especially in that receiver room. So I think that a team like Ohio State could definitely use a guy like Ryan Williams. I think that their pockets are deep. I think they have a lot more to spend on. But hey, I don't know. This could, from what I've seen, I think he wants to stay in the SEC. But I don't think we'll know for sure until we get another maybe 2 weeks from now when we get an answer.
I mean, speaking of wide receivers in the SEC, you got CJ Daniels at LSU transferring. He's in the portal, and On3 is projecting him to go to Miami, which just feels weird for a star receiver and a talented receiver like he is to leave a school like LSU. Like I said, a factory for producing wide receiver one studs in the NFL.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, too, is that he got lost in the shuffle. He started off really hot, and then Aaron Anderson started getting a lot more targets. So it was basically Anderson and Kyron Lacey getting the majority. Although going into next year, it was going to be Anderson and CJ getting the majority of the targets for next year.
Yeah.
But
well, now it looks like it's going to be the Nick Anderson transferred in from Oklahoma.
Yep.
Mid to LSU out the portal.
I think they knew that something was going to happen with that too.
Yeah, I mean, Nick Anderson's probably like, yeah, go ahead and leave, CJ. Like, I'll take the reps. I'll take the snaps. Yeah. I mean, you got plenty. I mean, you got star wide receiver at Southern Cal, Zacharias Branch in the portal as well. I mean, don't be surprised he ends up in the SEC like an Ole Miss or an LSU, even a Texas. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
You know, it's so funny to see how deep that the wide receiver position is now in the transfer portal. Because we're not just talking about Ryan Williams. We're not just talking about the Branch brothers. We're talking about Eric Singleton, who was the best transfer to wide receiver to come out until Nick Anderson and Ryan Williams entered.
Yep. It's a second Georgia Tech stud that they've had, like a dime in the rough that has hit the portal. We saw the first one being Jahmyr Gibbs, who transferred to Alabama, was a Heisman, favorite kind of on the top 10 boards preseason, had a really good year. You could easily say that at Bama, and then goes off the NFL and is absolutely dominating the NFL at a young and early start. I mean, it just sucks for Georgia Tech because it's really hard to keep guys at Georgia Tech that when you find a diamond in the rough like that. Like, imagine in this day and age, Lucas, if Calvin Johnson was at Tech, he'd be commanding 1.5.
Yeah.
Like he would people would be valuing him at 1.5. Let me correct myself.
Reggie Bush.
Yeah.
How much would he be worth?
Yeah. I mean, Calvin Johnson was like one of the biggest. He would have been the biggest name by far in the portal.
It would have been ridiculous how much he would have been worth. Right now, from what I get from On3, Eric Singleton is expected to command over $1 million with his top schools consisting of LSU, Texas, Auburn, Miami, and Ole Miss. Dude, Texas's pockets are pretty deep. I think they'll lose Isaiah Bond and Matthew Golden next year. So, we're down to reload with a guy like that.
It's gonna be, he's a plug-in star. I mean, I see him going somewhere and being an immediate, stud wherever he goes. It's probably gonna be SEC. I mean, I was thinking, maybe LSU. Honestly, Ole Miss would be a really good fit for him too. I mean, Texas can't go wrong there. I mean, he's a little undersized at only 165 pounds, but he's got raw speed, great route running abilities, and just elite after the catch. I mean, he's a 3-star even. Just, it's crazy. I mean, I think it's going to be, like I said, an SEC school like Ole Miss, Auburn, or LSU, I think. I mean, they're in Texas. Those are kind of like my top 4, I'd say, for him if I had to predict. But I'd say Ole Miss. If I had to pick one right now where I think he should and will go, I'd say Ole Miss. I mean, he was a 3-star recruit out of high school. He's now a 4-star and a 96.5 rating on On3.
The guy definitely has probably the most upside to him. It sucks that it didn't work out at the end of the day with him over at Georgia Tech, knowing the type of offense that they run.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really pro-style offense now. I mean, he's a Georgia boy. He's a Douglasville, Georgia native. I mean, he's probably looking at Georgia as well. I think he went on a visit there.
Definitely will work with him and Gunnar Stockton. Make no mistake about that. I mean, guy could be
He wants to go somewhere though. He's going to be, competing for national championships, proving his abilities in the SEC, as well as being the number one receiver. I think that's his biggest thing. I think that's a lot of guys' biggest things. Talented, individuals like himself. So,
tell you what, Austin Simmons has a big upside. 6'4", 215-pound, 4-star. Guy's got a huge upside. Would definitely be a legitimate target, and definitely one that Ole Miss could definitely look up to, losing not only Trey Harris, but I think they also will lose Juice Wells.
Yeah, and dude, another one, Lucas, that's really interesting. That's less SEC, but former SEC. Caden Salter, former quarterback at Tennessee, transfers to Liberty, has a great year statistically there, and then he's now going to transfer, and he's committed to Colorado and Deion Sanders. I mean, it seems like a really great mesh, a great fit for him and for Deion. But I mean, it's a combination is what I see of now. How much money I can get wherever I'm going, but also what's the right fit for me to plug in and play, but also improve my draft stock and show what I can do in the NFL. That's what it's a three-headed snake of three-headed dragon, whatever you want to call it, of what elite players are looking for, those 4 or 5 stars.
Here's the thing I'm concerned about with Caden Salter. Can he be as consistent as he was in 2023 when he had Willie Korn? Or can he be in a type of up-tempo spread? Because if you remember this past season in 24, dude regressed a lot. Completion percentage went down from 61 to 56.3%. Now, that granted may have been because of the loss of so many dudes to the portal from Liberty. But at the end of the day, I mean, you didn't see that same sort of explosiveness and game-breaking ability that Salter had in 2023. Now, if he's paired along with dudes on the outside, if you've got elite talent like he had in 23, you have a legit chance to be a superstar contender and potentially win the starting job in 25 for Colorado, which I think he will. I don't know if they're going to trust Julian Sayin with the first couple of snaps. I do think that they're going to give him a chance every now and then, especially through the first 4 weeks of the season. I think Colorado's going to definitely decide their starter by the time we get into conference play. But I think if you get a guy like Caden Salter in who brings that experience, he can be a damn good quarterback. The guy has probably the most upside of any quarterback in the G5.
Yeah, I mean, dude, there's a lot of guys. I think that it's in this day and age, it feels like everyone talks about how much upside everyone has, and this guy's so much upside, this guy's so much upside. It's like results are going to prove themselves, and guys are going to go out there, have to be in the right program, the right fit, scheme wise, to put up their best numbers and their best self. So at the end of the day, I think, like I said, that's a lot what guys are looking for. I mean, you have a lot of quarterbacks, you have a lot of talented quarterbacks like Preston Stone from SMU as well, who they're putting him a soft prediction for him transferring to, of all schools, Lucas. I don't know if you've seen it. Northwestern. Northwestern. I find that very, very shocking. I mean, I could see him go to like a really good group of 5 school, or like a Tulane or something like that, or even an SEC school that fits his scheme and like obviously that offers him and has a good NIL value that wants him. But I thought SMU was a great fit for him. But he's backup quarterback. He's staying, which I like this a lot. I like this a lot. And I listened to SMU's head coach talk about this earlier on the Pat McAfee show. Talk about how he's handling the portal while staying committed to the team. It's way different than Penn State's backup quarterback. Rhett Lashy was talking about today with Pat McAfee on the show about how they're really being understanding of him in a situation. He was playing backup quarterback. He's staying committed to the team. He wants to save the team throughout the college football playoff, which I respect him a lot for. Obviously, you want to save your team, the guys, your family, basically, and help them try to win a national championship. He could end up. He's one play away from being starter. But when they don't have practice, Rhett Lashley is saying we're letting him go on visits. He's talking to his representatives. He's talking to whatnot about other schools, other opportunities. We want the best. We want what's best for him at the end of the day. And I have so much respect for that. And to be able to balance both of that cannot be easy. He's balancing, all the reps he's doing as QB2 for the scout team, but also he has to be ready, like I said, if he's one play away from being a starting quarterback in the college football playoff, right? While trying to manage his career, his collegiate career, his academic career. And, they're probably wrapping up finals right now. There's probably just a lot on his plate. And that's why you see a lot of guys, I think in this situation, kind of proves true why guys have representatives, agents, representatives. But it's a serious thing because this is the rest of your collegiate career, your academic career, because, the game ends for everyone at some point. Like they said in Moneyball, we're all told at some point we can no longer play children games. Some of us are told at 18, some of us are told at 40, but we're all told. You got to have an after career plan, and that's where your academics come in, and you're getting your college tuition. You're getting your degree paid for, Lucas, in college. And I say that with, an asterisk. Obviously, not everyone is, but the overwhelming majority of these football players are. That's a serious thing. That's a big thing. Northwestern, I'll give them some credit. They have a phenomenal business school. So you got to try to find the right fit there. But he wants to play as long as he possibly can. He loves the game. We all know these guys love the game. So you're trying to find and balance that fit for where can I go up, start. I want to get as much NIL compensation as I can. I like the school and the coaches and the fit and the offensive scheme, but also, how can I continue to play the game as long as possible and go play in the NFL? Got to put up numbers.
Yeah, it's especially at the FCS level. I think that's where you're seeing it a lot, especially with dudes that really not a whole lot of them. Very few. If you are one of the few studs that you can come out of the FCS and be a draft
Josh
pick.
Allen?
Josh Allen was G5, but a Cooper Kupp.
Yeah.
A Cooper Kupp who was from Eastern Washington.
Jordan Love.
Jordan Love was from North Dakota State.
Carson Wentz, right? Northern Illinois. No, they're FC. No, they're Cooper
No,
Kupp.
no. Carson Wentz went to
Northern Illinois.
North Dakota State. That's FCS.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Who was the one that went to? Oh, I'm trying to think. Keep going. I'll think of it.
But no, when you see these athletes at the FCS level, about 99% of them may not be in the NFL draft. A lot of them may not even get a pro contract to the other spring leagues. So it's best to do with what you have with that education. You're always supposed to have a plan B. It's hard for athletes nowadays because you want to continue to play the game. That's how I was whenever I was playing.
Same.
I wanted to play B, and I didn't have one until all of a sudden this media started coming up for me, and I was like, hey, screw it. Might as well do it. But I'll always say this, and I'm about to get a little, religious. The Lord works in mysterious ways. Always has and always will. I'm going to stand by that, and I will always stand by that. So, Harrison, I don't know if you saw this. Netflix will be releasing a series next summer following the 2024 SEC college football season, providing unfiltered access to coaches and players in college football's most dominant conference and giving an exclusive look at key matchups throughout the season. Interesting. I'm all in for it. What are your initial thoughts if this is the first you've heard about this?
I love it. I've heard some murmurs about it here and there, but nothing I want to say that was set in stone or like that. Hey, this has all been happening at multiple schools. Even it's literally the Hard Knocks for a college football edition. I said that we need to be doing this right with this. You and I talked about it. I think you and I talked about last time we were on about how this would be insanely hard to do but interesting. I'd have to do it at multiple schools to get different perspectives and whatnot, but you quoted it perfectly. Unfiltered access, most dominant conference. That's what the SEC is through and through. I think top to bottom in every sport. It seems like the power three, of football, baseball, basketball. But what's interesting enough to me, obviously, to do this the first year that they're doing this all in one, season, quote unquote, how they're doing it. They don't have every school, but no, I don't think anyone was going to expect them to have every school. But it's interesting to see what schools said no. Did you see what schools said no?
Who said no?
So several of the schools, we're not interested, right, in doing it. I don't blame them. You got to keep keep stuff behind closed doors. So Alabama, Georgia, Oklahoma, Ole Miss, and Texas all passed. They all said no thanks. That's Kalen DeBoer, Kirby Smart, Brent Venables, Lane Kiffin, and Steve Sarkisian. I don't blame them at all. But those are also
No.
the coaches I'd say and I expect to see that from.
I'd expect it
especially
to happen.
Georgia.
Yeah.
And especially Bama first year. I mean, if they got Texas first year SEC with this season they've had, that would be unbelievably awesome. But
the newcomers and the blue bloods of the SEC, honestly, it's not really surprising because you don't want them inside and you don't want any like outside noise going on. You don't want anything going public like that. Georgia's problems with what they've had during the last offseason, Alabama's with what they've had. There's probably locker room turmoil right now with DeBoer in the office now. You got Texas and Oklahoma that are new kids on the block in the SEC, and then Ole Miss with. I don't really know about Ole Miss, but I mean, it is what it is. At the end of the day, with them, kind of.
I don't blame them for saying no, especially the first one. I mean, you're just kind of letting them have all access. I think there was an all or nothing access.
Yeah, I mean,
if this is before NIL, I think a lot more schools are willing to do so. I'm curious what everyone in the comments thinks about like what school that said no, said no thanks. What school would they have wanted to see, and what school would they surprised said no thanks? I mean, what are you surprised about? Which school, if you had to pick one?
That wasn't on or is on?
That's not. Well, you can do both, either or.
I'll say this: I can't wait to see Vanderbilt's. I know it's going to be a lot of fun. Hearing Clark Leia getting the inside access and practice with Diego Pavia, dude. I bet them freaking 7-on-7 matchups has so much heat. I bet it was so much fun getting to watch that. Then when you go to inside zone, by the way, if you're those that are not familiar with it in the different periods that we run in football, dude, it's a lot of fun. Inside was always my favorite whenever we got into practice. It brings out the competitiveness in you. But no, that's going to be a lot of fun getting to see stuff like that and get to experience that. Florida though can be a little bit juicy. I mean,
Florida's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, you're going to see the early drama, and then you're going to get to near the end where it's all fun and rainbows and everything is all good and dandy. But kind of disappointed to not see Georgia. I know it's a blue blood and you want to keep the outside noise out. But, man, it would have been interesting to see Kirby's reaction to the different arrests, what was like midseason with Carson Beck and all the different things that were going on in that program.
Yeah, I'd say I'll give you both since I asked you for both. And I like those answers a lot. I'd say for me, most excited at this point where we stand right now of who's in. People might not like it, but I think Vanderbilt's going to be most exciting. Just because of the season and like that no one expected them to have and how everything went. I think it's gonna be most like surprisingly exciting of the series. I think everyone knows what they're gonna get with the rest of them. Once you see all of them, you're gonna be like, all right, well, Vanderbilt was the most like, different or entertaining because of how their season went. Of the teams that opted out, which were like again, Texas opted out, Georgia, Alabama, and Oklahoma. Most surprised that opted out, I'd say Oklahoma. Just because they have more stability right now. Texas coming in the first year, I just think it's too much. They don't want to have to deal with all that. Alabama to change the guard, right? And then Georgia, just Kirby Smart, but also just the program that Georgia is. And I would have loved to see Georgia in there. Oh my gosh, Lucas, that would have been my most intrigued to see Georgia in there.
Yeah,
like you could have done 2 episodes and I would have watched it. But I'd say Oklahoma's most surprising of those that opted out.
Let me ask you this because I know you alluded to Rhett Lash's comments. Did you see Kenny Dillingham's comments on the NI about guys leaving from the portal but they're staying on the roster until the end of their scholarship?
I mean,
he basically said the same thing that Lashley said.
Yeah, like his job's to help these guys. I think that's what he said. Like, I get it. I mean, the point. Okay, yes, their job is a football coach, but they're also a leader and teacher of men. Yeah,
you want to maintain that locker room
inside and outside the game. Yeah, we'll teach and maintain the locker room, but also the integrity of the game and when they go in to recruit these guys, obviously different now than it was years ago. They're going to homes to recruit these guys, a lot of them out of high school or whatnot. You know, they're meeting these guys' families if they're coming on visits. You know, a lot of them, I'd say the overwhelming majority of them are preaching, hey, like, we want your son to be a dang good football player. We want him to get his degree, and we want to, you know, we want him to be a man. We want to teach him to be a man. You know, not that he's not a man, but we want to, you know, integrate those life skills into him. You know, like of being a man, of being an adult. You know, of responsibility things to another extent. And I think a lot of guys like Kenny Dillingham and like Rhett Lashie are, you know, great examples of that. Leaders of men at the end of the day.
You always love to see guys like that, and you love to get to experience and be around guys like that. Harrison, we got 2 bowl games coming up today. Western Kentucky going up against James Madison. Could be an interesting one. Western Kentucky with the brand new quarterback. Everybody thought it was going to be TJ Finley at the beginning of the year. Hilltoppers had a great season. I think they finished runner-up in the CUSA. Tyson Helton has done a great job with that program. Yeah, lost to J-State, going up against James Madison in year 1 of the Bob Chesney era. Both teams they've had so many opportunities to win a lot of games down the stretch, but it was one of those seasons for both of them. It was so close yet so far. Caden Beltkamp is probably one of the most underrated quarterbacks in the CUSA. Great season that he had. 66% completion percentage, 2,800 yards, 23 scores to just 10 interceptions. Going to be a battle of probably 2 great defenses. Don't know if you're familiar with both of them, but who do you have in this one?
Yeah, I'm just going to ride high with hot hand with JMU. I mean, they're the favorite to win. I'm not going to take them to cover. I think they're line 6.5 or 7, which is obviously a big deal. But I'm going to take JMU just off of kind of program stability, I think more so, and at the top. And West Kentucky hasn't scored more than 15 points per game in the last 4 or 5 games. I mean, you got to score more points to win than that. I think, especially against a JMU team that can score. I mean, their success rate is top 15 in the country. So I'm going to ride with the success rate. I don't know as many of the bowl opt-outs for these programs as others, but I'm just going to ride with JMU here.
Yeah, I mean, Western Kentucky went into the CUSA after beating JSU. They go back from Bowling Green at LT Smith Stadium in Bowling Green. They go back to Jacksonville, Alabama, and get absolutely smacked across the face. JMU let that option offense roll last week 2 weeks ago against that Western Kentucky defense. That defense has struggled a good bit of the season against top-tier competition. They struggle with being able to defend, especially in that secondary. I think JMU goes on, wins that football game. Good start for Bob Chesney going into year 2 of this era. Love the spread offense and what Bob Chesney has done. Coming from Holy Cross, coaching a guy like Matt Sluka over the last couple of years, let him be a top-tier quarterback. And look, I have all the confidence in the world in JMU, and I think they'll still be a contender, not just only in the Sun Belt, but also maybe even a potential playoff buster in the next couple of years. Cal UNLV in the Art of Sport LA Bowl, hosted by none other than Gronk, also following tonight. Cal's been a hit-or-miss type of team this year. They've been so close yet so far. UNLV, hell of a season, winning 10 games, having to replace a guy like Brennan Marion as your offensive coordinator, losing Barry Odom, who's now over at Purdue. Who do you have in this one and why?
Yeah, I don't know if this one excites me as much of who, is going to win. I mean, I'm going to ride the hotter hand of UNLV. I just think, they ran out of steam a little early before the Mountain West Championship game, had a shot to knock off Boise State as well. I mean, they've had a really impressive season. I know their head coach left for Purdue. And you got Dan Mullen. Barry Odom left for Purdue, and Dan Mullen's come over to take over his coaching next season. It's a little bit of instability there. There's a lot of, I think, opt-outs on both sides, the transfer portal as well. But a little twist on this one, I'm just giving the under. I mean, I think both teams are more run dominant than pass. I don't see a lot of explosive fireworks coming from these teams. And I think that neither one's at 100%, even aside from the opt-outs and transfers. So I think it's going to be a slower game. Give me the under in this one. I mean, if you like points, sorry. I'm just going to, I'm saying ride the under with this one, but I think UNLV squeaks it out.
Yeah, I
the
love
Gronk Bowl.
Malik Williams.
Gronk Bowl. Let's just call it the Gronk Bowl.
At this point, with the amount of money that he can have, he can buy his.
As long as like as the coin flip, they should just paint the ball in half, like paint like a different ball. One side painted heads, the other side painted tails, and just Gronk just spike it for the coin flip.
Yes, I love it.
That would be my coin flip.
Dude, I would tune in for that coin toss.
That might be the most watched coin toss. Like,
oh my gosh, yeah.
That video, if that was like planned and promoted and like really pushed out across socials, I think it would be up there competing with the Super Bowl for most anticipated coin toss this season. I don't think it'd reach the Super Bowl, but that would definitely be the most anticipated, most watched coin flip in college football this season, let alone I think many others. But
yeah, I think that if UNLV wins this football game, it'll be the dual threat capability of Malik Williams. I think he's been one of the most explosive quarterbacks in the Mountain West. I know that a lot of people don't really – he doesn't go very much appreciated a whole lot. And I know people talk about Matt Sluka and all the situation that they had. Yeah, he can go take his 43% completion rate and go take it somewhere else. Malik Williams is the man. This dude is an absolute stud at quarterback. One of the most accurate guys I've seen, 62% completion rate, 17-5 touchdown to interception ratio. Guy averages 5 yards a carry when he runs the football. He's gotten 26 total touchdowns on the year. He's going to break off another big one today. Give me UNLV in a blowout in this one. I love Cal, and I love what they've done this year. They've been so close yet so far, but I just don't see them being in this football game going up against this UNLV option attack.
Lucas, I'll take another step further. I mean, take Cal's under in points. I don't know what it is, but take the under because Fernando Mendoza, their starting quarterback, he's in the portal, so he's not going to be under center. You got Chandler Rogers, their backups, who are recovering from an injury. You're going to have either a freshman starting there, and I assume it probably they're freshmen. I just don't see it clicking that well on all cylinders, in a bowl game in the season, other opt-outs. But, I think UNLV has a good defense and enough to stop them, so take Cal's under as well. But that's also why I'm riding UNLV. Hot team, their quarterback starting better quarterback, and, I think they're going to run away with it.
The over-under in that one is 45.5, if that's what you were asking.
Under. No, Cal's points under. Do you have that?
Yeah. I don't see anything for Cal's points under. I don't even know really how to access all that. But over-under in that football game, yeah, that's probably going to end up being in the under. But you're going to see some big plays that you're going to see from UNLV. Let's talk coaching changes. The HBCUs have been getting a lot of love since the start of the decade. It started off with Dion going to JSU. Then you start to see Eddie George heading out to Tennessee State. By the way, they just won the OVC. They could be a team on the rise at Tennessee State. You had, for a brief moment, Ed Reed, who was the head coach at Bethune-Cookman. Now Michael Vick, set to become the new head coach over at Norfolk State. Literally 35 minutes away from his hometown in Newport News, Virginia. Let me just say this. Everybody hated the fact that Michael Vick is being hired there. The guy already paid for his mistakes with the dogfighting situation. I know it's hard to move on from that, but dude, we've moved on to bigger and better things. I know that it really should still be a big deal knowing what happened, but we've moved on. There's no point in talking to that. Let's get back to the football aspect of it. This is a huge hire for Norfolk. Let me just tell you why. The amount of attention that is going to be in Virginia. Dudes are going to want to go play for a guy like Mike Vick. I have a lot of respect for Mike Vick. The guy can flat out teach. The guy is a dang good teacher. He's a good mentor. I know a lot of guys that have trained with him before, and they've all said the same thing. The guy can flat out coach. I know he was in the running for the Sac State coaching job as well. Eventually ends up in Norfolk. So definitely a big hire for Norfolk. And I guarantee you this, in 3 years, they could definitely be a contender for an HBCU national championship. Harrison, talk to me about this hire for Norfolk and what it will mean overall in the game for Norfolk State?
Yeah, I mean, what, for this game or for going forward?
Going forward, I don't know if I said
going forward, I think it's going to have a lot of momentum. I mean, they're going to try to, obviously back as much as possible. I think they're Norfolk State, trying to. I think it's a good hire from a standpoint of obviously buzz and recruit wise, and as hopefully, I don't know his coaching abilities as well, teaching abilities, development wise at the quarterback level or offensive or quarterback position at the collegiate level. I mean, but I think it's a really interesting hire, and I think it's a program to kind of take a shot in the dark of that. It sends a lot of fireworks out. I think trying to lean on the kind of style which Colorado and Jackson State did with hiring Deion Sanders. I mean, if he can build the right pieces and coaching staff around him, because this day and age of football in college is unlike any other, and obviously I think everyone knows that. But it's one guy I don't think can change the program. I'll sit here, be one of the first, if not many people, to say I don't think Deion Sanders could have done it by himself at all. I mean, you have to have the pieces around you. I think Deion Sanders will sit here. We called him up, and he'll admit that too. It takes a whole team. It takes a family. It takes a great AD. It takes great coaches around you at each position. It takes everything. It takes everyone around you to buy in. And we all know one thing: he ain't hard to find, but he's going to find the right people to come build it right with him, and build it for longevity. And that's what he's done. And hopefully, Mike Vick, I think, wants to do the same thing.
So his early coaching stints, of what I saw, he was a consultant and a coaching intern for the Chiefs.
Okay, Chipper Jones is a hitting consultant for the Braves.
Yeah,
he can teach a swing. He doesn't want to be a major league coach though. But no, I mean, if he's been with the Chiefs, and been able to be in this room and work with Patrick Mahomes, maybe even. I mean, some quarterback's going to take a chance. That's like an under-recruited guy. He's going to get the right guy and maybe develop him into a 4-star. And who knows? He'll probably go there a year or two, work with Mike Vick, and then transfer. I mean, as we probably should expect.
Another thing that you can mention is that he was an OC for the Atlanta Legends of the Alliance of American Football. That takes you back. I remember when the Alliance was a thing whenever I was in high school, and I was kind of excited about that because we got spring football. And then kind of sucks that they went bankrupt, but he was there for like 10 months and then got let go before the season began. But he has some experience behind him. I think when you get him in the right system, if you can get a mobile quarterback, I think you can get, like you mentioned already, get other moving pieces that can really help you along that coaching journey. I guarantee you this team is going to be one to look out for over the next 3 to 4 years in the HBCU level.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, time will tell, and I hope it works out well for him, and I hope he's able to recruit and build that program up to new heights. So we'll see. I think a lot of people are, especially out to the program, hoping it works. I mean, hopefully more people are hoping it works than hoping it doesn't work. So time will tell, Lucas.
Certainly will. Harrison, I don't know if we already talked about this or if you were on earlier and talked about this. Let's talk a little bit and recap the Heisman ceremony. Probably one of the tightest races we've seen since Mark Ingram and Toby Gerhart. Travis Hunter takes home the Heisman Trophy. I think he deserves either or. I would not have been mad if Ginty would have won it. I'm not mad that Travis Hunter won it. Either or, you could throw it up there. And everybody's going to make all these different debates about historics and whatnot. But honestly, I don't care. I am fully fine with Travis Hunter winning the Heisman. He earned it over the last 3 weeks of the season, to me. But I think when you just look at overall capability, it was obvious why Hunter won the Heisman. It was obvious why he deserved the Heisman at the end of the day. I mean, how many dudes do you know that's playing 100-plus snaps a game and snags 6 interceptions and goes for over 1,000 yards in a season?
Yeah. No, I agree. I wouldn't have been mad either way. I would understand the frustration that Ginty didn't win it. I understand the frustration that if he did in Travis Hunter didn't win it, I would understand the frustration. I get it. I think I would have been fine with either one for obviously rightful reasons and obvious statistical reasons. But I think at the end of the day, you have to look at it in a sense, and I think a lot of the voters as well. It was apparently the closest Heisman voting race since 2008, I think it was.
2009. That was the one with Gerhart and with Mark Ingram.
Yeah. which, I mean, I thought honestly it was not going to be close. I mean, look at the Vegas odds. I think you and I talked about it. He was minus 8,000. Or sorry, minus 800, and Jinty was plus 2,000. I didn't think it was. I was like, this seems like a blowout, right? It was the closest one since 2009. I mean, I think it was like 150 maybe first place votes off, which I didn't know that was what was considered that insanely close. But you got to think about it. I mean, he's the first. I think you can quote me on saying this. He's the first full-time defensive player to win the Heisman since Charles Wooden, and we've had players, running backs, that have had unbelievable seasons. I think Ashton Jinty's had one of the most unbelievable seasons from a running back in a very long time. I mean, he's about to break Barry Sanders' record, and Barry Sanders is rooting for him even. So a lot of respect if you have Barry Sanders rooting for you to break his record. I mean, he said records are meant to be broken. I mean, I think there's a lot of caution or setback that he's not doing it in a Power 4 conference. I mean, and then you have the aspect of, okay, well, if you take Jinty out, how many wins does Boise State have? They probably have 4 or 5. If you take Travis Hunter out, how many wins they have? They probably only lose 2 or 3 more games.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to kind of guess and estimate that. But I think value to his team, I'd say Jinty's more valuable by far. But it's not who's most valuable to your team. I mean, it's the most valuable player award, technically. You can call it MVP, but it's not MVP of the team, who's the most valuable player to their team if they took him out. But like you said, we've never seen someone do what Travis Hunter is able to do week in, week out on both sides of the ball, playing over 115 snaps a game in the Power 4. I mean, it just the athletic ability that he's been able to do it at. He's making. It's not like he's always busting a run here. Just these, I don't want to say cheap, but easier touchdowns. Or just like stat padding plays. He's making these Sports Center top 10 plays on both sides of the ball. What feels like almost every week. I mean, it's unbelievable that what he's able to do, and just how incredibly impressive it is he's able to stay healthy during the game, but also during the weeks and recover. And, Deion Sanders talked about how smart of a player he is. And just, I mean, yeah, he has so many other obligations and things he does, but to be able to, you have to learn 2 playbooks. And then you have to be able to read offenses, receivers, and you have to be able to read defenses. And Shedeur Sanders talked about it. He goes, obviously, since he's playing cornerback, as a receiver, he's reading the defenses and helping Shedeur out. He basically had like another coach on the field. Like, obviously, not a full coach, right? But like another set of eyes that knows what a defense is looking for, what they are adjusting to. So it's a little bit less on Shedeur's shoulders. I completely get that. And what fascinated me the most, Lucas, I don't know if you saw it, Deion Sanders says that Travis Hunter's paying for 10 to 15 NIL guys in the team. Wow. Unbelievable. He said, I think don't quote me, but he said he's taking 0 from the NIL collective. I mean, obviously Travis Hunter has his own deal. I mean, I saw he had a Heisman commercial basically with Sony.
Right.
It was Travis Hunter, and they changed it to Travis the Hunter. I mean, awesome commercial. If you haven't seen that, I highly recommend going to watch it. But I mean, that is just a lot of respect and kudos to that. I mean, that's incredible to be able to be fortunate enough to do that and to care about your team that much to do that. I mean, what I thought was interesting as well, last thing, was just Deion, it looked like was just like so emotional and just treating him like a son after he won it. He was just so like obviously happy for him, and just it felt like he was another son to him. I mean, he trusted him. He didn't go to Florida State. He went to Jackson State, and then he followed him to Colorado, went with him and trusted the process, trusted him, and he let him play both sides of the ball. And no better coach to learn that from in the college football landscape right now, or maybe ever, than Deion Sanders, Lucas.
Yeah, I mean, the type of relationship that Prime brings to a lot of kids is very special. And it's so awesome to see stuff like that. And it just warms your heart when you see interactions like he had with Travis. Because, dude, he's been there since he was in high school. He's been there. If you remember, if you've ever seen this video of him and Travis Hunter embracing before the start of the first game at JSU, that shows you how deep the relationship is. And it's amazing to see that. That just shows you the type of dude that Deion is. He's a player's coach. That's exactly what you want from a coach like that.
Yeah. I mean, Deion Sanders definitely a one-of-one coach. I mean, we've never seen one like him. I don't know if we ever will necessarily again, and what he's been able to do wherever he's been.
Yeah.
I mean, do you think though that would work in the SEC? Him playing both ways. What do you think is more likely, Lucas? Okay, we'll sit this, and I'm curious what people think in the chat as well. Everyone that's watching, comment in the chat what you think. I'm super curious what people think. I've started talking to people about this. What do you think is more likely? Ashton Jeanty to put up his numbers he did in the SEC or ACC, or Travis Hunter to be able to do what he did playing both sides of the ball, healthy all seasons, over 115 snaps, and put up the numbers he did in the SEC or ACC or Big Ten?
Dude,
what do you think is more likely?
I think we'll have that question answered. I think the Jeanty question will have it answered when we get to playoff time. Because honestly, yes and no, but at the same time, it's so close for me to decide. I don't know. I think Travis Hunter could do it in the SEC, but dude, it's so hard for me to decide something like that, man. I mean, it's incredible. Okay.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: he's not going to do it in the NFL because I mean he'll be too valuable of an asset to play both sides. I mean, that's when the money starts to talk. And if you're going to be signing a contract where you're worth over $30-40 million over
in a contact sport game, I mean, I'll give you an example.
God.
Jack Caglione at Florida, two-way guy, he's throwing 95 shed off the mound, and he's hitting 30-plus bombs. I mean, he got drafted first round, top 10 picks. I don't think he's going to be able to do both at that level. Like in minor league, I don't think they're going to let him. But I mean, they might. Right?
Unless he becomes a Shohei.
They know at the end of the day he's going to be a hitter, and they know at the end of the day, Travis Hunter, I think, is going to be a cornerback.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I see a lot of AJ Terrell and Travis Hunter. But I mean, I'll give you an answer. My thought on my own question, since it's a intriguing topic. I think Ashton Jeanty could do that in the Big Ten or the ACC. I don't know about the SEC. Now, Travis Hunter, I don't think he could do it in the SEC.
Mm.
I just 115 snaps a game, putting up those numbers in the SEC. I just the style of the game. I think he could do it in the Big Ten. Maybe the ACC. I mean, just because the Big Ten's a little bit, I think a little bit traditionally a slower game. It's obviously a more run dominant, offensive scheme. Slows the game down a little bit, gives him, more rest. But I think he could, not be overworked as a cornerback in a run heavy, conference, and then could, be a second, third down guy on offense.
Yeah.
SEC, I don't know. I mean, I want to. If I had to pick one for the SEC, I think Ashton Jeanty could do it in the SEC, just because he's only playing one way, and if you get behind the right offensive line in the right scheme,
if you get behind Texas's offensive line, you're going to be in a good position.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm going to ask more people. I'm really curious about that. Chris been in the chat. Hudson 8 catches. Jonte 16 catches. I mean, D-Pool or the NFL here, the dog Jeanty. I mean, it's super fascinating to kind of think about that. And obviously, it's a hypothetical, but I think it's fun to kind of conversate about.
Mm-hmm. Very quickly, Harrison, we're going to talk some SEC basketball. A little bit of a different switch. Because I've been recently.
You get the baseball analyst, part-time football analyst talking basketball. All right.
I know, right?
I can hold my own.
Right, dude. I'm a freaking football analyst. We're talking basketball, but this, but this kind of took me by surprise because there was a recent interview on ESPN with Joe Lunardi, and they said the SEC is the most dominant conference right now in the SEC basketball. Let me just read you some of the records of what's going on. You have 3 undefeated teams atop the SEC. Florida, where the hell did y'all come from? Oklahoma, where the hell did y'all come from? Chris Beard and Ole Miss, where in the hell did y'all come from? The worst team in the SEC is South Carolina at 8-3, and they're on a 5-game winning streak.
And they just beat a top 25 team in Clemson.
Yes.
In OT, which the game, Clemson hit a banger of a bank 3 running gun to send it to OT at the buzzer, but
it's incredible. Mississippi State, where did y'all come from? Missouri, the worst SEC team last year, and then all of a sudden they've won 10 straight and they knocked off the number 1 team in the country in Kansas. I know. If Dave was here,
was that at Kansas or at Missouri? I can't remember.
It was at Missouri.
Okay.
Dude, if Dave was here, he'd have a hell of a lot to say about this. But no, I think the SEC lost only, 2 games during SEC play?
Yeah.
During the ACC Challenge or something like that?
And there's 12 teams projected to make the NCAA tournament right now. In the SEC alone, it would break the record for most bids it would break the NCAA record for bids by a single year from the same conference, which is currently the Big East had 11 in 2010-2011 season.
Yeah. And the thing about it is, too, I think 2 or 3 are in the next 4 and first 4, or first 4 and next 4 out. That's what's so incredible about this, is that I don't know what the hell has happened from last year, but the SEC is starting to become a dominant force in basketball this year. I mean, it's so unbelievable to see what's going on now and to see the amount of progress that has been made. But it's definitely going to get interesting once we get into January and once we get into actual SEC play. Then we're going to start seeing a lot more unravel. But we're in for a crazy SEC basketball season.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to say right now, I think I'm going to say at least 9. I'd say between 9 and 10 bids. I think they get in the SEC right now. I mean, we've seen the Big 10 and the Big 12 do it. I mean, they haven't had a title in a while, but we've seen them do it.
I think the closest one they've had is when Texas Tech went to the Natty not too long ago.
Yeah, and I mean, think about it. The last time SEC won a title was who?
Kansas.
Yeah.
Yeah, they won one in 21, I think.
Yeah, I mean, outside of that, I mean, they haven't been dominant like we've seen before. But when you think about it, and the last time the SEC won the whole thing was what? Kentucky, 2012.
It's been Kentucky. A while. I'll say that.
I mean, yeah, what was it? Anthony Davis here?
What's that?
Well, that was the Anthony Davis team, right?
Yes, that was the one where they went. I think 2011 and 12 was when they won. They should have won it in 14 and 15 when they went undefeated.
Yeah, I mean,
but
you got UConn two-peating, Kansas, Baylor, COVID, UVA, Villanova, UNC, Villanova, Duke, UConn, Louisville, Kentucky, 2012. Yeah.
Wow.
38-2.
Dude, I can't believe it's been that long.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't even been the championship since 2014. They lost to UConn.
Yeah. They've won 11 national championships in basketball's SEC history. 11.
I mean, it feels weird they haven't won one in, 12 years now?
Yeah.
11 years?
Damn near close. The only 3 teams that have won a national title, Kentucky, Florida, and remember the
won 2
Nolan Richardson days at Arkansas?
What, in the 90s?
Those are some awesome eras.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows how deep. I mean, and it's only going to get, I don't want to say worse, but it's only going to get deeper just because of the NIL and the transfer portal. It's going to hit college basketball as soon as we get there, sooner than later, right? But Lucas, tell me this. If you had to pick a conference to win the championship this year, what conference are you picking?
I think the SEC's got it. I think when you look at Alabama, I think when you look at Florida, I have firm belief that Nate Oates, this is the year that Nate Oates' squad gets over the hump. I talked to Dan Dockich about it earlier in the season or in the offseason. I have firm belief that Nate Oates' squad is going to get over that hump. I do believe they're finally going to be able to get over that Final Four hump, and they're going to get to the national title and win it all this year.
Yeah, I mean, as deep as it is, it's a great – I'm right there with you. I think this is the SEC's year. Of any year we've seen the past, 12 years since Kentucky won, feels like the SEC's year to win it all. I mean, they got – how many top 10? They got Kentucky, Auburn, Tennessee, Alabama, Florida. They got 5 of the top 10 teams are SEC. Come on. I mean, it just means more in the SEC this year, I think, more than others in basketball. But if we had to pick a conference, you and I are both riding with SEC to pull it out and finally break that dry spell of a national championship on the hardwood. So we'll have to wait and see what come March, come April. But this feels like the year, Lucas.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have hit 4 o'clock now here with the SEC Unfiltered Hour. Thank you guys for tuning in. Make sure you follow SEC Unfiltered on Instagram as well as X and TikTok. and Facebook at SEC Unfiltered. Make sure you follow Texas Sports Unfiltered at TSU Unfiltered. Make sure you hit the subscribe button on both of our YouTube pages. Texas Sports Unfiltered still on that road to 10K. SEC Unfiltered on the road to 20K. Harrison Fant joining me along with myself, Lucas Hill. Follow us on X at Fantavious9, at Lucas_Hill23. And until next time, everybody, Bucky and BK waking you up early in the morning, 8 a.m., and we will see you back all tomorrow.